Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Mar Mountain is a mountain located within the Donglan mountain range. At its foot lies a village, its inhabitants simple and honest, living off farming and isolated from the outside world. One early morning, in front of the village's main gate, all the villagers were bidding farewell to a young man of about 15 or 16 years old. The young man looked thin but fair-skinned and clean, appearing very gentle. His clothes were just a simple, faded white robe, and his eyes shone with intelligence and clarity. His name was Bai Xiaochun. Villagers and elders, I must go cultivate immortality. But I am reluctant to leave you all. The young man's face was filled with reluctance. His already gentle demeanor now appeared even more innocent and simple. The villagers turned to look at each other, also pretending not to be able to part with him. Zikun, your parents died early. You are a good child. Don't you want to live forever? Becoming an immortal means being able to live forever, to live a very long life. Let's go. When the baby eagle grows up, one day it will have to fly away. A gray-haired old man stepped out from the crowd, his voice faltering slightly when he said the three words "good child." Outside, no matter what happens, you must persevere. Once you leave the village, don't look back, because your path is ahead. The kind old man patted the young man's shoulder. Immortality, the young man's body shook. He stood up forcefully, his gaze determined. Under the encouragement of this old man and all the villagers present, he nodded lightly a few times, glanced carefully at everyone, then turned and walked quickly out of the village. Seeing the young man's figure disappear into the distance, the villagers immediately became agitated. The lingering sadness in their eyes was replaced by joy. The old man, whose face had been so kind before, was now trembling, tears streaming down his face. Heaven has eyes. That white rat-wolf has finally left. He's finally gone. Who told him they saw an immortal nearby? You've rendered a great service to the village. That white rat-wolf has finally left. Poor chickens. Just because he was afraid of the rooster crowing at dawn, he somehow tricked a bunch of children into catching chickens and eating them all in the village today. The new year has arrived. Cheers and excitement echoed throughout the small village. Some even brought out gongs and drums, beating them enthusiastically. Outside the village, Bai Xiaochun hadn't gone very far when he suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from within, along with cheers. He stopped, his expression somewhat strange, then cleared his throat and followed the sound of the gongs and drums, climbing the mountain path up Mar Mountain. Although Mar Mountain wasn't very high, it was overgrown with weeds. It was early morning, yet the surroundings were still dark and quiet. I heard a goose say that a few days ago, when he was being chased by a wild boar to this place. He saw an immortal flying across the sky. Bai Xiaochun walked along the mountain path, his heart pounding. Suddenly, a rustling sound, like a wild boar running, came from the edge of the forest. The sudden noise sent a chill down Bai Xiaochun's spine. Who's there? He quickly pulled out 4 hammers and 6 axes from his bag. Still worried, he pulled out a black incense stick from his chest, clutching it tightly in his hand. Don't come here. Absolutely don't come here. I have a hammer, I have an axe, and this incense stick can summon heavenly lightning and bring down immortals. If you dare come out, I'll kill you, Bai Xiaochun shouted, trembling, clutching his weapons tightly and running along the mountain path. Along the way, clattering sounds echoed, and hammers and axes fell to the ground. He must have been overly anxious, for the rattling quickly subsided, and no wild beasts appeared. His face was pale. He wiped away the cold sweat, his mind already considering giving up and not continuing up the mountain. But then he thought of the incense stick he held. the one his parents had left him before they died. It was said that his ancestors had accidentally saved an immortal who had fallen down the mountain long ago. Before leaving, the immortal left this incense stick as a token of gratitude, saying he would take someone with the Bai family bloodline as a disciple. He said that if he lit it, the immortal would come. He had lit this incense stick more than 10 times before, but the immortal never appeared. This made Bai Xiaojun begin to doubt whether the immortal truly came. Today, he decided to try one more time because there wasn't much left, and he'd heard villagers say they'd seen an immortal flying over the area a few days ago. He climbed the mountain, hoping that getting closer might help the immortal recognize him. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaojun gritted his teeth and continued. Fortunately, the mountain wasn't very high, and soon he reached the summit, panting heavily. Standing there, he looked back at the village faintly visible at the foot of the mountain, his expression somewhat wistful, then lowered his head to look at the now tiny, fingernail-sized piece of black incense stick in his hand. It's been 3 years, Father and Mother, please bless me. This time I must succeed. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, carefully lighting the incense. Strong winds blew from all sides. The sky was covered with thick dark clouds. Lightning flashed brightly. Thunder boomed in Bai Xiaojun's ears. The loud sound made Bai Xiaojun's body tremble. He felt like he could be struck to death by lightning at any moment. For a moment, he wanted to spit out water to extinguish the incense, but he held back because he was unwilling. It's been 3 years. I've burned this incense 12 times. This is the 13th time. This time I must succeed. I, Xiaojun, am not afraid. I definitely won't be struck to death. Bai Xiaojun thought back to the experiences of the past 3 years, not counting this time. The previous 12 times he lit the incense. Every time there was thunder and lightning like this, but the immortals were nowhere to be seen. He was originally afraid of death. Every time there was thunder and lightning, he spit out water to extinguish it. Speaking of which, it was strange. This incense stick looked extraordinary, but when he sprayed water on it, it went out immediately. While Bai Xiaojun was still in a state of fear and panic, struggling to wait amidst the thunder, in the sky not far away, a red string of light was screaming and flying over very quickly. In this red string of light was a middle-aged man. This man wore gorgeous clothes and had the appearance of a Taoist immortal, but his expression was one of weariness and fatigue. If one looked closely, one could see that he was truly exhausted. I really want to see what kind of person you are to be burning the same incense stick for 3 years. As soon as he thought about what he had experienced in the past 3 years, this man became angry. 3 years ago, he discovered that someone had burned the incense stick that he had given away when he was still in the Cha condensation stage. Remembering the relationship in the mortal world that year, he quickly flew over. That time, according to his calculations, he would find it very quickly, but he did not expect that. As soon as he sensed the scent, before he could go far, that aura disappeared in an instant, cutting off the connection. If it had only been once, it would have been fine, but in the past 3 years, that aura had appeared more than 10 times, causing him to search many times, but each time he was interrupted, going back and forth like this, dragging on for 3 years. At this moment, he saw Mao Mountain in the distance and saw Bai Xiaojun standing on the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the mountain peak, then waved his hand, extinguishing the incense stick that was not much left. The thunder immediately stopped. Bai Xiaojun was stunned. He raised his head to look at the middle-aged man standing beside him. Immortal, Bai Xiaojun asked timidly in an uncertain tone, and secretly reached for a hammer behind his back. This seat is Li Qing'o. Are you a descendant of the Bai family? The middle-aged cultivator's gaze was like lightning. He didn't pay attention to the hammer behind Bai Xiaojun, but instead began to size him up. He saw that the person before him had blue eyebrows and beautiful eyes, vaguely similar to the old friend from back then. His aptitude wasn't bad either, and the melancholy in his heart also lessened a bit. This junior is indeed a descendant of the Bai family. His name is Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun opened his eyes and replied softly. Although he was a little scared in his heart, he still stood straight. Let me ask you, why did you light one incense stick for 3 years? The middle-aged cultivator lightly opened his mouth, asking the question that he had wanted to know for the past 3 years. When Bai Xiaojun heard the question, his mind quickly turned. Then he pretended to be melancholy and looked down at the village far away at the foot of the mountain. This junior is a person who values love and loyalty and cannot bear to abandon those villagers. Every time I burn incense, they cannot bear to let me leave. Today, they are still sad because I left. The middle-aged cultivator was stunned. He had not thought of this reason before, and the melancholy in his eyes had disappeared a little more. Judging from his words, this person's nature was not that bad. But when he turned his gaze to the village below and used his divine sense to sweep over, he heard the sound of gongs and drums, along with the cheers for Bai Rat Lang's departure. And his expression became unsightly. He felt a headache coming on. This person before him looked docile and simple on the outside, both in person and in the inside. He was filled with strange and evil thoughts. Tell the truth, the middle-aged cultivator glared and shouted like thunder, startling Bai Xiaochun, causing his body to tremble with fear. That can't be blamed on me. That incense stick of yours, every time I light it, it brings along thunder and lightning, almost killing me many times. It was already very difficult for me to dodge it 13 times, Bai Xiaochun said pitifully. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Bai Xiaochun, silent for a moment. You're so scared. Why did you still dare to burn incense more than 10 times? The middle-aged cultivator slowly said, I'm afraid of death. Isn't cultivating immortality the key to immortality? I want immortality, Bai Xiaochun said aggrievedly. The middle-aged cultivator was silent again. He felt that this person's obsession was commendable, so he should just throw him to a sect to train a bit. Who knows? His personality might change a little. So after thinking for a bit, he flicked his sleeves, wrapped around Bai Xiaochun, and transformed into a rainbow that flew straight towards the horizon. Come with me. Where are we going? We're flying to high. Seeing himself soaring through the air with the bottomless abyss below, Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. He threw down his hammer and clung tightly to the immortal's leg. The middle-aged cultivator looked down at his feet and said helplessly, Lingxi sect. Lin-Ke sect belongs to Donglam Zhou, located on a mountain range in the lower reaches of the Thongthin River, spreading across both the north and south banks of this river. This sect has a history of 10,000 years. Its power shakes the 4 directions. There are a total of 8 mountains here, covered in clouds and mist all year round, lying across this Thongthin River. On the north bank of the river are 4 tall mountains. On the south bank there are 3, and 1 towers right in the middle of the river. The upper half of the mountain is covered in white snow, making it impossible for others to see the peak clearly. Nearly the lower half of the mountain is eroded and penetrated by the Golden River water. Looking from afar, the mountain is no different from a majestic mountain bridge. At this time, there is a rainbow flying quickly towards the south bank of Lin-Ke sect. Inside that rainbow is the middle-aged man Li Qingho, carrying Bai Xiaochun straight into the miscellaneous service area at the 3rd peak of the mountain. Inside the rainbow bridge, faint sounds of Bai Xiaochun's desperate cries could still be heard. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was almost scared to death. Flying all the way here, he had seen countless tall mountains, causing him to lose the feeling of hugging the other person's thigh many times. Suddenly, he felt a little dizzy, and when he realized, he was standing outside a building. At this moment, he was standing on the ground, looking at the world around him, which was completely different from the scenery in his village, his legs still trembling. Beside the building was a large stone slab erected vertically, on which were written 3 large characters in a flowing dragon and phoenix style, miscellaneous service area. Beside the stone slab was a pockmarked woman sitting, and when she saw Li Qingho coming, she quickly stood up and paid her respects. Take this person to the fire kitchen room. Li Qingho left those words and did not pay any more attention to Bai Xiaochun, turning around and turning into a rainbow and flying away. The pockmarked woman was slightly startled upon hearing the words fire stove room, then suddenly glanced at Bai Xiaochun. She handed him a bag of miscellaneous sect tasks, then, without any expression, briefly explained his duties before leading Bai Xiaochun out of the area. Along the way, courtyards and pavilions crowded together, bluestone paths stretched as far as the eye could see, and the fragrant scent of flowers and plants filled the air, making the scenery resemble a celestial realm. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, his anxiety easing considerably. What a beautiful place! This is much better than the village, Bai Xiaochun thought, his eyes filled with longing as he followed. The further they went, the more beautiful and vibrant the scenery became. He even passed by several stunningly beautiful women, further increasing his fondness for the place. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun's excitement grew even stronger, for finally before him stood a gleaming 7-story pavilion with immortal cranes soaring in the sky. "Sister, have we arrived?" Bai Xiaochun asked excitedly. "Yes, it's over there," the pockmarked woman replied calmly, her face expressionless, pointing to a small path beside the pavilion. Following her gaze, Bai Xiaochun looked expectantly, but his body suddenly stiffened. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The path was uneven and dilapidated, the surroundings crumbling. Several thatched huts looked like they could collapse at any moment, and there was even a strange smell emanating from them. Bai Xiaochun almost cried, clinging to a last glimmer of hope as he turned back to ask the pockmarked woman. "Sister, it seems you're a little mistaken." "No," the pockmarked woman calmly replied, walking straight down the small path. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun felt as if all the good things in his life had instantly crumbled, and he followed with a pained expression. After walking a short distance, he saw several large black pots moving back and forth at the end of the path. Looking closely, he saw that beneath each of these pots sat a fat person, not just ordinarily fat, but incredibly plump, as if a slight squeeze would cause the fat to spill out. Especially the last one, who resembled a moving mountain of flesh. Just looking at him made Bai Xiaochun worrying he might explode at any moment. Hundreds of bowls surrounded these people, and they were diligently adding water and rice to them. Upon noticing someone approaching, and moreover, this pockmarked woman, the mountain of flesh was overjoyed and rushed forward carrying a large ladle, the ground shaking, his entire body trembling. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively searching for the hammers on his person. "This morning I heard the magpie singing. So it turns out you've come, sister. Could it be that you've had a change of heart, finding me somewhat talented in literature, and taking advantage of this auspicious day? Wish to become my Tao companion?" The mountain of flesh's narrowed eyes shone brightly as he excitedly ran forward. "I brought this person here to join your fire stove chamber, and now that he's here, farewell." The pockmarked woman's expression darkened upon seeing the mountain of flesh, mixed with annoyance, and she quickly retreated. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. On the way, he also noticed this pockmarked woman. Her appearance was truly a demon's work, yet under the taste of the fatty in front of him, she could transform into such a rare beauty. Before Bai Xiaochun could finish his thoughts, he heard the mountain of flesh let out a loud cry and suddenly appear in front of him, completely blocking out the light above his head. As for Bai Xiaochun himself, he was completely lost in the shadows. Bai Xiaochun raised his head to look at the huge fatty in front of him, every muscle on his body still trembling, and he suddenly swallowed a mouthful of water with difficulty. This was the first time he had seen such a fatty. The mountain of flesh's face, filled with resentment, withdrew its gaze that had been following the pockmarked woman. Then it suddenly swept past Bai Xiaochun. "Ah, he's clearly a newcomer, to be able to push Su Baokai, who had already made all the arrangements, to the back. It's not simple, senior brother. I am Bai Xiaochun." Bai Xiaochun felt that the other party's entire body was a bit large, causing him to feel a great deal of pressure, so he subconsciously took a few steps back. Bai Xiaochun. Fair skin, petite and lively, not bad, not bad. Your name is very much to my taste. The mountain of flesh's eyes suddenly lit up, and he grabbed Bai Xiaochun's shoulder, almost causing Bai Xiaochun to fall backwards. "I wonder what senior brother's name is." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at the mountain of flesh. He also secretly guessed jokingly what his name was. "I'm Zhang Da Pan, that's Huang Pan, and also Heisen Pan." The mountain of flesh laughed. After Bai Xiaochun heard those names, he only sighed that the person was like the name and no longer had any playful thoughts in his heart. "As for you, from now on, I'll call you Baiju, little junior brother. You're too skinny. Going out like this really has thrown away all the face of our Fire Apple Ward. But it's fine, rest assured. At most you'll gain weight in a year. I'll call you Baiju Pan." Zhang Dapan patted his chest, the layer of fat on his chest instantly shaking. Hearing the 3 words Baiju Pan, Bai Xiaochun's face suddenly turned bitter. "Since you're 9th junior brother, you're not an outsider. Our Fire Apple Ward has always had a tradition of carrying pots. See this cooking pot behind me? It's the king of pots, made from iron crystal, with an earth fire formation engraved on it. The flavor of this pot when cooking linmi is also far superior to that of ordinary pots. You should also choose one and carry it around with you from now on. That's how you'll look majestic. Jang Dapen patted the black pot behind him and continued to boast. Senior brother, this matter of carrying the pot, can I not do it? Bai Xiaochun suddenly glanced at the pot behind Jang Dapen. Then suddenly imagine the feeling of carrying the pot on the back of the Fire Apple Room's group. Then he thought of the image of himself carrying a black pot on his back like that and hurriedly said, "How can that be? Carrying a pot on your back is a tradition of our Fire Apple House. As long as people in the sect see you carrying a black pot on your back, they will know that you are from the Fire Apple House and they won't dare to bully you. Although our Fire Apple House is like this, it has a very good background." Zhang Dapen glared at Bai Xiaochun, then without saying anything, he brought Bai Xiaochun straight to a thatched house at the back. This place was filled with stacks of several thousand large pots, most of which were covered with a layer of ash. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. "Junior brother Knife, you choose one. We still have to cook rice. If the rice burns, those outer sect disciples will take advantage of the situation to make a fuss." Zhang Dapen said this and quickly turned around to follow the few fat people, continuing to carry the pot and run back and forth. Bai Xiaochun sighed inwardly, looking at the pots piled up over there. He was also considering which one he should choose. Suddenly, he saw a pot pressed down in the corner of the room. This pot looked a bit special. It was not round but oval. At first glance, it didn't look like a pot. On the contrary, it looked more like a tortoise shell. He could even see some faint patterns. Oh, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly walked over and squatted down to take a closer look at this pot. Then he took it out and continued to look at it, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Since he was young, he had especially liked black turtles, because black turtles represented longevity. And the reason he wanted to cultivate immortality was also for longevity. Today, seeing this pot shaped like a tortoise shell, he felt that this was a good omen, representing good luck. After he dragged the cooking pot out of this room, Zhang Daopin suddenly saw it from afar and quickly ran over with a large ladle. "Junior brother Ninth, why did you choose this pot? This pot has been here for who knows how many years, but no one has dared to use it because it looks very much like a turtle shell. So until now, no one has dared to carry it on their backs. This little brother, are you sure?" Zhang Daopin patted his belly and kindly advised. "Definitely, I will definitely use this pot to cook." The more Bai Xiaochun looked at this pot, the more he liked it, and he spoke firmly. Zhang Daopin tried to persuade him again, but seeing Bai Xiaochun so determined with his own eyes, he looked at him strangely and did not say anything more. He then arranged a thatched hut in the Fire Apple Room for Bai Xiaochun and continued his busy routine as he left. At this time, it was already evening. Bai Xiaochun was sitting inside the thatched hut. He carefully examined his turtle-shaped pot. He discovered that there were more than 10 lines on the back of the pot, but they were so faint that they were impossible to see at first glance. He felt that this pot was a bit unusual, so he carefully placed it on the stove. Then he began to look around his room. This room was quite simple, with only a single bed, a table, and a bronze mirror that was used every day on the wall. Just as he was looking around the room, the turtle-shaped pot behind him, which was not unusual at all, suddenly flashed a purple light and quickly disappeared. For Bai Xiaochun, a lot of things had happened today. Although he had arrived at the immortal world that he had longed to go to, he was still a bit confused. After a while, he took a deep breath, his eyes filled with expectation. "I want longevity." Bai Xiaochun sat to the side, then took out the sex miscellaneous service bag that the pockmarked woman had given him earlier. Inside was a medicinal pill, a wooden sword, a stick of incense, miscellaneous clothes, and a token. Finally, there was a bamboo book with a line of small words written on it. "Purple check controlling cauldron technique, check condensing heaven." It was already dusk, which was also the busiest time for Zhang Daopin and the others from the Fire Apple Room. In the other room, Bai Xiaochun could only look at the bamboo book, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had come here for immortality, and the gate to immortality was in his hands. He took a few deep breaths, then opened the bamboo book and looked inside. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with excitement. There were 3 pictures drawn on this bamboo book. According to the words above, cultivation was divided into 2 realms, check condensing and foundation establishment. And this purple check controlling cauldron technique was divided into 10 levels corresponding to the 10 levels of check condensing. Furthermore, if one cultivated to one level, one could control external objects as one wished. By the third level, one could control the weight of an object of almost half a cauldron. By the next level, one could control the weight of more than half a cauldron. By the ninth level, one could control a complete cauldron. As for the great perfection, one could control the weight of 2 cauldrons. However, the cultivation method on this bamboo book only had the first 3 levels and did not mention the later levels. Furthermore, if one wanted to cultivate, one had to follow a series of special breathing and movements in order to cultivate this purple check controlling cauldron technique. Bai Xiaojun had already prepared himself mentally, adjusting his breathing while closing his eyes and performing the movements exactly as shown in the drawing inside the bamboo book. However, he could only persevere for 3 breaths before his entire body suddenly ached so much that he let out a cry, unable to continue. Furthermore, this breathing method made him feel like he didn't have enough air to breathe at all. It's too difficult. Although it was clearly stated on the first drawing, when cultivating, one can feel a faint trace of qi circulating within the body. But other than feeling uncomfortable, I can't feel anything else. Bai Xiaojun was a little depressed, but for the sake of immortality, he gritted his teeth and tried again. After such a difficult time, until dusk, he still couldn't feel a trace of qi within his body. He didn't know that, even if one had excellent aptitude, without the help of external forces, simply cultivating the first level of the purple qi controlling cauldron technique would take at least a month. And he had only been cultivating for a few hours, so there was no way he could sense that aura. At this moment, his entire body was aching, so Bai Xiaojun stretched his back. He was about to go wash his face when suddenly, waves of loud noises came from outside the window. Bai Xiaojun stuck his head out the window and saw a pale-faced young man standing outside the main door of the fire apple room. "Whoever replaced me, Subeokai, get out here." Bai Xiaojun poked their heads out like that. The pale, sickly young man immediately saw them. His gaze instantly fixed on Bai Xiaojun's face, his demeanor fierce. "It was you who stole my spot. It wasn't me." Bai Xiaojun recoiled, too late to do so, quickly feigning innocence. "Nonsense! You're so thin, your head is so small. You're clearly a newcomer." Subeokai clenched his fists, glaring at Bai Xiaojun. "This really has nothing to do with me." Bai Xiaojun, seeing the other party's furious expression, felt wronged and said softly, "I didn't know. 3 days from now, on the southern slope of the sect, you and I will fight to the death. If you win, I'll take this insult. But if you lose, this spot will be mine." Su Baozi shouted loudly, taking out a blood-stained letter from his chest and throwing it directly onto the windowsill in front of Bai Zikun. It was densely covered with countless blood-red, murderous characters. Bai Xiaojun looked at the page of blood letter, seeing so many bloody murderous words written on it. He only felt as if a murderous aura was hitting his face, and he felt fear in his heart. Especially when he heard the other party say that he wanted to fight to the death. He sucked in a breath of air. "Senior brother, don't make a big deal out of it. Using your own blood to write so many words, it hurts a lot. A big deal. These past few years I've been frugal with my clothes, using spirit stones for 7 years. 7 years, a whole 7 years. I gave it to the deacon in gratitude, and only now was I able to exchange it for a spot to enter the fire kitchen room, and you butted in. You and I are sworn enemies. In 3 days, either you die or I live." Subeokai was hysterical, gnashing his teeth. "I'm not going." Bai Xiaojun seized the opportunity to pinch the blood letter between his fingertips and toss it out the window. Subeokai was about to erupt in anger when he felt the ground shake, and a mountain of flesh appeared beside him. Zhang Dapin had been standing there for who knows how long, coldly scrutinizing Subeokai. "Jupan, go wash the dishes with your second senior brother. As for you, stop shouting around here. Go play somewhere else." Zhang Dapin waved his hand, creating gusts of wind. Subeokai's expression changed. He took several steps back, wanting to say something more, but after seeing Zhang Dapin, he held back, finally giving Bai Xiaojun a resentful look before grudgingly leaving. Bai Xiaojun pondered for a moment, sensing the other party's malevolent gaze as they left. To be safe, he decided it was best not to leave the fire stove room casually. Staying put would deter them from approaching. Several days passed in a flash, and Bai Xiaojun gradually adapted to the work of the fire stove room, cultivating the purple check controlling cauldron technique at night. Unfortunately, his progress was slow. He could never last more than 4 breaths. This greatly saddened Bai Xiaojun. One night, while he was cultivating, he suddenly heard the excited voices of the chubby senior brothers from the fire stove room outside. Close the door. Close the door. Huang Pan, quickly close the door. Hey Pan, quickly check if anyone is peeking. Bai Xiaojun was startled. This time, he was wiser. Instead of looking through the window, he peered through the crack in the door. He only saw a few chubby men outside moving incredibly nimbly, flitting about in the courtyard, acting mysteriously and very busy. Soon, the main door of the fire stove room was closed, and someone had used some kind of technique to create a thin layer of mist, making the chubby figures even more mysterious. Bai Xiaojun watched for a long time, until he saw the chubby men stop running back and forth and mysteriously gather around a patch of grass in front of the room. Even through the mist, he could clearly see the imposing figure of Zhang Dapan, seemingly whispering something. He felt it was better to know as little as possible about mysterious matters, so he stepped back a little, trying to appear as if he hadn't seen anything. But at that moment, Zhang Daopan's voice came through. "Jupan, you've seen it. Hurry up and come here." The sound wasn't particularly loud, as if it were deliberately suppressed. Bai Xiaojun glared, his face displaying a docile expression, appearing harmless to both people and things, and stepped outside. Just as he approached, Zhang Daopan grabbed him, pulling Bai Xiaojun aside. Bai Xiaojun and the other chubby men gathered around, immediately smelling an unusual fragrance. Upon inhaling it, it instantly transformed into countless streams of warm water, permeating his entire body. Bai Xiaojun looked at the others again, and saw that their expressions were filled with joy. Bai Xiaojun's spirit was shaken. He saw that Zhang Dapan was holding a piece of lingi the size of a child's head in his hand. This piece of lingi was shining brightly, and at first glance, it was not an ordinary object. "Junior brother ninth, have a bite." Zhang Dapan glanced at Bai Xiaojun, handed over the lingi in his hand, and said in a sincere voice. Bai Xiaojun looked at the piece of lingi, then looked at the fat senior brothers beside him. Seeing Bai Xiaojun hesitate, Zhang Dapan immediately became angry, with an expression like, "If you don't eat it, we won't let it go." Not only him, but also Huang Pan, Hasten Pan, and the others around him were all like this, staring at Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing where a precious and extremely valuable lingi mushroom was given to him like a chicken leg, and he even forced himself to eat a piece. If he didn't eat it, he would immediately turn his face away. He had seen this in his dreams before, but in reality, it was still the first time. Bai Xiaojun's heart was pounding. He gritted his teeth, took the lingi mushroom, and took a big bite. As soon as the lingi mushroom entered his mouth, it transformed. After it merged with his entire body, it transformed into waves of refreshing feelings that were countless times more intense than before, causing Bai Xiaojun's face to turn red. "Good, eating this 100-year-old lingi mushroom that elder son had ordered to be used as soup. We are truly ourselves." Big Fatty Jang's expression revealed a look of satisfaction. And he also grunted and bit off a small piece, then threw it to another fat man. Very quickly, grunting and grunting, everyone had finished eating this piece of lingi mushroom in one round. When they looked towards Bai Xiaojun, they all revealed a smiling expression. Bai Xiaojun laughed heartily, immediately understanding that this was a collusion. And these senior brothers had all eaten until they were this fat without any problems. It could be seen that this method of eating was quite safe. No wonder that Su Baokai wanted to issue a challenge to him and had so many killing words written on its senior brother. This lingi is really delicious. After eating it, my whole body is burning up. I have a fever. Bai Xiaojun licked his lips, looking towards Zhang Dapan with anticipation. Zhang Dapan heard this and his eyes lit up. He laughed heartily. He very heartily took out a piece of yellow crystal from his bosom and gave it to Bai Xiaojun. "Junior brother, now you know how good this place is. Senior brother didn't lie to you before. Eat it. I'll treat you to a full meal in the future." Bai Xiaojun's eyes lit up, and as soon as he received it, he took a big bite. Just finished eating, saw Trong Daiban take out a golden treasure, emitting a fragrant scent in all directions. This time, without waiting for Zhang Dapan to speak, Bai Zikun hastily took a bite. His mouth was filled with a sweet and sour taste, and his whole body felt refreshed. Then Zhang Dapan took out another red spirit fruit. This spirit fruit had a strong sweet aroma, and inside, a swirling strand of energy was swirling. Therefore, in the following period, Bai Zikun ate everything from spirit mushrooms and spirit fruits to earth treasures, and the chubby ones did the same. He ate until Bai Zikun felt dizzy, as if he were drunk. His whole body heated up, and even white smoke seemed to emanate from the top of his head. He felt his body had gotten fatter. Watching him eat incessantly, the eyes of Zhang Daopan and the others softened. Finally, they all patted their bellies and laughed, their laughter carrying a sense of mischievous collusion. Bai Zikun was so drunk he felt dizzy. He let go of Zhang Daopan's leg, patted him on the stomach, and also burst into laughter. This place is different from the others. To get a spot as an outer disciple, everyone fights tooth and nail. And we're fighting tooth and nail just to get one spot. Nobody wants to go there. Who wants to be an outer disciple? It's better here. Zhang Dapan looked at Bai Zikun, finding him even more pleasing to the eye, and said proudly. He then took out a ginseng root, its head covered with countless thick, tangled tendrils, clearly indicating its age. Ninth junior brother, our cultivation levels are already high enough to become outer disciples, but we've been hiding it. Look, this is 100-year-old ginseng root. Outer disciples fight tooth and nail just to eat a piece. Look at me. Zhang Dapan directly spat out a few strands of ginseng tendrils, swallowed them with a crunching sound, and then offered the ginseng root to Bai Zikun. Senior brother, I'm already full this time. I really can't eat any more. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were glazed over. He really was full, but just as he opened his mouth, Zhang Dapan plucked a strand of beard and decisively stuffed it into his mouth. Ninth junior brother, you're too thin. If you go out like this, no girl in the sect will like you. They all prefer us senior brothers who are strong and robust. Eat Our Fire Stove Workshop has a great couplet. It says, quietly starve to death by the fire stove, not go to compete outside the sect. Zhang Dapan burped, taking out a stack of empty bowls while pointing to the thatched hut next to him. A couplet hung there. Yes, we'll all starve to death here. Yes, we'll all starve to death. Looking at the couplet, Bai Xiaochun patted his stomach and let out a burp. Zhang Dapeng and the others burst into laughter, finding Bai Xiaochun increasingly adorable. Today, in a good mood, I will tell you a lesson for ninth junior brother. We at Fire Apple Hall pay attention to everything we eat. There is a secret phrase, ninth junior brother. You must remember it well. The lingju is eaten with its edges. The main shaft cannot be touched. Cut the meat with a sharp knife, scrape off the bones and leave 3 portions. Mix in more water for the spirit porridge, and half a bowl of young royal jelly. These 6 mantras were compiled by many years of immortal seniors. As long as you eat according to this, I guarantee nothing will happen. Alright, everyone can disperse. Today's supper is over. Those outer sect disciples are still waiting to drink the soup. As Zhang Dapan spoke, he ladled rice water into bowls one by one. Bai Xiaochun was in a daze, his mind filled with those 6 mantras. His eyes looked at Zhang Dapan and the others ladling rice water, then looked at each bowl. After burping again, he squatted down and picked up an empty bowl, looked at it carefully, and then curled his lips into a smile. Senior brother, this bowl isn't very good. After hearing this, Zhang Daopeng and the others all looked towards Bai Xiaochun, revealing looks of surprise. Look at this bowl. This bowl doesn't look big, but in reality it can be faked. Why don't we make it look big, but in reality it can hold very little? For example, make this bowl a little thicker. Bai Xiaochun said with a docile expression, smiling. Zhang Dapeng was stunned. There was a feeling very much like being struck by lightning. His fat body slowly shook, his eyes shining. The other fat guys were also breathing heavily. Each piece of their fat body was trembling. With a bang, Zhang Dapeng slapped his thigh, looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. Good. This might be an idea that will be famous throughout the ages, bringing good fortune to countless descendants of our Fire Apple House. I didn't expect that you, ninth junior brother, who seems so sensible, actually have such a good heart. Haha, you were born to be a person of our Fire Apple House. Everyone looked at Bai Xiaochun happily, feeling that this junior brother not only had a cute appearance, but also had many bad ideas inside. Therefore, Zhang Dapen stood up as a representative, rewarded Bai Xiaochun with a grain of lingmai, and stuffed it into his hand. Bai Xiaochun laughed happily, his spirit soaring. When he returned to his room, before he could even get into bed, all the natural and earthly treasures had already taken effect, making him dizzy and falling to the ground, snoring loudly. After a refreshing sleep, the next morning he opened his eyes, his spirit high. He lowered his head to look, and saw a layer of black slime stuck all over his body, so he hurriedly ran to take a bath. Zhang Dapen and the others were busy making breakfast for the sect disciples and all smiled when they saw it. Junior brother Ninth, those dirty things are all impurities excreted from your body. Get rid of them and your cultivation will be much easier in the future. We don't need you for the next few days. You can start working in a few days. That lingmi is a good thing. Remember to eat it soon, otherwise it won't be good if you leave it for too long. Bai Xiaochun was delighted and nodded in agreement. Returning to his room, he noticed the turtle-shaped pot, then decisively took it out to clean it, then brought it back to his room and placed it on the stove. He held the lingmi in his hand, which was only as big as his little finger. Its shiny appearance and the fragrant smell that emanated from it were very pleasant. The food of the immortals is truly extraordinary, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed with emotion, then took a few pieces of wood to light the stove. As soon as he lit the fire, a stream of extremely hot air hit his face, making his face burn. He quickly retreated, looking at the stove and muttering to himself, "This fire is not normal. Not only is it burning fast, but the temperature is also much higher than the fires in the village." As he spoke, he examined the pieces of wood in the stove. At that moment, a fire broke out, causing Bai Xiaochun to open his mouth in surprise. The first line on the tortoise-shell-shaped pot suddenly glowed brightly. After a moment of shock, he slapped his thigh. "I told you, this must be a treasure. This pot is much better than the one eldest senior brother had." Bai Xiaochun felt more and more that this pot was not ordinary, so he quickly threw the lingmi seeds into it. He sat to the side and waited. While waiting, Bai Xiaochun took out the purple check controlling cauldron technique and began to breathe and cultivate according to the movements recorded in it. As soon as he started cultivating, he opened his eyes and discovered that the postures that were very difficult for him yesterday were now extremely smooth, not difficult at all. The breathing method also no longer felt as suffocating as the day before, but very comfortable. Previously, he could only endure 3 or 4 times at most, but now he had gone through 7 or 8 times without feeling any pain. Suppressing his joy, he continued to cultivate until he had taken 30 breaths, before his body began to feel pain. Suddenly, a mass of cold air appeared from within his body, quickly moving through his body. Even though it had disappeared before it had even completed a lap, it still made Bai Xiaochun jump up in excitement. "I have energy! Haha, I have energy!" He was overjoyed, pacing back and forth throughout the room. Thinking back to the pile of natural treasures he had stuffed into his stomach last night, he regretted that he had eaten so little. No wonder senior brother Zhang said he would rather starve to death in the kitchen than go to the outer sect to compete. This is a good thing that outer sect disciples do not easily get. After speaking, he quickly sat down to continue cultivating. This time, according to the breathing method and movements of the first level of the purple check controlling cauldron technique, he was able to persevere for 60 breaths. And the amount of qi produced in his meridians was twice as much as the last time, and it was constantly moving within his body. Having gained experience from the last time, Bai Xiaochun quickly followed the first diagram and silently thought about the several roots in his body. The water-like qi meridians in his body also moved along the roots formed in his mind. He also discovered that from various locations in his body, a small amount of cold qi appeared, and mixed with the water-like qi flow, it became larger and larger. In the end, the qi flow had turned into a small stream, moving a complete circle. Bai Xiaochun's entire body shook, and there was a loud bang in his head. An unprecedented lightness filled his body, and dirty mucus continuously secreted from his pores. The qi stream in his body did not dissipate. It still existed, and at the same time, it slowly moved throughout his entire body. His body also felt much lighter than before. The fact that my qi meridians are constantly present is a sign that I have successfully cultivated the first level of the purple qi controlling cauldron technique, which means that I have reached the first level of qi condensation. Unable to contain his joy, Bai Xiaochun hurried off to take a bath. Big Fat John and the others all smiled as they saw him like this. They were only surprised to see him successfully cultivate the first level so quickly, but they completely understood the reason why. After returning to the lounge, Bai Xiaochun took a few deep breaths, picked up the book, and carefully observed it. After cultivating the first level of the purple check controlling cauldron technique, I can control some objects. This is the ability of an immortal to capture objects from a distance. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Following the method written in the book, he moved his hands to form a simple hand seal, then pointed at the table beside him. He felt a small stream within his body like a wild horse escape from his fingertips. This stream formed an invisible thread, making contact with the table. Unfortunately, as soon as it was released, this thread trembled and broke apart. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale, and it took a long time for him to recover. He thought carefully and decided to take out a wooden sword from his pocket. He didn't know what kind of wood this wooden sword was made from, but it was lighter than the table. Bai Xiaochun raised his hand and pointed at the sword. The sword shook and slowly flew up, but only rose an inch before falling back down. Bai Xiaochun was not discouraged. He continued to try again, even more excited than before. The sword also flew higher, from 1 inch to 10 inches, 20 inches, 30 inches. By the time dusk fell, the wooden sword could already move in the air. The speed of movement was not fast, but it no longer felt like before. From now on, I, Bai Xiaochun, am an immortal. Bai Xiaochun stood there, his expression arrogant, his left hand clasped behind his back, his right hand waving forward. The wooden sword in front of him flying back and forth. Only when the flow of energy in his body became unstable did he put the sword back. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, he smelled a fragrant aroma coming from the pot. He raised his head and took a deep breath. Having focused on cultivating all day, he had completely forgotten about the pot and the lingmi seeds inside. He walked over and opened the lid of the pot. A strong fragrant aroma wafted out from the pot. For some unknown reason, a dazzling silver pattern appeared on the lingmi seeds. This silver pattern was very clear. It was easy to make people feel scared at first glance, but over time, it turned silver. Bai Xiaochun squinted his eyes and thought. After a while, he took out the lingmi seed and held it in his hand, looking around to observe. Why does this pattern look so familiar? Bai Xiaochun showed a thoughtful expression, looked down at the stove and saw that it was off. The wood in the stove had burned down. The pattern on the pot had also become dim. He suddenly realized that the pattern on the lingmi seed and on the pot were exactly the same. Temporarily putting aside his doubts, to be safe, Bai Xiaochun did not rush to swallow this lingmi seed but put it in a cloth bag. After pondering for a while, he walked out of the room and went to Zhang Daopan's group's workplace. Half a month passed. During this half a month, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation progressed very slowly, but through his investigation, he also realized that when other people cooked lingmi seeds, the silver patterns did not appear. Bai Xiaochun felt that there was something unusual about this spirit rice, and the cooking pot was even more strange. After a few days, he followed He Sanpan out to buy some necessities and stopped by Sihai Hall. Only then did he learn that menial disciples could also go to places like this. Leaving Sihai Hall, Bai Xiaochun was so happy he almost went crazy. He held back until he returned to his room, then took out the spirit rice and carefully examined the silver pattern in disbelief. The cultivation of immortals has 3 indispensable refinements in order: refining medicine, refining weapons, and refining spirits. Recalling the descriptions in the classics he had read in Sihai Hall and comparing them with the silver pattern on the spirit rice, the more Bai Xiaochun looked, the more similar they seemed. Refining spirits. After a long while, he sighed and uttered a few words. Refining spirits was a special method, forcibly pouring the power of heaven and earth into an item. This was no different than acting on the will of heaven and earth, robbing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen the item. Regardless of whether it was a pill, incense, or magic treasure, all could be used to refine spirits, so they were rejected by heaven and earth, and the success rate was very low. Once successful, the power of the item would greatly increase, but if it failed, the item would naturally become a waste product. Spirit refining can be done multiple times. If you successfully refine the same item 10 times, that item will undergo a world-shattering transformation. The more precious the item, the more precious it will be after refining it. However, the more difficult it is to succeed in refining spirits, the more difficult it will be to succeed. Some spirit refining grandmasters do not dare to try because not everyone can accept the consequences of failure. Those scriptures say that the sect's guardian treasure of our Linksy sect is an item with great fortuitousness, the heavenly horn sword that has been refined 10 times. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt his throat dry. He quickly swallowed his saliva, his expression dazed. He looked at the dozens of faded lines on the turtle-shaped pot, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. At this moment, he was certain that the spirit patterns appearing on Lingmi was due to this cooking pot. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. If he didn't know the reason for the spirit patterns appearing, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Now that he knew that this pot was not ordinary, he couldn't let a second person know about its secret. It wasn't until late at night that Bai Xiaochun carefully walked over to the pot. He carefully took out the wooden sword and threw it into the pot. The wooden sword fell into the pot without any special changes. Bai Xiaochun let out a soft cry and willingly opened his eyes and carefully stared at the wooden sword. But after waiting for a while, nothing strange happened. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, looked at the patterns on the turtle pattern pot, then looked at the ashes in the stove. As if he had thought of something, he turned around and went back to his room. A moment later, when he returned, he had in his hand several more pieces of wood similar to the ones in the stove. These pieces of wood in the fire apple room were not ordinary things. Just now, he had to go find Zhang Daopan to get some. Burning the pieces of wood, Bai Xiaochun immediately saw the first line on the turtle pattern pot light up once again. That piece of wood also burned very quickly, gradually extinguishing it. When Bai Xiaochun's mind moved slightly, the wooden sword in the pot suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. Bai Xiaochun took a few steps back. Not long after, the light disappeared, and he immediately felt a fierce and sharp aura coming from within the pot. He took a deep breath and carefully walked closer. He saw that on the wooden sword in the pot, there was an additional dazzling silver pattern, exactly like the one on Lingmi. This pattern was gradually fading, and finally it turned silver gray. The entire body of the sword was a little different from before, although it was still made of wood. It gave off a sharp metallic feeling. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he carefully walked over to take out the wooden sword, feeling that it had become a little heavier. Even when held close, it gives off a chilling, unsettling feeling. It's done. This wooden sword has successfully refined its spirit once. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed, holding the wooden sword and feeling so fond of it that he didn't want to let go. He looked at the pot again, thinking about what to do with it. In the end, he decided to just leave it here. The more he left it like this, the less likely anyone would notice it. As for the Lingmi, he could just eat it, but the wooden sword couldn't be so easily seen. Bai Xiaochun thought about using some dye to cover it. Perhaps it could dim the luster of the spirit patterns. Thinking of this, he tittied up and left the room, pretending that nothing had happened. Until the night of the next few days, he used some of the special liquid he had collected over the past few days to smear on the wooden sword, causing the wooden sword to look like it had all sorts of colors and was also torn to pieces. He then tried controlling it again, and seeing that the spirit runes were indeed obscured to a considerable extent, no longer clearly visible, he nodded slightly in satisfaction. In the following days, Bai Xiaochun was like a fish in water in the fire apple room, already becoming one with the other senior brothers. He was already familiar with the work in the fire apple room, especially the regulation of fire for different types of spirit food. He even understood what the first fire color and second fire color were. Previously, the pieces of wood under the fire apple room were spirit wood that produced the first fire color. Especially recently, Big Fat Zhang had been very fond of Bai Xiaochun, so he had taken care of him more. A few months later, just as Big Fat Zhang had said, this place had gradually made Bai Xiaochun fatter. Today, he was no longer as skinny as when he first entered the sect, but his entire body had gained several rounds of weight, and he was even whiter. At first glance, he gave off the air of harmlessness, naturally getting closer to the name Baiju Pan. As for food, he had also experienced it a few more times. However, what made Bai Xiaochun sad was that although his weight had increased greatly, his cultivation had always been slow. Afterwards, he simply stopped thinking about it and spent all day hanging out with his senior brothers to have fun and relax, feeling very at ease. During these few months, he had also heard quite a few things about the sect from Zhang Dapan and had gained a certain understanding of the Lingxi sect. He knew that the sect was divided into inner and outer disciples. If the menial laborers could cultivate to the third level of Qi condensation, they could go to the peaks to practice. If they could succeed, they could become outer disciples of the mountain they were practicing on. Only by becoming an outer disciple could they be considered to have entered the door of the Lingxi sect. However, this was like a carp jumping over the dragon gate. The monthly trial places of the peaks only took the top 3, so the number of people who became outer disciples in a year was also fixed. One day, Japan was supposed to go down the mountain to do some shopping, but because of an emergency, Zhang Dapan let Bai Xiaochun go down the mountain. Bai Xiaochun was a little hesitant. He thought about Su Beakai not coming for more than a few months, so he felt that it was fine. But he still felt worried, so he went back to his room to get 7 or 8 more cleavers and put on 5 or 6 leather jackets. His entire body quickly turned into a leather ball. He still felt unsafe, so he went to find another sturdy pot and carried it on his back. Only then did he feel a sense of security, and he staggered out of the fire apple room and down the mountain. As Bai Xiaochun walked on the Sex Bluestone path, he observed the beautiful pavilions and buildings on all sides. A sense of superiority gradually rose in his heart. Time flies so fast. Life is like a dream. I, Bai Xiaochun, have been cultivating for several months now. When I turn back to the mortal world and recall that distant village, I am filled with nostalgia. He sighed and muttered to himself, clasping his hands behind his back. With 7 or 8 cleavers at his waist, a large black pot on his back, and layers of clothes on his body, looking like a torn leather ball. On the way, he also met quite a few servants, and after seeing him, they all had to glance at him. Especially the few female disciples, after seeing his comical appearance, they all covered their mouths and chuckled. Their laughter sounded like silver bells, very pleasant to the ears. Bai Xiaochun's round face flushed red, feeling himself becoming more and more majestic. He quickly coughed, raised his head and puffed out his chest, and walked straight ahead. Not long after, Bai Xiaochun had already left the service area of the third peak. He suddenly saw quite a few servants in the distance, running excitedly in one direction. That place was the mountain path of the third peak, a place where outer sect disciples often passed by. As time passed, more and more servants were bustling about excitedly. This scene stunned Bai Xiaochun, and he quickly grabbed the skinny young man who was passing by. "Junior brother, what happened? Why did you all run back there?" Bai Xiaochun asked curiously. The young man had an unhappy expression when his body was grabbed. But after seeing the huge black pot behind Bai Xiaochun, his eyes immediately revealed admiration, and his expression softened. So it turns out to be the senior brother of the Fire Apple Hall. You should also go and take a look. I heard that 2 of the outer sex geniuses, Zhao Heng and Zhang Yide, are fighting at the trial ground below the mountain. The 2 of them have their own grudges, and it's said that they are both at the 6th level of Qi condensation. This is a chance to observe, so I must hurry up and take a look. Who knows, maybe I can understand a little and gain some gains. After the youth explained, it was as if he was afraid that if he arrived late, there would be no empty seat, so he quickly ran forward. Bai Xiaochun was curious, so he also followed the crowd and ran forward. Not long after, he left the miscellaneous service area and arrived at the foot of the third peak. He saw a huge high platform there. This high platform was about 1,000 feet in size, and at this moment, there were countless servants surrounding it. Even on the mountain, there were quite a few figures dressed in beautiful and precious clothes. Obviously, they were all outer sect disciples, and they were also here to observe. As for on the high platform, there were 2 young men at this moment, both wearing the same beautiful and precious robes. One had a scar on his face, and the other had a face as white as jade. They were clashing against each other, emitting bursts of explosive sounds. The bodies of these 2 people both had a flickering precious light. In front of the scarred-faced youth, there was a small flag that was flying without wind, as if an invisible hand was grabbing it and waving it, forming a mist tiger, emitting a deafening roar. As for the jade-white-faced youth, his figure just passed straight through, controlling a small blue sword that was drawing streaks of spirit marks, extremely agilely roaring as it went. Spirit marks, roughly understood as sword marks. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes wide to look at this scene, taking a deep breath. He could also control a wooden sword, but it was basically very difficult to compare it to this jade white-faced youth. Especially since these two people didn't seem to hold back much when they attacked. They were filled with murderous intent, and several times they were even a bit dangerous. Therefore, there were many wounds on the bodies of these two people, although there were no vital spots, but they still made people startled when they saw them. This was the first time Bai Xiaochun had seen a cultivator fighting, completely different from the impression of an immortal in his mind. This kind of ferocity and evil aura made him terrified. Cultivating immortality isn't it for the sake of immortality? How can you just keep slashing and killing? What if you lose your little life? Bai Xiaochun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When he saw the mist tiger that the scarred youth's small flagpole was biting at the other person, Bai Xiaochun wiped the sweat on his forehead, feeling that it was too dangerous outside, and that he should return to the fire apple room for safety. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. But just as he retreated, a loud whir came from a place not far away. Bai Xiaochun turned his head and immediately saw Subeokai, the one who had written the blood letter earlier, charging towards him with a grin. In front of him was a wooden sword that was emitting an extraordinary radiance, obviously incomparable to the first layer of Qi condensation. At this moment, it was drawing an arc, emanating an equally strong spiritual pressure, and was charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun saw the wooden sword charging towards him, his pupils contracted, and he immediately felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. This is trying to kill me. Realizing this, he let out a miserable scream and ran away. Murder! This sound was extremely loud, causing many of the servants in the surrounding areas to hear it. The crowd looked over in shock. Even Zhou Heng and Zhang Yide, who were fighting on the high platform, had to stop for a moment. Even Subeokai was frightened. He had clearly only called out the other party's name and chased after them. His sword had yet to touch the other party. Yet Bai Xiaochun was screaming miserably, as if he had already stabbed several holes in his body. Bai Xiaochun, if you have the ability, then don't run. Subeokai's face was green, his teeth itching with hatred, as he chased after Bai Xiaochun. If I had the ability, I would have killed you long ago. What the hell am I even running for? Killing. Bai Xiaochun was screaming miserably as he ran. His speed was very fast. Like a fat rabbit, in the blink of an eye, he was no longer visible. At the same time, on the top of this mountain, there was a pavilion. In it, two cultivators, one middle-aged and one old, were sitting opposite each other playing chess. The middle-aged one was Li Qingou. The old man opposite had a head full of white hair, a slightly red complexion, and a light shining in his eyes. At first glance, he looked down the mountain and smiled. Qinghu, that kid you brought back is quite interesting. He has already made the sect master laugh. This guy's character still needs to be tempered more. Li Qinghu had a slight headache. After placing down a chess piece, he shook his head and said, "Those kids in the fire apple room are all arrogant and haughty. This guy is really not simple enough to get along with them." The old man stroked his beard, his eyes revealing a mocking smile. On the third peak, Bai Xiaochun's mournful cries, filled with rising and falling tones, echoed incessantly, causing the laborers inside the mountain to turn their heads in astonishment. However, they only saw Bai Xiaochun wearing 7 or 8 layers of leather clothing, carrying a large black pot on his back. His slightly plump body running headlong down the small path at the foot of the mountain in the laborers' quarters. From a distance, Bai Xiaochun's entire body was unclear, but the image of the large black pot, like the shell of some kind of beetle, moving swiftly across the ground, was still visible. Moreover, he had 7 or 8 cleavers hanging from his person, and as he ran headlong, the knives clanged against each other. "Murder! Save me! I don't want to die!" Bai Xiaochun shouted as he ran, his speed increasing, causing Subeokai's face to turn pale, his eyes blazing with anger, his heart filled with anxiety and indignation. His pursuit of Bai Xiaochun had attracted the attention of many servants, making him worried that the stewards might notice. He felt a sudden panic. "Stop shouting, damn it! Keep your voice down! What are you yelling about?" "Shut up!" Subeokai yelled from behind. Then, gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and chanted a spell. The wooden sword beside him flashed with light and accelerated, flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun. With a loud thud, the wooden sword struck the black cauldron behind Bai Xiaochun, emitting a buzzing sound. Bai Xiaochun, unharmed, continued to flee. Seeing Bai Xiaochun carrying the huge black pot on his back, half his body completely covered with no room to strike, Su Beokai, unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and continued the chase. The two of them ran swiftly through the miscellaneous goods area. This guy is carrying a pot on his back, and yet he can still run so fast. Su Beokai panted, watching Bai Xiaochun disappear into the distance. The more he chased, the more frustrated he felt. Even with his second-level check condensation cultivation and the full extent of his strength, the other man was like a timid rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, no matter how hard he chased. He couldn't catch up. Even more frustrating was that he himself was extremely tired, yet somehow the other man's cries hadn't changed at all. They were all like a pig being slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun saw the small path leading to the fire stove room, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. The feeling of finally being home almost brought tears to his eyes. "Senior brother, save me!" "Murder!" Bai Xiaochun shouted, simultaneously running like lightning towards the fire stove room. Zhang Daopan and the others, hearing the desperate scream, were stunned before quickly rushing outside. "Senior brother, save me! Su Baocai wanted to kill me. My life was almost over." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun quickly darted behind Zhang Daopan. Su Baocai, Zhang Daopan heard this, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. But when he looked around, he couldn't see any sign of the man. It wasn't until he finished speaking that Su Baocai's figure appeared in the distance, running towards him breathlessly. Bai Xiaochun looked at Su Baocai's figure, also very surprised. "Oh, why is he running so slowly?" Zhang Dapeng lowered his head, rolled his eyes at Bai Xiaochun, then looked at Su Baokai, who was still panting heavily on the other side, his fleshy face trembling slightly. Su Baokai had struggled to catch up to Bai Xiaochun, but from afar he had heard Bai Xiaochun's astonished words from the fire stove room. The sound reached his ears, a surge of resentment welled up in his chest, and he felt like he was about to explode. He let out a loud shout and swung his right hand. The wooden sword flew out with a scream, piercing straight into the trunk of a large tree nearby. With a thud, the tree shook, and a hole appeared, Zion through its trunk. "Bai Xiaochun, you and I are sworn enemies." Su Baokai's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Bai Zikun, then glanced at Zhang Dapan's massive figure before turning away with resentment. Bai Zikun's heart pounded. He looked at the large tree with a hole pierced through it, then at the frenzied Su Baocai. He swallowed hard, a sudden unease rising in his heart. Zhang Dapan watched Su Baokai's retreating back, a cold glint appearing in his eyes, but then he turned and patted Bai Zikun on the shoulder. "Ninth junior brother, don't be afraid. Although Su Baocai has some background, if he dares to come here again, we brothers will break his legs." Saying that, he suddenly changed the subject. "But ninth junior brother, you should limit your outings lately. You look so thin. I'll make sure you eat well. It's almost Elder Joe's birthday." Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy, but still nodded slightly, his eyes still fixed on the hole in the tree trunk that Su Baokai had just pierced. Upon returning to the fire stove room with his senior brothers, and reaching his kitchen, he sat down and pondered the events that had just transpired, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. He thought about how the opponent's wooden sword could pierce a hole through a large tree trunk. If that hole had landed on him, he would surely have died a gruesome death. No, unless I never leave the fire stove room for the rest of my life. What if he ambushes me again when I do, no matter what? Bai Xiaochun couldn't forget the venomous look Su Baokai had given him before leaving. "I came here for immortality. I can't die." The feeling of unease and insecurity made Bai Xiaochun's eyes bloodshot. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I'll take the risk. If I risk it, I have nothing to fear." Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. His nature was one of fear of death, or more accurately, a severe lack of a sense of security. Today's incident had inadvertently provoked him greatly, unleashing his stubborn nature. I need to become stronger." Bai Xiaochun's breathing became rapid. After making up his mind, he quickly pulled out the bamboo scroll containing the Purple Che Imperial Cauldron technique, looked at the second drawing, and began cultivating frantically. Although he was cowardly, he still possessed a certain ruthlessness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have persevered 13 times in 3 years, fearing lightning strikes every time he lit incense. At this moment, his inner ruthlessness was awakened, and he quickly and resolutely performed all the movements in the second drawing. Normally, he could only endure for about 10 breaths, but now he extended it to 15 breaths before pausing. Then, despite the aches and pains in his body and the sweat pouring down his forehead like rain, Bai Xiaochun's eyes remained unwavering in ruthlessness. He persevered for 20 breaths, then 30, and the flow of energy within his body surged dramatically, turning black. Only after half a day did he finally rest, but after relaxing for a moment, he resumed his cultivation. Nothing happened during the long night, and the next day, the third, the fourth for 15 consecutive days, Bai Xiaochun did not leave his room except for eating and drinking. This tedious cultivation practice was truly difficult for a novice to endure, but he showed not the slightest intention of giving up. Zhang Dapan and his group were also shocked by the sight of Bai Zikun cultivating. After all, cultivating the Purple Che Imperial Cauldron technique was not easy. Theoretically, the technique was relatively simple to learn, but each time a movement was performed for an extended period, the entire body had to endure unimaginable intense pain. It required immense willpower to persevere in long-term cultivation. Even the servants in the sect usually only dared to cultivate once every few days. Seeing Bai Zikun continuously cultivating for half a month, Zhang Dapan and his group all rushed to take a look at him. Seeing a Bai Zikun completely different from the one they remembered from a few months ago. His clothes were wrinkled, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely unkempt, yet he remained extremely focused and concentrated, determined not to stop no matter how much pain he endured. He suddenly became noticeably thinner, but the spiritual power emanating from him seemed to double, though it still hadn't reached the first stage of the great perfection of the condensing Che realm. It was as if he had completely refined all the accumulated fat and rare treasures on his body in the most extreme way, turning them into a part of his own cultivation. His body also became much more solid than that of ordinary people. Ninth junior brother, take a rest. You've been cultivating day and night for half a month now, Zhang Dapeng and the others hurriedly advised him. But seeing the unwavering determination in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he looked up at them, this kind of unwavering determination shook them all. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun had been cultivating for a month. During this month, his frenzied cultivation had startled Zhang Dapeng and the others. In Zhang Dapen's mind, Bai Xiaochun was no longer just cultivating, but risking his life. The time he spent diligently practicing the movements of the second painting had already allowed Bai Xiaochun to break through the 100-breath mark, leaping to 150 breaths. The spiritual energy in his body was no longer a small stream, but had grown considerably. Another month passed, and Zhang Dapen and the others were trembling with fear, worried that one day Bai Xiaochun would torture himself to death. Just as they were about to quietly deal with Su Baokai, a loud bang erupted from Bai Xiaochun's room. Junior brother has broken through, second level of Che condensation. Although our fire stove room always has irregular meals outside of the usual mealtimes, reaching the second level of Che condensation in less than half a year is quite rare. That year, it took me a whole year to reach the second level of the Che condensation stage, just as Zhang Daopan and the others were still reminiscing. The door to Bai Zikun's room creaked open. Bai Zikun's face was full of exhaustion, his whole body disheveled, but his eyes shone brightly as he stepped out. Zhang Daopan and the others were about to approach to inquire when they saw Bai Zikun's body flash and nimbly land on the fence of the small courtyard of the fire stove peak. He clasped his hands behind his back, proudly gazing into the distance, his expression the profound melancholy of a seasoned master. What is he doing standing there? He looks a bit strange. Could it be that junior brother has gone mad? Zhang Daopan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. While everyone was still shocked by Bai Zikun's demeanor, they suddenly heard Bai Zikun's voice from the fence, sounding incredibly mature. That Su Baotai is a prodigy among the servants of the Lingxi sect. His fearsome reputation is well known throughout the land. Even more astonishing, his cultivation has reached the second level of the condensation realm. Even though my cultivation has also reached the second level of the condensation realm, although our battle might be evenly matched and bring fame throughout the land and shake the sect, it would undoubtedly result in bloody messes, broken bones, and injured tendons. No, this battle is very important. I need to continue cultivating. After saying this, Bai Xiaochun gazed thoughtfully into the distance, then flicked his sleeve and returned to his small room. The door slammed shut, and Zhang Dapeng and the others swallowed hard, staring at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, He Peng casually asked, "Could it be that we gave our junior brother something wrong to eat?" "Oh no, too much spiritual energy has accumulated in junior brother's brain. He's gone crazy from cultivating, shouldn't provoke him." Huang Pan's body suddenly trembled and he affirmed in the following days. Zhang Dapan and his group continued to pay attention to Bai Xiaochun's thatched hut. Since he broke through to the second level of the condensation realm, after going outside, he would mutter to himself for a while before returning to his room to continue cultivating. Inside, Bai Xiaochun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His body was naked, enduring the pain, gritting his teeth as he followed the movements of the third painting. The Cha meridians in his body were no longer a stream but had become a small river flowing through him. After each cycle, his body emitted a creaking sound. He used to be quite fat, but now he had become much thinner, even thinner than when he first joined the fire stove room. But his strength had increased significantly. As he cultivated, his skin and flesh gradually transformed, and if one listened carefully, they could even hear the beating of his heart echoing in the hut. More and more spiritual pressure condensed within his body. The constant feeling of his body overflowing with power made Bai Xiaochun even more determined to cultivate. After a few days, his body ached as if being pricked by needles, making it impossible for him to persevere any longer. He panted heavily, bloodshot eyes bulging. He felt his body could no longer endure. Although he continuously absorbed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth during cultivation, it wasn't enough to replenish what he had consumed. And the food in the good kitchen wasn't always readily available. Ordinary people cultivating the Purple Che Imperial Cauldron technique would only do it once a day, even with diligence. Bai Xiaochun, however, didn't care about day or night, focusing solely on cultivation, which terrified Zhang Daopan and the others. The inner disciples would surely be terrified if they knew. Despite his cultivation, Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. Being a perfectionist, he took out the spirit rice seed he had been keeping hidden and held it in his hand. After observing it for a while, seeing the spiritual energy emanating from it, he swallowed it without hesitation. As soon as it entered his body, this spirit rice seed transformed into a much more concentrated spiritual energy than ordinary spirit rice seeds. A resounding explosion echoed within Bai Xiaochun's body. He quickly seized the opportunity to cultivate, taking out the third diagram and practicing breathing exercises. Thus, after half a month, Bai Xiaochun's body, which had been sitting still, suddenly trembled violently. He opened his eyes and discovered that his cultivation had broken through the second level of the condensation realm and entered the third level. This transformation filled him with joy, and he burst into laughter. He looked at his body and saw that the meridians within him had completely transformed into a small river. This river of spiritual energy flowed rapidly through his body, much faster than before. In fact, just by thinking about it, this river of spiritual energy would rush to any part of his body. Third level of Che condensation. These spirit rice grains, having undergone one refining process, are truly extraordinary. Bai Xiaochun stood up, licked his lips, secretly thinking how wonderful it would be to have a few more such spirit rice grains. But he also felt the meridians in his body expanding. According to the book, his body needed time to adapt and he couldn't continue cultivating immediately. Only then did Bai Xiaochun suppress his feelings and abandon the idea of further cultivation. He paced back and forth in the room, looking satisfied. After a while, he stopped and looked out the window at the outer gate. It was late at night, and under the dim moonlight, he could see the large tree along the small path outside the fire stove room. No, that sword strike from Su Bao Cai seems extraordinary. According to my calculations, even reaching the third level of the Che condensation stage might not guarantee safety. Bai Xiaochun frowned thoughtfully. He looked at the multicolored wooden sword, then at the cauldron in the corner of the room. If I could refine the spirit twice, it would be safer. Thinking this, he decided to leave the room and go to the fire stove room to get some spirit wood. After preparing everything, that night, Bai Xiaochun stood beside the mysterious cauldron. He lit a fire, and after seeing a glowing Dao pattern, he quickly threw the wooden sword into the cauldron. After waiting for a long time without any reaction, Bai Xiaochun frowned, looking at the patterns on the cauldron and then at the charred pieces of wood at the bottom. After a moment of contemplation, he went to find more spirit wood and lit a fire, but after several attempts, the wooden sword showed no change. These flames are all the same. Could it be that the temperature isn't high enough? Perhaps I need a two-colored flame. Thinking of that, Bai Xiaochun left the room again. When he returned, he held a piece of purple wood in his hand. There wasn't much of this type of wood left in the fire stove room. He only found this one piece. He placed the piece of wood at the bottom of the pot, lit a fire, and the flames immediately flared up, forming a two-colored flame, emitting much more heat than before. As soon as the flame appeared, the second pattern on the pot's surface suddenly lit up, until the flame dimmed, seemingly absorbing all the firepower. Before long, the purple wood was burned to ashes, and the second pattern shone brightly again. Done, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he quickly threw the wooden sword into the pot. A shimmering silver light shone, lasting several seconds longer than the first time he refined the spirit. The dim light suddenly intensified. This silver light grew larger, shooting straight towards Bai Xiaochun. The speed of the light was too fast for him to react. His vision blurred, and an unimaginable icy chill permeated his body, something he couldn't stop. He could only watch helplessly as this icy chill rapidly contracted. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale, feeling as if something inside him was being pulled out and absorbed into a cauldron. Only then did the silver light dissipate, revealing a sharper wooden sword. At first glance, it was still a tattered, brightly colored sword, but the patterns on its blade had transformed. If the outer paint were wiped away, the patterns would clearly show a shimmering radiance. The wooden sword had completely changed. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the wooden sword, a thunderous roar echoed across the southern shore of the Lingxi sect, shaking countless cultivators within the sect. But this thunder came and went quickly. While the thunder still lingered, a second silver pattern appeared on the sword's blade, flickering a few times before fading. Bai Xiaochun looked at the sword, his expression grim. He took a few steps back, his body swaying as if about to fall, only recovering after a long while. The feeling he had just experienced terrified him. What did I just lose from my body? His spirit shaken, Bai Xiaochun stepped back against the wall, accidentally bumping into a mirror. He glanced at it, then rubbed his eyes, his whole body frozen like a wooden statue. In the mirror, a white strand of hair suddenly appeared in his hair. Although his appearance hadn't changed, he felt as if he had aged another year. Lifespan, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in panic. So what I lost just now was my lifespan. He wanted to cry but couldn't. His cultivation goal was immortality, yet now immortality was nowhere in sight, and his lifespan was gone. This was a huge blow to him. I've lost money. I never imagined that after more than half my life of arranging things so smoothly, Bai Xiaochun, would end up losing money like this after a moment of stunned silence. Bai Xiaochun forced a bitter smile. Once he calmed down, he looked up at the inscription on the cauldron's rim, a strange glint in his eyes. He felt that after his lifespan was drained, some kind of connection had formed between him and the cauldron, as if he could control it. His heart stirred, and he raised his right hand, pointing at the cauldron. The inscription on the cauldron immediately flashed, shrinking in an instant before flying straight towards him and disappearing into his fingertip. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, staggering back a few steps. He lowered his head to look at his finger, then looked up at the empty cauldron in front of him. He raised his right hand and pointed at the ground. With a loud bang, the furnace suddenly appeared. After trying again and again, Bai Xiaochun was both happy and frustrated, and finally sighed. Even though I was able to take it back into my body, the price of a year of life is still too great. At noon the next day, Bai Xiaochun was still pondering how to regain his life when he suddenly raised his head. He sensed 7 or 8 figures flying over very quickly outside the fire apple room. When he was at the first level of jet condensation, Bai Xiaochun could not have discovered it so early, but now that he had reached the 3rd level of jet condensation, he clearly sensed that the leader of the 7 or 8 people flying over was Su Beokai. At the same time, Su Beokai's angry and furious voice rang out. Bai Xiaochun, you rely on your senior brothers, but I, Su Beokai, also have you. Today, the grudge between you and me will end, and Bai Xiaochun saw Su Beokai had arrived at the door, so they had no choice but to stand up straight. You arrived so quickly, he hesitated. Although he had prepared thoroughly for almost half a year, he still felt he wasn't quite ready. His original intention was to wait until he reached the 4th level of the jet condensation realm before being safe. But today, the other party had brought 7 or 8 people with them, and Bai Xiaoqun knew there was no escaping it. He gritted his teeth fiercely. "I'll risk it." He took a deep breath, put on 7 or 8 leather jackets, and slung the spare pot for cooking spirit rice onto his back. Then he nervously pushed open the door and went out. Almost immediately after he came out, Zhang Dapen and his group, armed with cleavers and large ladles, stood menacingly at the main gate of the fire stove room, confronting Subeokai and his group. I said, "How come I heard the crows this morning?" It turns out that those brats from the supervisory room only know how to bully their fellow disciples. Yet they dare to come to our fire apple room to show off their power. Zhang Dapen coldly snorted, standing there like a small mountain, shouting like thunder. "Zhang Dapen, others fear you from the fire apple room, but our supervisory room doesn't care. We received Junior Brothers' lamentation, and today we came here to carry out the supervisory room's duties. And you dare to resist." The 7 or 8 people besides Subaotsai all had arrogant expressions. Although they were also wearing menial clothes, the word supervisor was written on their sleeves, representing the unusual rights and status of their supervisory room. Especially a giant man with a tiger's back and bare shoulders among them. His entire body exuded the spiritual pressure of the 3rd level of Qi condensation. His eyes were cold. He looked at Zhang Dapen coldly. As for the others, he acted as if he didn't see them. "So rotten. You're chasing after my junior brother and still talking about reason." Zhang Dapen laughed coldly, his right hand waved. The huge black pot behind him automatically flew up, its momentum like a rainbow, causing the expressions of the people beside the giant man to change simultaneously. The giant man also shrank his eyes, waved his hand to form a spell. Immediately, a small flag flew out, dispersing wisps of mist. The roars of wild beasts could be vaguely heard within. At the moment when bows and swords were being drawn here, Subaotsai glanced and saw Bai Xiaoqun had already walked out of the thatched house. Immediately new and old grudges were about to burst out. He let out a loud shout. "Bai Xiaoqun," Subeokai said as he rushed out, his right hand waved, the sword in his hand made a sound and immediately flew out. The expressions of Zhang Dapen and the others changed. Just as they wanted to stop him, the big man from the supervisory room immediately ridiculed and stopped them. But as soon as Subeokai's words were transmitted and his figure rushed out, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes turned red and he shouted loudly, "Subeokai, you're pushing me too far. You and I are fighting to the death." Bai Xiaoqun's heart jumped. He had never fought with anyone in his entire life, let alone fought with a cultivator. At this moment, the situation was extremely tense. He shouted loudly to increase his courage. At the same time, he also unleashed the power of the 3rd level of Qi condensation. Desperately using all of his cultivation, pouring all of his spiritual energy into the sword, pointing at Subeokai. The wooden sword made a loud noise, and two silver patterns hidden under the mixed colors flashed slightly, causing the sword body to instantly grow a circle larger, emitting a terrifying cold light, charging straight towards Subeokai. The speed was very fast. The aura was very strong, causing Zhang Dapen and the others, as well as the Fire Apple Room's group, to all be shocked. What made them suck in a breath of air was the sharp sword aura that spread out, covering all directions, causing people to be startled when they saw it. They had already put aside their quarrels and looked back. Subeokai had not yet gotten too close when he was frightened by Bai Xiaoqun's aura. Bai Xiaoqun's appearance at this moment was completely different from his memory from a few months ago, as if he was a different person. That appearance of gritting his teeth and trying his best to fight made Subeokai's heart tremble. Immediately after, his eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. He saw Bai Xiaoqun's wooden sword flying towards him at an extremely fast speed, almost forming a white silk ribbon. Especially the aura of that wooden sword. He had only seen it when the other sect disciples were fighting. This made him instantly panic, his scalp tingling. With a thud, Bai Xiaoqun's wooden sword had already stabbed Subeokai's sword, causing it to tremble violently, clearly unable to be stopped, and it began to shudder. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed, turning into countless pieces that shot back. As for Bai Xiaoqun's wooden sword, it did not stop at all, continuing to rush towards Subeokai. Subeokai was so scared that his soul left his body. He used all his strength to barely dodge. The wooden sword grazed past, crashing into a large tree nearby. With a loud bang, the giant tree was broken in half and fell down, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Tsubeokai also let out a miserable scream. Blood splattered from his right hand, his pale face quickly retreating backwards. This was also because Bai Xiaochun was not yet familiar with controlling the object. Otherwise, that sword strike would have been enough to kill Tsubeokai without a whole body. Third level check condensation. Impossible. That is impossible. Tsubeokai's expression when looking at Bai Xiaochun was filled with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. To be able to make the wooden sword have this much power, at least someone at the third level of check condensation could do it. He could not imagine that in just a few months, this Bai Xiaochun had become so terrifying. It was a complete reversal from what he knew, making it impossible for him to accept, like a nightmare. Not only was he frightened, but at this moment, the big man from the supervisory room and the group of people around him also sucked in a breath of air at the same time, looking at Bai Xiaochun with extremely solemn eyes, using spirit transformation wand, causing sword light to radiate outwards. This is already the purple check controlling cauldron technique that has been cultivated to the realm of lifting a heavy weight as if it were light. Only then can it form a magical spell. The big man from the supervisory room took a deep breath. His gaze towards Bai Xiaochun already revealed fear. If they were like this, then let alone Zhang Dapeng and the others. When they looked towards Bai Xiaochun, their expressions were also filled with shock. When Bai Xiaochun reached the third level of check condensation, they had also noticed it. But this wooden sword emitted sword light, and it also grew another circle, representing the realm of lifting a heavy weight as if it were light. This was the first time they had seen it. Even Bai Xiaochun himself was shocked by the might of this wooden sword. He looked at the fallen tree in a daze, then looked at Tsubeokai whose face was pale, and immediately raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. Tsubeokai, so you are so weak. Take a sword from me. Bai Xiaochun was very excited. He discovered that he was clearly much stronger than Tsubeokai. His spirit was very high. He immediately laughed heartily and walked towards Tsubeokai. Tsubeokai was swept by Bai Xiaochun's gaze. His body immediately trembled. At this moment, he saw Bai Xiaochun laughing loudly as he walked towards him, causing him to be scared, rolling and crawling to escape. But before he could even run a few steps, Bai Xiaochun was already very close. Bai Xiaochun looked at Tsubeokai, remembering the previous scene of being chased by this person and the bitter cultivation of the past few days. All kinds of bitterness turned into strength. Fiercely raised his leg and kicked Tsubeokai. Who told you to chase me down? Bai Xiaochun clenched his right hand and punched Tsubeokai in the eye, causing him to scream miserably and fall to the ground. He wanted to resist, but his cultivation was only at the second level of check condensation, and in front of Bai Xiaochun, he had no strength to resist at all. You dare to mess with my head? I'm telling you, I'm not a vegetarian. Bai Xiaochun jumped up, stomping down fiercely, gritting his teeth, punching and kicking, causing Tsubeokai to groan continuously. Bang bang sounds spread in all directions. Regardless of whether it was the big guys from the supervisory room or Zhang Dapan's group, they were all standing there dumbfounded, looking at Tsubeokai being beaten. And then looking at Bai Xiaochun getting more and more excited as he was beaten. They all felt fear in their hearts. Tsubeokai's tears were already flowing down, and he felt extremely wronged in his heart. He couldn't believe that in just a few months, Bai Xiaochun had become so powerful, especially that supernatural ability of lifting heavy things lightly. Without a few years of achievements, or even more, there was basically no way he could have obtained it. In his opinion, this Bai Xiaochun clearly had a great background and was already this strong from the start, but because of his despicable and shameless personality, he pretended to be so weak. The most outrageous thing was that he had clearly set it up to be so real that even he himself thought it was real. Thinking of this, Tsubeokai felt pain in his heart, anger rushed to his head, and he fainted. Seeing Tsubeokai unconscious, Bai Xiaochun patted his clothes, stood up from Tsubeokai, raised his right hand to summon the wooden sword back, placed it in his sleeve, and then put on the appearance of a lonely expert, trying to hide the excitement in his eyes. The big man from the supervisory room looked at Bai Xiaochun deeply. His expression was gloomy and uncertain, and finally cupped his fists. Junior brother Bai is really hiding it. I admire him, he said expressionlessly. Without hesitation, he turned around and left, also carrying the unconscious Tsubeokai. Only after everyone had left did Zhang Dapeng and the others approached Bai Xiaochun, looking at him with great joy. After all, the people in the supervisory room were outsiders. Only Zhang Dapeng and the others knew how hard Bai Xiaochun had worked these past few months. And now they were even more impressed with him. "You're quite good, kid. It wasn't in vain that you fought for nearly half a year." Zhang Dapeng patted Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. "That's right. I fought my heart out against my own fear." Bai Xiaochun proudly raised his head, like a proud little rooster, looking at Zhang Dapeng and the others and laughing heartily. Bai like a shadow. And in no time, another month had passed. The wind from the Tongshan River that blew through the Lingxi sect had also grown colder. Only when he saw the autumn leaves gently falling with the wind did Bai Xiaochun suddenly realize that it had already been a year since he had arrived at the Lingxi sect. To him, too many things had happened in the past year. He had gone from a mortal to a cultivator with the cultivation of the third level of Qi condensation, and had even resolved a series of disputes that had arisen from becoming a member of the Fire Apple Room. In the end, Su Baokai had not appeared in front of the Fire Apple Room's courtyard anymore. Even when Bai Xiaochun went down the mountain to buy some consumables from the Fire Apple Room, he had caught a glimpse of Su Baokai's figure in the distance. But he quickly disappeared, as if he had completely become afraid of him. Even so, for the past month, Bai Xiaochun had been constantly frowning and sighing inwardly, but he didn't mention this to Zhang Dapeng and the others, only enduring it alone. A year of lifespan. Bai Xiaochun looked at the large tree not far away, its leaves now yellowing and gently falling in the wind. "I'm just like this tree. The falling leaves are like a year of my lifespan." Bai Xiaochun suddenly thought of this, feeling a little melancholic. For the past month, he had spent countless efforts trying various methods to replenish his lifespan, but the single gray hair on his forehead still couldn't turn back to black. He had also subtly inquired with Zhang Dapeng and the others, learning that there were methods to replenish lifespan in the cultivation world. However, there were some limitations otherwise. They would be extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Gradually, he fell into a state where he couldn't think about tea or food. His small face became haggard, but he had no choice but to give up, unable to accept that a year of his lifespan had been lost. One afternoon, when he was on his way out to buy some items for the fire kitchen room, he suddenly looked at the large stone tablet placed at the foot of the third peak. His breathing also became a little rapid. On each mountain on the southern bank of the Lingxi sect, there was a stone tablet. On top of the tablet were densely written words, emitting a bright halo. Occasionally, like a stream of water flowing away, a new line of words would be replaced. This was the place where the Lingxi sect received sect missions. Every disciple of the Lingxi sect needed to complete sect missions in exchange for the spirit stones needed for cultivation or to gain contribution points. Especially the contribution points can be used to listen to scriptures, enter the magic pavilion, or enter special cultivation places. It can be said that anything in the sect can be exchanged with contribution points. So to a certain extent, contribution points are more precious than spirit stones. At this time, beside the sect mission stone tablet, there are also quite a few outer sect disciples standing watching, occasionally choosing a few feasible missions. They will come to a middle-aged monk sitting cross-legged under the tablet, respectfully whispering. There are also a few miscellaneous servants there. The outer sect disciples wear sky blue clothes, so based on their clothes, they can be distinguished from each other. The Lingke sect missions that need inner sect disciples to complete will not appear on the stone tablet here. As for other missions, outer sect disciples or miscellaneous servants still have the right to choose to do them. There are also some miscellaneous servants who come here thinking that doing missions here is the first step for themselves to be able to pass the gate of heaven. Bai Xiaochun stood there for about an incense stick's worth of time, his expression filled with uncertainty as he stared at a line of words flashing on the stone tablet. He felt a little hesitant. Dependent longevity pill. I didn't think there was such a pill in the sect. Hearing the name, it sounds like a pill that can increase longevity after a while. Bai Xiaochun suddenly muttered, pondered for a moment, then walked towards the middle-aged cultivator who was sitting cross-legged under the stone tablet. There were quite a few outer sect disciples around this person, but when they discovered Bai Xiaochun approaching, they just passed by and didn't pay him any attention. After all, their statuses were different from those of the servants, so there was no need to pay any attention to them. When the crowd around the middle-aged cultivator thinned out, Bai Xiaojun put on a docile expression, clasped his hands, and bowed. Senior brother, good afternoon. The middle-aged cultivator raised his head to look at Bai Xiaojun, nodded slightly, and didn't say anything. Senior brother, there's a mission here that requires finding some herbs in exchange for a longevity pill. I wonder if this pill has the effect of increasing longevity. Bai Xiaojun hurriedly asked about the longevity issue that he was concerned about. Longevity pill, yes, there is indeed such a mission. And that pill also has the effect of extending longevity. But this pill has many limitations. It's only for those with cultivation levels below the 5th level of Qi condensation, and it's only effective the first time. Swallowing it again won't have any effect. It's precious, but it only adds 1 year of longevity, so the effect isn't that great. Looking at the docile expression of Bai Xiaojun in front of him, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but say a few more words. In that case, it can only be used by the dying mortals in the disciples' homes, but the price is too extravagant. Do you really want to accept this mission? Bai Xiaojun raised his head to look at the stone tablet once more, carefully calculated it, and then nodded slightly. The middle-aged cultivator then raised his hand and pointed at the stone tablet, and the mission on the tablet suddenly turned gray. And this person's right hand had an additional jade slip, which he then threw to Bai Xiaojun. Green spirit leaf, earth dragon fruit, stoneworm skin, as long as you have one of these 3. You can come here and exchange it for a fateful year longevity pill. The middle-aged cultivator continued speaking indifferently. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Bai Xiaojun, but turned to look at an outer sect disciple beside him and continued to introduce the mission. Bai Xiaojun took the jade slip and left. At this moment, only the 4 words extending longevity occupied his mind. His eyes gradually revealed determination. I must exchange this pill to replenish the year of longevity that was just lost. Bai Xiaojun carried this determination and went straight to the 4C's room to provide some information to the sect servants. He had also looked up some information on the green spirit leaf, which was a type of herb that only grew in the habitat of the Holing bird. This spirit bird only lived in groups, and it was not easy to harvest at the 2nd level of Qi condensation, so the price was always expensive. As for the earth spirit fruit and the stoneworm skin, he did not see any records in the 4C's room. He touched his money bag and could only smile wryly as he left. Afterwards, he also inquired about more information from Zhang Daopan and his group at the fire apple room, but no one had heard of the earth dragon fruit. As for the stoneworm skin, Haisen Pen knew about it. It was the skin of a type of spirit worm called the stoneworm after it had molted. It was said that this type of skin was extremely tough and extremely heavy. There was very little of it on the south bank, but the north bank of the river could only produce it because it mainly cultivated beast control techniques. However, even though the north and south banks of the river were both part of the Lingxi sect, because they were separated by the main peak of the mountain bridge in the middle. If one did not become an inner sect disciple, one would not be qualified to cross the mountain bridge and travel between the 2 banks of the river. What are you inquiring about these medicinal herbs for? These things are inedible, and the prices in the market town at the foot of the mountain on the south bank are also unnaturally high. Zhang Daopan patted his belly and asked in surprise. Upon hearing the words market district, Bai Xiaojun's eyes lit up. After a brief explanation, he immediately headed straight down the mountain. During his year working in the fire stove chamber, although he hadn't left the sect many times, he had learned a little about the sect's market district. That place was mainly opened by sect disciples from various cultivation families. There were some places that were directly controlled by sect disciples, and they only served the sect disciples. Over time, this market also had a considerable scale. After walking around the market, and then stopping by the herb shop, Bai Xiaojun frowned and returned to the fire apple room, sighing in his heart. Too unlucky. Isn't that earth dragon fruit just the fruit of a plant that grows underground? How could it be so expensive? Bai Xiaojun helplessly discovered that with his capital, he was basically unable to exchange for a single longevity pill. He didn't have much concept of money. No matter how much money he had, it couldn't compare to longevity. However, he was a little hesitant at this moment because his wallet was truly empty. As for his fellow disciples, living together, he knew that the other group had goods, but their wallets were all equally tight, and compared to himself, he was no richer. As for the spirit food in the fire apple room, if they stole it, no one would be able to find out. But if they sold it outside, with the way the supervisor room was staring at them, they could only hold in their anger. Thinking back and forth, there was still no way to earn money unless they sold the spirit refining items. But he felt that this was not good, so he could only think about it day and night. One day, while he was cultivating cross-legged in his room, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell ringing from within the sect. The sound of the bell was not loud and quickly dissipated, but Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened. He was no stranger to this sound of a bell ever since he entered the sect. He had heard the sound of a bell ringing every month. He had also heard from Zhang Daopin that this was the trial path set up by these mountains for the errand boys in the sect, the day to compete for a quota to become an outer sect disciple. For every errand boy who wished to pass the Dragon Gate and become an outer sect disciple, the first thing was to have the cultivation of the third level of Qi condensation. Then choose a trial path from one of the mountains. Although the trial path was just a series of steps leading to the top of the mountain, it was also blessed with magic power, making it more and more difficult for others to climb. If one could reach the top, it meant that one had achieved the qualification of an outer sect disciple. However, the quota for outer sect disciples was also limited. Each peak only selected the first 3 positions to reach the top, which were the most elite people. Meanwhile, the errand boys in the Lingxi sect made up the majority, and there were more than 10,000 people on the south bank alone, so the competition for quotas was extremely fierce. As for the fire apple room, of course everyone was quietly starving to death in the kitchen, not wanting to go to the outer sect to compete. Every month, they would just stand there and watch the excitement with disdainful looks. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A strange look flashed across his eyes, then quickly turned into joy. An idea suddenly formed in his mind. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room a few times, after carefully analyzing and calculating this idea. A look of overwhelming joy also appeared on his face. It can be done. He immediately pushed open the door and shouted loudly towards Zhang Daopin and the others who were discussing which unlucky errand boy would become an outer sect disciple. Senior brothers, I have a way to make a fortune. Please help me. Let's make a fortune together. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. His eyes filled with clarity as he looked at Zhang Daopin and the others. This look from Zhang Daopin and the others was not unfamiliar to them. After all, this was the same look from when Bai Xiaochun suggested making the bottom of the bowl thicker to bring good fortune to the fire apple room. The group immediately revealed interest. Ninth plate, what idea do you have? To tell the truth, our group is all dirt poor. It's all because of those damn supervisory room people. Otherwise, selling some items from the fire apple room would be enough to make us rich. Zhang Daopin patted Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. His eyes filled with anticipation. A pansy standing nearby watched without blinking, each of their small eyes filled with a flicker of light. Especially Zhang Daopin. He looked at Bai Xiaochun with eyes that seemed to be burning with fire. Bai Xiaochun quickly shouted, suddenly feeling proud. Senior brother, let's all take a look. Every month, under the 3 mountain peaks of our Lingxi sect, we hold trials, giving each of our menial disciples a chance to advance to outer sect disciples. Right Bai Xiaochun raised his small, fair face and asked docilely. Seeing him say this, Zhang Daopin and the others all nodded slightly. Perhaps it's because the sect only wants to select the most outstanding people to participate in the trials, so in each mountain peak, they only choose the 3 people who reach the peak the fastest, right? Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, his eyes filled with fire. Speaking up to here, Zhang Daopin began to ponder. He Senpin also fell into a similar situation, only the rest of the group was still dumbfounded. What do you mean? Zhang Daopin looked at Bai Xiaochun and slowly asked. With the cultivation of all the senior brothers, including me, it is possible to reach the top of those 3 mountains. Bai Xiaochun squinted his eyes and looked at his senior brothers. Each of his senior brothers had reached the 3rd level of Qi condensation, while Zhang Daopin and He Senpin had long since reached the peak of the 3rd level. If these 2 hadn't deliberately suppressed their cultivation so that others wouldn't notice, they would have broken through long ago. Therefore, every time the trial opens, we just need to quickly reach the top of the mountain, take the top 3 spots, and then sell those spots to the next person. Bai Xiaochun spoke quickly, then looked at everyone. Zhang Daopin's body suddenly trembled. Too vicious, he took a deep breath, fiercely slapped his thighs a few times, his eyes revealing an unprecedented light. This method was not complicated and was even simple. It was just a change in his way of thinking. At this moment, Zhang Dapan was extremely happy, as if he had just opened the door to change his entire life from now on. He laughed heartily. This move is too vicious. Ha! Hasten Pan stomped his feet, his face flushed red with excitement. The other senior brothers didn't react in time, only now realizing it. All of them were breathing heavily, their spirits high, looking up at Bai Xiaochun, speechless. This method can be done, damn them. Those damn supervisory peak guys, they've made us live in poverty for so many years. Luckily, 9th junior brother is here. Hurry up and do it. The group was excited, competing to discuss. After carefully studying and preparing everything for the opening of the trial next month, Zhang Dapan was excited and patted his belly. Tonight, let's eat comfortably. That night, the sound of laughter and fun echoed throughout the Fire Apple room. A month later, everyone in the Fire Apple room was in high spirits, cultivating while waiting for the day to come. Finally, that day had come. Early in the morning, the sunlight shone down on the 3 mountain peaks on the south bank of the Lingxi sect. An unprecedented scene appeared there. At the entrance to the trial under each of the 3 mountains, 3 large black pots suddenly appeared. Below them was a group of Panzi, mighty and extraordinary, with terrifying momentum. They were the 9 people from Fire Apple Peak, and they were also the first group to arrive at the trial under the 3 mountain peaks. According to the previous arrangement, each mountain had 3 people guarding it. When the other servants came from all directions, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation, their hearts filled with the desire to be promoted to outer sect disciples. They saw that several people from Haodou Peak were already there. Huodao Hall. What are they doing here? In the 9 years I've been a servant here, I've participated in the trials no less than 30 times. But this is the first time I've seen people from Haodou Hall appear here while the servants were discussing noisily. Everyone gradually learned the news that at the foot of each mountain there were people from Haodou Hall. It's a big deal. People from Haodou Hall have come to compete for a spot. How could this be facing the noise of everyone's discussion? At the foot of 3rd peak, Bai Xiaochun, Zhang Dapan, and Hasten Pan still maintained a calm expression, as if they didn't care at all. All of their emotions were focused on the entrance to the trials, just waiting for the moment the door would open. In their minds, that wasn't some kind of trial path. It was the spirit stone path that was waiting to open up before their eyes. Especially Bai Xiaochun. His expression was extremely solemn, so focused that he forgot to blink. Very quickly, 3 figures came down from the 3 mountain peaks. At the mountain where Bai Xiaochun and his 2 senior brothers were standing, a middle-aged man with the appearance of a Taoist immortal walked to the side of the trial path. This man's gaze swept over the 3 people from the Fire Apple room with a look of surprise. The sun has already risen in the west. Those people from the Fire Apple room would normally rather die than become outer sect disciples. Why are they all here now? This man looked back and forth a few times, his expression gradually revealing a look of encouragement. He waved his sleeves, and his voice resounded in all directions. The outer sect disciple promotion trial begins. As soon as the words were spread, a loud bell suddenly rang out from within the gate. The door leading to the trial path flashed with light and opened. Immediately, Zhang Dapan, with a resolute expression, rushed forward like a gust of wind, running swiftly up the stairs as if a ferocious beast were chasing him. Hasten Pan had the same look, his eyes fierce as if anyone who competed with him was taking his life. He ran right behind Zhang Dapan. The 3rd person was Bai Zikun. His speed was even faster, each step closer to the longevity elixir. He ran like a madman on the mountain path. At that moment, the remaining miscellaneous disciples suddenly came to their senses. Their faces were filled with panic, and they gritted their teeth and followed. Not only on this mountain, but the other 2 mountains also witnessed a similar scene. Leading the group running up the mountain were all the fatty disciples from the fire stove room. The 3rd trial mountain was called Xiangyun Peak. On the trial path, Bai Xiaochun and his 2 companions took the lead, but their speed gradually slowed down, feeling as if an oppressive force was constantly pressing down on them. Bai Xiaochun quickly turned around and found 7 or 8 people close behind. He was anxious, feeling as if they were about to snatch his longevity elixir. Taking my elixir is taking my life. He took a deep breath, his face flushed, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. Then, like a wild boar whose tail had been stepped on, He leapt forward, his speed increasing dramatically, surpassing both Zhang Daopan and He Senpan. He Senpan also let out a loud roar, using some unknown technique to rapidly increase his speed, also overtaking Zhang Daopan and catching up to Bai Xiaochun. Seeing his two junior disciples running further and further away from him, Zhang Daopan's eyes widened. He took several deep breaths. The layer of fat on his body seemed to be burned away, shrinking considerably. His speed increased dramatically, quickly catching up with Bai Xiaochun and He Sanpan. The three of them ran one after another, and the servants behind them were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, their eyes filled with despair but unwillingness to give up. Each of them exerted all their strength, running desperately, but unable to catch up with Bai Xiaochun and the other two. They all cursed aloud. Damn it! Did they eat some aphrodisiac or something to run so fast? After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Bai Xiaochun, who was the first to run, reached the mountaintop. He saw the exit for those who had been selected as outer disciples. Congratulations, Master! Two outer disciples were waiting on the mountaintop. Seeing Bai Xiaochun running towards them, they smiled and opened their mouths to offer congratulations, but before they could finish, their eyes wide and in shock. Bai Xiaochun, who had been running like crazy, suddenly stopped just a short distance from the exit. He looked up at the two outer disciples. The two disciples also looked at him with wide eyes, only to see Bai Xiaochun with a docile expression, smile then turn around and walk away. Stop, he shouted. Zhang Daopan and He Senpan, who were running breathlessly, stopped abruptly. The three of them, panting heavily, looked at each other and burst into joyful laughter. The two outer disciples exchanged glances, confused, wondering if these three servants had gone mad with joy. Three junior brothers, you are the first to reach the mountaintop. You three have already passed the outer disciple selection trial, the two said with smiles. Outer disciples? Who said we wanted to become outer disciples? Zhang Daopan waved his hand, and he and He Senpan sat down, blocking the way forward. Bai Zikun sat before them, tilting his chin, his expression arrogant. What? If you don't want to become outer disciples, then what are you doing here? The two outer disciples asked unhappily. Ignoring the two disciples' questions, Zhang Daopan and the other to turn a blind eye, their eyes focused on the path below the mountain. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, and from the top of the steps, a horse-faced servant disciple, panting heavily, slowly approached. Seeing Bai Zikun and the other two, he sighed, his face filled with resentment. This was his 9th attempt at this trial, and today was his highest hope. Yet he had encountered these people from the fire stove room. His face full of indignation, he was about to turn and leave when Bai Zikun quickly stood up and called out loudly, Senior brother, don't leave so quickly. Come here. I've been thinking for a long time, and I really don't want to leave the fire stove room. I don't want to become an outer disciple anymore. How about this spot? The horse-faced servant disciple suddenly froze, his eyes shining brightly at this moment. The first reaction in the horse-faced errand boy's mind after hearing Bai Xiaochun's words was to see a way to live in the midst of death. But then, when his eyes landed on the two mountains of flesh behind Bai Xiaochun who had a smiling appearance but no good intentions, he hesitated a bit. Bai Xiaochun smiled. His appearance was very adorable. Both person and thing were harmless. He walked forward, patted the shoulder of the horse-faced errand boy, and said with a sincere smile, Congratulations, senior brother. You are about to become an outer sect disciple. From now on, you will be a carp turning into a dragon, rising like a kite in the wind. Your future is limitless. But I, junior brother, have worked hard to get here, senior brother. Do you think we should give me some to compensate for the loss? The horse-faced servant's expression turned grim. If he still didn't understand the other party's intentions by now, he truly hadn't lived a single day in vain. He glanced at Bai Xiaochun, then at Zhang Daopeng and He Senpeng, his expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Soon, the horse-faced young man gritted his teeth fiercely. He was utterly unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Waiting a month was a small matter, but who knew if he would encounter other powerful figures after a month? And these three in front of him. He might even encounter them next month. Most importantly, he was eager to become an outer disciple. And now that hope was right before him, he had no choice but to yield. How much compensation do you want? The man gritted his teeth and said, Not much, not much. I've been preparing for this trial for months. How about this? 20 spirit stones will be enough. Bai Xiaochun's face lit up, quickly employing his lion's bite technique. The horse-faced youth trembled at this and was about to refuse when Bai Xiaochun continued. It's not that I, your junior brother, want too much. Look, there are 3 of us. You can't just give it to me alone. Because of this trial, my senior brother and third senior brother have both gotten thinner. Bai Xiaochun wasn't lying on this point. Zhang Daopan and He Senpen had indeed lost a little weight due to the long journey. The horse-faced handyman looked at Zhang Daopan and He Senpen, cursing countless times in his heart, then haggled with Bai Xiaochun again, finally stopping at 16 spirit stones. He endured his heartache and threw a bag at Bai Xiaochun. Yes, his voice was already hoarse. No problem. Senior brother, you stand here till more will come in a while. Let's open the door together. Bai Xiaochun held the spirit stones and threw them at Zhang Daopan, happily opening his mouth. Hearing that he still had to wait for 2 more people, the horse-faced handyman for some reason felt a trace of anticipation. It was a complicated thought. If things don't go well for me, then don't expect things to go well for you either. At the same time, the 2 outer sect disciples who came out from the door, seeing this transaction, had already widened their eyes, revealing expressions of disbelief. What are you doing, daring to openly trade the outer sect disciple quota? How bold! The 2 outer sect disciples immediately roared sternly. What are you shouting for? We're already tired from climbing all the way here. We don't want to climb anymore. Can't we give it to our fellow disciples? Seeing us suffering so much, can't we give some compensation for our losses? Zhang Daopan was happily counting the spirit stones. When he heard this, he was very unhappy. He turned around and glared fiercely at the 2 outer sect disciples. His words made the 2 outer sect disciples silent, not knowing how to refute. At this moment, on the stairs of the trial road, there were 7 or 8 people with red faces as if they were congested. Walking up, their panting sounds as loud as thunder, struggling to walk up. The first person walking was a big man in his 30s. He was shirtless. His appearance was very fierce, walking step by step. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward. Senior brother, you're a step too late. However, my senior brother suddenly doesn't want to become an outer sect disciple. Do you want this spot or not? The big man was stunned for a moment, but after hearing Bai Xiaochun's words and seeing so many people on the mountaintop, he immediately understood and coldly snorted. You brat, you dare to plunder my property. Get lost. He let out a low roar and his right hand swung violently, and a spirit pressure of the late stage of Qi condensation, the 3rd level, immediately spread out. Bai Xiaochun took a step back and shouted loudly, Senior brother. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun said that, a mountain of flesh suddenly fell from the sky. The big man's expression changed drastically. When he looked up in fear, there was a loud bang, and his body was crushed by the mountain of solid flesh. The burly man's pathetic cries rang out as Zhang Daopan pinned him down, struggling for a long time but unable to climb out from beneath that mountain of flesh. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have suffocated and fainted long ago. This scene was witnessed by 7 or 8 servants who were clinging to the burly man, all of them wide-eyed and open-mouthed, stammering in horror. The 2 elder disciples also gasped, looking at the burly man pinned beneath Zhang Daopan, his body seemingly about to shrivel up, and couldn't help but feel sympathy. Senior brother, someone's watching. Bai Zikun approached Zhang Daopan and whispered. Having known Bai Zikun for over a year, Zhang Daopan immediately understood. He glared with his bull-like eyes and swung his fist, as big as a hammer, down at the burly man below. You dare to freeload in front of me, you're quite bold. Zhang Daopan delivered a powerful punch. My brothers and I have worked hard to get here, originally hoping to become outer disciples. But because we don't like it right now, asking you to compensate us for some losses is too much to ask. Damn it, you dare refuse. After saying that, Zhang Daopan not only used his fists, but also moved his body up and down, forcing the big man to scream in agony, almost suffocating him. The big man, seeing Zhang Daopan's body rise again, was terrified. He struggled to reach out, holding up a bag, and hurriedly said, "Let me compensate you for the losses." Zhang Daopan stopped, quickly stood up to convince the big man, a look of joy appearing on his face. Looking at the bag in his hand, he couldn't contain his delight and went to personally brush the dust off the big man's clothes. "Haha, good brother, why didn't you say so earlier?" Come over there, stand in line and wait one more time, and we'll open the door. The big man felt wronged and angry, but dared not say anything. Sullenly walking to the side of the horse-faced servant, his heart filled with extreme frustration. The horse-faced servant, however, felt much more at ease, feeling that his previous actions were extremely wise. Senior brother is awesome. Bai Xiaochun's face was beaming with joy, especially when he saw the people behind the big man had stopped, still looking terrified, which made him even happier. Zhang Dapan was very smug, swaggering to the door and sitting down to block it. The two outer disciples outside the door exchanged glances. They felt that the three guys had been too shameless in their previous plundering, but now, seeing this, they felt that they had been quite mild before. They actually dared to commit robbery. This is robbery. The two of them were filled with anger, and even had jealousy in their hearts. They vaguely felt why they didn't think of this idea back then. But compared to them, the ones who had 100 mixed emotions in their hearts were the 7 or 8 errand boys following behind that big man. They had personally witnessed the entire process of that big man being pressed under Zhang Dapan's body, and now they had all stopped, and a strange light gradually appeared in their eyes. Originally, it was very difficult for them to become utter sect disciples, but now it was being extended like this. It was as if they had a chance. Senior brothers, there's still one last spot. Let's do this. Whoever pays the highest price gets it. Bai Xiaochun was extremely shrewd. Seeing those people like this, he immediately opened his mouth. His voice spread in all directions, as if provoking the thoughts in everyone's hearts, causing gasps to continuously arise. The strange look in the eyes of the 7 or 8 errand boys instantly magnified infinitely, and a thought could not help but rise in their hearts, and quickly became an idea in their heads. I'll pay 10 spirit stones. 11. I want this quota. I'll pay 15 spirit stones. In a short period of time, the sounds of bidding rang out one after another, causing this place to seem like it had turned into an auction house. The three of them, Bai Xiaochun, became even more excited when they heard it. But in the ears of the two outer sect disciples, it was like adding fuel to the fire. According to them, not only did they not talk about looting, but they also dared to open an auction here. The two of them's heads immediately buzzed, and their hearts were filled with storms, feeling that the most disgusting person among these three people was not Zhang Dapeng, but that seemingly gentle Bai Xiaochun. This is too much. This is too shameless. One of them gritted his teeth, his eyes red, not knowing whether it was from jealousy or anger. He quickly turned around and walked away, wanting to report to the sect's deacon. Bai Xiaochun looked at everyone who continued to bid, but he felt that it was not intense enough. His eyes rolled around, and he spoke again. Senior brothers, you must hurry up a bit, otherwise the delay will be too long. The other errand boys are about to climb up. For them, this is an opportunity that they can take even if they sell themselves. As soon as he said this, on the trial road behind everyone, a girl's excited voice suddenly came over. Little sister hoped 30 spirit stones. My family is a cultivation family. There is no shortage of spirit stones. Who dares to compete with me? The person who spoke was a young girl with fair skin, a pretty figure, and a bit innocent, who was currently panting and climbing up. Trong ji ben vien non the en ti trok tiki nathakan mt dunglan, hang muan noijikon hang li nun ggc jing, to 9 vien kankan ggc long malik mt non beseech tiathan. Theo kai jamahai tiamwi via ki ra, nungi hang ki jawini ke jing na la fat ench, jasi lpptic tong vt. Kui kang, via hai tiamwi ti xang la hunan camt to tic tu chen kia ji dung nt kai jakang chothan nian mt inga kang vvi jihan kia hai hun kip via. Thum kai kon cm the mchen shim ggc ton gi ln mua ggc. Kang lao sao, hai tiamwi kan bien ngeklan, mang via mtgcy sai ra, kin maya kia mt non cam gi sao lind. LSNA MGI kang the nian nt inga hang qdkchi ay trong long kang vvi jihan ti xang la lang de bgc lan bse thank kui kang. Sai ra ki vong j thi lan. Via sao bun hen, but gi beseech teeth then hangam quian chi hu that sao. Congratulations to the three fellow Taoists. From today onwards, you'll be like carp transforming into dragons, soaring like kites in the wind. The horse-faced servants standing on the mountaintop were somewhat flustered. Although they had become outer disciples, they found themselves not as overjoyed as they had imagined. Hearing the words of Bai Xiaochun and the others echoing in their ears, the horse-faced servants and the big man could only exchange wry smiles and sighs. Only the person who had bid on Ho Xiaomei was incredibly excited. Her fair and delicate face now flushed. I can't believe that I, Ho Xiaomei, would actually encounter such good fortune. Ho Xiaomei thought proudly. At this point, the Adder Sect disciple promotion trial had also finished. When the three Ho Xiaomei stepped onto the mountain peak and gradually disappeared, Zhang Daopin suddenly looked at Ho Xiaomei's back, then touched his chubby chin. His expression suddenly filled with deep interest. Yes, white, small, pure. After speaking, he glanced at Bai Xiaochun, who was standing next to him. At this time, Bai Xiaochun was also watching Ho Xiaomei's back. His heart also felt a bit complicated, especially after hearing Zhang Daopin's words just now. He caught Zhang Daopin's gaze sneaking a glance at him. He couldn't help but shout out loud, "Don't look at me." Seeing Bai Xiaomei was a bit annoyed, Zhang Daopin quickly laughed out loud. Then he quickly took out the money bag filled with spirit stones and quickly changed the topic. "Come on, let's count the spirit stones first. We've struck it rich, haha. This method is really not bad. What's so great about counting spirit stones? Counting them over and over again won't make it any better." Bai Xiaochun snorted. "Ninth junior brother, you don't understand. It's about spirit stones. Counting them is about life." Zhang Daoping suddenly uttered such insightful words, leaving Bai Xiaochun stunned. He had tried counting spirit stones himself, but found it too boring and threw them back to Zhang Daoping. Just then, the trial path suddenly lit up with bursts of light. Everyone felt dizzy, and when they regained their senses, they were already at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged monk in charge of the trial opened the path, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun and the other to come out, his expression was quite strange. After a long while, he shook his head and decided not to pay any more attention to them. He felt it was better to let the sect handle matters related to the fire stove room. Bai Xiaochun and the other two felt a little nervous. Seeing that nothing happened, they exchanged glances, cleared their throats a few times, and then quickly slipped away. They went straight back to the fire stove room. Zhang Daopin continued counting the spirit stones over and over again. When they arrived back at the fire stove room, they saw that the other two brothers had also arrived, each with a joyful and extremely smug expression. After receiving his share of spirit stones, Bai Xiaochun sat down in his room. His pursuit was immortality. If it weren't for the need to buy herbs to exchange for elixirs that prolong life, he certainly wouldn't have come up with the idea of acquiring spirit stones. That night, none of the people from the fire stove chamber slept well. Zhang Daopin and his group were suddenly excited by their newfound wealth, reminiscing about their previous empty pockets, then thinking about the bright future ahead, and finally feeling anxious and fearful, unable to sleep. Bai Zikun, meanwhile, also couldn't sleep, thinking about the longevity extending elixir. The next day, the story of the fire stove chamber blocking the trial path quickly spread. The story spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, until almost all the servants on the south bank of the Lingxi sect knew about it. Have you heard? The fire stove chamber has done something big. Could it be that they're so poor they've gone crazy and resorted to this? My God, selling outer disciple quotas. That's outrageous. But why didn't I think of this idea before? I've heard before that everyone in this fire stove room has a significant background and connections to some people in the sect. Otherwise, how could they dare to embezzle like that, causing so much indignation? The people in the service area, regardless of department, were all discussing the affairs of the fire stove room. In recent days, the fire stove room had become more discreet. Almost everyone rarely went out alone. Then one evening a few days ago, as Bai Xiaochun was pouring rice water into the thick cottoned bowls, hurried footsteps echoed from the small path leading to it. Fire stove room personnel, come out quickly. The supervisory department has ordered an investigation into your affairs during the recent trial. As the cold voice rang out, the main gate of the fire stove room was kicked open by someone. With a clanging sound, the main gate was kicked open, revealing about 10 disciples in the janitor's office uniforms. The leader was the burly, broad-shouldered man who had previously helped Su Baozi. I wondered why I suddenly heard the cawing of crows this morning. It turns out you, Chen Fei, are here again. Zhang Daopin and Bai Zikun exchanged glances, then feigned indifference, calmly watching the approaching group from the supervisor's office with the other chubby men. Chen Fei sneered, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Dapin and Bai Zikun, but then he frowned slightly. These people from the fire stove room were far too composed. He had felt a surge of excitement on his way here, finally feeling he had a hold over them. He had also imagined destroying the fire stove room with a single blow, ending the years-long internal conflict between the two rooms. Still pretending to be calm, the cold smile suddenly appeared in Chen Fei's heart, his eyes filled with cruelty as he said in a low voice, "Fire stove room, I ask you. In the outer disciple promotion trial a few days ago, all 9 of you participated, right?" "Yes, we participated," Zhang Dapin said with a smile. "Participation is fine, take them away." Chen Fei didn't waste any more words. He waved his right hand, and more than 10 servants from the supervisory room behind him quickly rushed forward, each holding iron chains, ready to bind the fire stove room members. Bai Xiaochun suddenly smiled casually. "The supervisory room can meddle in anything these days, even restricting our eligibility to become outer disciples. Truly impressive." Chen Fei looked at Bai Xiaochun, his heart involuntarily recalling his flying sword technique from that day, and waved his hand to signal the people beside him to stop. The man stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes narrowing. "Bai junior brother, if you're still unconvinced, then I'll ask another question. Your fire stove room guarded the entrance to the trial path, and then brazenly sold quotas right in front of everyone. Do you dare admit to what you did?" "Of course we admit it, we did it." Bai Xiaochun nodded repeatedly with an extremely submissive and nonchalant demeanor, even pointing towards Zhang Daping and his group. "They did it too. That's right, we did it too. So what?" Zhang Daping and his group laughed heartily as they admitted it. This scene caused Chen Fei's expression to change drastically. He hadn't expected the fire stove room group to so readily admit it. He had thought he would have to engage in a fierce battle of wits to force them to confess. Seeing this, he felt a strange unease, and without further ado, he let out a low growl. Good, you've admitted it, which saves me the trouble of questioning you. Then follow me to the law enforcement hall. If anyone dares to resist, they will be expelled from the sect according to the rules." After saying this, Chen Fei quickly rushed towards Bai Xiaochun, and the people behind him also followed. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's right hand suddenly rose, forming a hand seal, and a sword light shot out from his sleeve. The mottled green wooden sword roared and suddenly pierced through the space between the fire stove room and the supervisory room. The chilling sword energy caused Chen Fei's steps to falter, his face turning extremely grim. "Bai Xiaochun, you dare to resist?" "Brother Chen, the supervisory room has the authority to interrogate, but where does it get the authority to arrest people? HMPH. You all have admitted to violating the sect rules. Of course I have the right to arrest you." "What rules did we violate?" Bai Xiaochun asked with a smirk. Zhang Daping and the others narrowed their eyes, a cold smile playing on their lips as they looked at Chen Fei. "You were openly trading outer sect quotas, violating the sect rule." Chen Fei, who had been speaking aggressively, suddenly stammered. His expression quickly changed, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He suddenly realized with alarm that the sect's rules didn't prohibit trading outer sect quotas on the trial path after all. Not many people could come up with a way to do it like they did. And even if they did, they wouldn't have the courage to carry it out, Brother Chen. Why are you sweating so much? What rule of the sect have we violated? To put it another way, if we haven't violated the sect rules, then you, Brother Chen, have deceived the disciplinary hall, using public office to settle personal vendettas and come here to punish us privately. Brother Chen, this violates the 9th volume of the sect rules, Article 11. According to the rules, the punishment won't be light. Bai Xiaochun suddenly displayed a look of astonishment, his voice growing louder with each question, secretly feeling a sense of satisfaction. "You're talking nonsense." At that very moment, not only did Chen Fei's expression suddenly change, but the servants of the supervisory office behind him also realized the problem. And their expressions changed simultaneously. Zhang Dapin grinned, raising both hands and cracking his knuckles. The other fatty senior brothers also glared menacingly as they advanced towards the supervisory office members. "Chen Fei, your violation of the sect rules will be handled by the law enforcement hall. The main gate of the fire stove chamber was forged by countless predecessors. How do you intend to compensate for that?" Today you must give us justice. Zhang Dapan's smile grew even more ferocious, his aura suddenly surging. They had dared to block the exit of the trial path, so they had obviously prepared thoroughly. From 2 months ago, when Bai Xiaochun first proposed this idea, they had practically overturned the sect rules to pull off such a major stunt. Fight! Zhang Dapan's words were heard. His mountain-like figure unconsciously made the hearts of Chen Fei and his group tremble. A short while later, amidst the chaotic sounds of fighting in the courtyard, Bai Xiaochun suddenly flashed up, habitually landing on the fence of the courtyard. He rolled up his 2 small sleeves and clasped his hands behind his back, looking deep and distant, displaying the demeanor of a true master, filled with loneliness, as if he had conquered a city and was retreating. Bai Xiaochun made a move in the blink of an eye. The supervisory room was already gone up in smoke. The struggle between the supervisory chamber and the fire stove chamber had been going on for many years, with constant conflicts but always kept to a minimum to avoid serious consequences, at most resulting in injuries. The current battle related to participation in the trial was no different. The time the 2 sides spent grappling with each other was only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Zhang Dapan and his gang punched and kicked, leaving the faces of the supervisory chamber members bruised and battered. They had to compensate for the damaged door with a few spirit stones before leaving, uttering some fierce words. Chen Fei turned to look at Bai Xiaochun, who stood on the fence with a profound and hateful expression. He realized that since Bai Xiaochun joined the fire stove chamber, the people there had become increasingly detestable. The battle between the 2 sides also attracted the attention of all the disciples working as servants. Many people were angry when they heard that the supervisory room couldn't do anything to the fire kitchen room. But there were still some menial disciples like Little Sister Ho who felt that the fire kitchen room's actions would bring them an opportunity. The 2nd month arrived, and the trial path opened. The group from the fire stove pavilion rushed forward, then puffed out their chests and arrogantly blocked the entrance. The later arriving disciples glared at them resentfully. Fellow disciples, if you could run faster than us, why would you need to buy our spots? We're doing this for the sect, helping it find the most outstanding and deserving individuals, Zhang Dapan said, clearing his throat and addressing the disciples. These words were all at Bai Xiaochun's instruction. The disciples could only grit their teeth in frustration. When the trial bell rang, the fire stove pavilion members and the other disciples charged forward desperately, competing fiercely to surpass each other. But after a short time, Bai Xiaochun and his 2 senior brothers disappeared before the disgruntled eyes of the remaining disciples. They could only smile wryly, gritting their teeth, as they continued to climb forward. Zhang Dapan's words weren't without reason. After another successful attempt, the fire stove chamber's morale soared, shaking the entire service area. The remaining service disciples' expressions changed, but the others were all large and powerful, with profound cultivation, so they could only be angry but dared not say anything. This feeling of triumph was something the fire stove chamber hadn't enjoyed in a long time. Previously, the fire stove chamber's reputation in the service area was already great, but now it had reached its peak. 2 more months passed, and every time the trial path opened, the fire stove chamber's members were incredibly excited, rushing off. For them, that day was the day they received their spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun was no exception. His spirit stones increased steadily, and he no longer lacked the necessary medicinal herbs. On that day, the trial path opened once again. Early in the morning, Zhang Dapan, Hei Sanpan, and several other senior brothers, along with Bai Xiaochun, hurried out of bed. At a fork in the road, the 3 of them turned and rushed straight towards Xiangyun Mountain. But along the way, the people from the supervisory office suddenly appeared, and without asking for any reason, they charged into a fight. The opposing side had more people, so the battle lasted longer than usual. The bell signaling the start of the trial rang, causing Zhang Dapan's eyes to turn red. At that very moment, the people from the supervisory office quickly fled and disappeared. Zhang Dapan, furious and stomping his feet in frustration at not being able to catch them, then hurried to Xiangyun Mountain with Bai Xiaochun and Hei Sanpan. Upon arriving and finding the place deserted, the 3 of them quickly ran up the mountain. Those wicked members of the supervisory office. When I get down the mountain, I'll summon all the junior brothers from the fire stove room to smash up the supervisory office. Zhang Dapan angrily said, his internal energy surging, burning away his excess fat. He was visibly losing weight. His speed didn't slow down. Instead, it increased. Bai Xiaochun was equally furious. He only needed a few more spirit stones. Gritting his teeth, his already rapid speed doubled. He ran side by side with Zhang Dapin and He Sanpan, overtaking each of the miscellaneous disciples. Reaching the mountaintop, the three of them suddenly changed their expressions. Near the exit, 3 people were standing. The closest was Chen Fei, followed by 2 other burly men, both at the 3rd level of the condensation realm. Seeing Bai Xiaochun and the other 2 approaching, they burst into laughter. Zhang Dapin, Bai Xiaochun, you're late. But it doesn't matter, we have slots here. Do you want them, cowardly? Shameless. Petty Zhang Dapin's eyes blazed red, and he gritted his teeth, cursing at the other party. Since it doesn't violate the sect rules, if you guys from the fire stove room can do it, why can't we? Haha, this little bit of business now belongs to our supervisory room. Chen Fei and the 2 from the supervisory room mocked, further enraging Bai Xiaochun and the others. The other party had plotted and schemed, which was why they had sent the supervisory room people to obstruct them earlier. Zhang Dapin roared, ready to attack Chen Fei and his group. In his mind, fighting was inevitable. Moreover, he didn't know how many more times this would happen. This had robbed them of their spirit stone resources, causing Zhang Dapin's anger to reach its peak. He Sanpan was also furious, preparing to attack, when Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly gleamed. He whispered something to the 2 of them. Senior brother, let's use our strength to push them to the mountaintop. We'll lose some spirit stones this time, but next time these supervisory chamber members won't be able to compete with us anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dapin was startled, then overjoyed. He was even more convinced that his younger brother, Ju Pan, was truly resourceful. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, his body rapidly rushing forward. He Sanpan's eyes also lit up, chuckling a few times before swaying his body and running after Zhang Dapin. The mountain path where the trial was held wasn't very wide. Zhang Dapin and He Sanpan, working together, formed a wall and surged forward. Their speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant they were close. Bai Zikun ran behind them, shouting incessantly. Chen Fei and the other 2 hurriedly tried to counter them, but no matter how much they calculated, they couldn't outrun Zhang Dapin and He Sanpan. At this moment, the 2 men charged straight towards them, their earth-shattering momentum striking directly at Chen Fei. The 3 of them quickly jumped back, their faces changing drastically. Their expressions were filled with fear as they realized the intentions of the fire stove room group. In another area, they could have easily dodged, but this place was cramped, rendering their counterattacks ineffective. Their retreat accelerated, and the further they retreated, the more terrified they became. They didn't want to become outer disciples so soon. Becoming an outer disciple meant they could no longer stay in the supervisory room. Becoming an ordinary disciple offered no advantages compared to their time there. Senior brother Zhang, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over calmly. Chen Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, but before he could finish, Bai Xiaochun interrupted him. Senior brother, charge. Push them up the mountain. Zhang Daping roared even louder, his speed increasing further. Black Threepin refused to be outdone. The 2 advanced side by side, creating a thunderous roar. A burly man running behind Chen Fei, unable to resist, slipped off the steps and landed on the mountaintop. He wanted to cry but couldn't. At the same time, the other burly man let out a pathetic scream, his body staggering backward, his feet landing on the mountaintop. He patted his chest a few times, his face filled with resentment. The last one was Chen Fei. Despite his resistance, he could do nothing on this small mountain path, and was finally knocked to the mountaintop by Zhang Dapin and Black Threepin. He frowned, glaring at Bai Xiaochun and the others with a murderous look. Bai Xiaochun, the person he hated most, wasn't Zhang Dapin, but Bai Xiaochun, the one who had devised this vicious plan. On the mountaintop, the 2 outer disciples stood stunned, staring blankly at what had happened. They only coughed a few times before retreating without a word. Near the exit of the trial path, Zhang Dapin and He Sanpan burst into hearty laughter. Chen Fei, see you later. You're no longer in the menial labor area. I'll definitely miss you. I really envy you. Zhang Dapin patted his bulging belly. The 3 of them, Chen Fei, were so angry they spat out blood, their minds filled with murderous intent. 3 senior brothers, no need to thank me. Congratulations on your transformation into dragons, becoming outer disciples. You'll be promoted very quickly in the future. I really envy you. Bai Zikun said, tilting his chin proudly. But no sooner had he finished speaking than an icy voice echoed from the peak of Xiangyun Mountain. No need to envy, you come to. The voice sent a shiver down Bai Zikun's spine. His eyes filled with fear. A powerful gravitational pull emanated from the mountaintop, engulfing Bai Xiaochun and sweeping him straight up. Bai Xiaochun screamed desperately. He clung to a branch by the trial path, shouting for help. Senior brother, save me. The event happened so suddenly that Zhang Dapan and He Senpan didn't have time to react before the branch snapped with a crack. Bai Xiaochun's body, like a kite with its string cut, flew straight to the summit. At the same time, a man emerged from the mountaintop, clad in a light blue robe. His aura was one of quiet authority. This man was Li Qingou. Seeing this scene, Chen Fei and the other two immediately felt a sense of schadenfreude, turning to look at Bai Xiaochun, feeling that the net of heaven, though seemingly loose, was inescapable. The two outer disciples in charge of the area also showed expressions of satisfaction. They had never felt such resentment towards any mere servant. I'm not going. Bai Xiaochun's body fell to the ground, emitting pathetic groans, his voice filled with such profound grievance that it could bring tears to anyone's eyes. At the same time, on the trial path, He Senpan and Zhang Daopan, upon seeing Li Qingou, trembled slightly, hastily bowing their heads, wanting to escape while Li Qingou wasn't paying attention. Ninth junior brother, it's not that senior brother doesn't want to save you. The Xiangyun sect's leader has already appeared. You'll just have to suffer in the outer sect. Zhang Daopan sighed repeatedly in his heart. But just as he was about to lower his head and turn away, suddenly Li Thanha's voice rang out in his ears. You too, come along. Almost immediately after Zhang Daopan heard this, a sudden pull enveloped him and He Senpan, preventing them from grabbing onto a tree trunk and directly dragging them to the mountaintop. I don't want to go up the mountain. I'd rather starve to death in the fire stove room than go to the outer sect to compete. Zhang Daopan wailed miserably, sounding even more pathetic than Bai Zikun. Bai Zikun, hearing this, looked up in surprise, forgetting to continue wailing. He Senpan remained silent, but his face was sorrowful, his lips pouting as he silently gazed down the mountain, revealing a deep sense of longing. Shut up, Li Qing, whose expression immediately darkened upon hearing Zhang Daopan's wail. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun immediately stood up, his expression serious and solemn. The wrong look on his face had completely vanished, as if he had transformed into a different person. Zhang Daopan was also stunned, quickly standing up, but the resentment in his heart was like a vast ocean, threatening to drown him. Previously, when Bai Xiaochun cried out in agony, the other party didn't pay attention, so why were they yelling at him the moment he uttered a cry? Zhang Dahai, you go to Ziding Mountain. From today onwards, you are an outer disciple of Ziding Mountain. Chen Xing are you? You go to Qingfeng Mountain, Bai Xiaochun. You stay at my Xiangyun Mountain and become an outer disciple of this mountain. Follow me. Li Qingho glanced at Bai Xiaochun, feeling a headache coming on. He had only been in seclusion for a short while, yet upon emerging, he heard about the affairs of the fire stove room. This matter had already reached the ears of the sect elders, but the others saw it as a rare pleasure in cultivation, so they did not want to punish them. However, Li Qingou felt that leaving things as they were wouldn't do, so he came here. Now that he finished speaking, he immediately flicked his sleeves, ignoring Chen Fei and the others, and headed towards the towering Xiangyun Mountain. Bai Xiaochun, with a pained expression, sighed, about to say goodbye to Zhang Daopan and He Senpan, when he suddenly remembered something and looked strangely at He Senpan, asking, Third senior brother's name is Chen Qingru. Haha, what a beautiful name. It sounds like a peerless beauty. He Senpan, already troubled, snorted and turned to go down the mountain. What's wrong with him? Bai Xiaochun asked Zhang Daopan. Zhang Daopan also looked strangely at Bai Xiaochun, patted his shoulder, and quickly slipped away. Ninth junior brother. I've never said He Senpan is your senior brother. Actually, she's your senior sister. Zhang Daopan quickly coughed, seizing the opportunity to turn away. Bai Xiaochun stood there dumbfounded, feeling as if he'd been struck by lightning, the whole world seemingly twisting and turning. Senior sister, Bai Xiaochun gasped, about to turn to look at He Senpan when Li Qinghu's icy voice reached his ears. Stop rambling. Hurry up and catch up. Bai Xiaochun looked distressed, quickly running a few steps to follow Li Qing'o. After 3 steps, he turned back to look down at the fire stove room below the mountain, sighing deeply. He had already investigated Li Qing'o's identity, knowing that there were 4 peaks on the north bank of the Lingxi sect and 3 mountains on the south bank. Li Qing'o was the head of one of the 3 mountains, Xianyun Mountain, holding a high position of power within the sect. At first glance, Xianyun Mountain doesn't seem large, but upon entering, one is greeted by birdsong and blooming flowers everywhere. It's not just like a celestial paradise, but it's also several times larger than it appears from the outside. The mountain peak at the exit of the trial path is merely a branch of Xianyun Mountain. Compared to the entire mountain, it can only be considered a small hill. Deep inside Xianyun Mountain, mist swirls everywhere, mingling with the scent of herbs. A single breath brings a feeling of relaxation, as if one's entire body is warming. Bai Xiaochun immediately felt it was extraordinary and took a deep breath. Gradually, his cultivation at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, which hadn't progressed for months, made considerable progress. Li Qing'o walked ahead, and although he didn't turn around, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He felt that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation speed over the past year had been quite good. After you become an outer disciple, you can't continue to misbehave. My cultivation life is like swimming against the current. Every moment requires effort, Li Qing'o said calmly. Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to argue with him, only able to show a submissive demeanor, nodding repeatedly. For an outer disciple's cultivation, the sect's resources are only a part. You need your own efforts and opportunities. That's why there are so many sect missions for you to complete. You should also choose a few missions to hone your skills later, Li Qing'o continued. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred slightly. He remembered reading the sect rules before and saw a regulation for outer disciples that they had to complete at least 1 task at regular intervals. Failure to complete it would result in punishment, revocation of their outer disciple status, and demotion to menial labor. He was immediately overjoyed. But just as he thought this, Li Qing'o, who seemed to have guessed Bai Xiaochun's thoughts, casually said, "Don't even think about the sect rules. Others who don't complete them will be demoted back to menial labor. But if you're lazy, I'll expel you from the sect and send you back to your village. 100 years from now, if I remember you, I'll come and light an incense stick for you." Bai Xiaochun was even more terrified. If he hadn't seen the world of immortals, it would have been fine. But now that he had seen these things and was on the path to immortality, being banished back to his village would sever his dream of immortality. Therefore, he hastily patted his chest, assuring himself that he would definitely take the initiative to complete the task. Before long, halfway up Xianyun Mountain, within the mist, stood a pavilion. The pavilion wasn't large, but it looked elegant. From the window, one could see a young man quietly reading a book inside. Noticing someone approaching, the young man raised his head, displaying a handsome demeanor. After seeing Li Qing'o, he quickly stood up, stepped out of the pavilion, and back to Li Qing'o. Disciple greets the sect leader. This is Bai Xiaochun. Take him to change his identity to an outer disciple. Li Qing'o glanced at Bai Xiaochun, his figure flashing into a streak of light, heading straight towards the mountaintop. Seeing Li Qing'o leave, Bai Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure instantly lessened considerably, and he even felt the sky suddenly become a deeper blue. The young man sized up Bai Xiaochun several times before suddenly smiling. "You're the one who's been blocking the trial path of Xianyun Mountain for the past few months, trading in quotas." Bai Xiaochun, senior brother, is mistaken. "Such a trivial matter isn't worth mentioning," Bai Xiaochun sneered. Seeing this, the young man laughed even louder, his eyes showing interest as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He didn't continue the topic, but instead took Bai Xiaochun on a tour around Xianyun Mountain, introducing him to the sites they passed. Xianyun Mountain, located on the southern bank of the sect, holds a transcendent position. Compared to Qingfeng Mountain, which cultivates swordsmanship, and Ziding Mountain, which cultivates magic. What Xianyun Mountain excels at is refining spirit medicines. Even among the 4 major sects in the Tangshan River Mountain Range, our Xianyun Mountain has a distinguished reputation. Especially our sect leader, who is one of the 2 rare alchemists in the entire Donglan continent. Therefore, becoming an outer disciple of Xianyun Mountain is like becoming a spiritual apprentice. You must learn about medicinal herbs and alchemy methods along the way. The young man meticulously introduced Bai Xiaochun to everything, leading him to receive the outer disciple's robes and belongings, even a storage bag. Although the storage bag only contained a small amount of space, it still struck Bai Xiaochun as miraculous. After trying it out a few times, he put it away as if it were a priceless treasure. What made him happiest was that after becoming an outer disciple, the sect clearly rewarded him with 20 spirit stones, leaving him just a little short of the spirit stones needed to buy medicinal herbs. By sunset, thanks to this young man's introduction, Bai Xiaochun had a relatively good understanding of all aspects of Xiangyun Mountain. Then, this young man led him to a place called the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. There, he received a jade slip. This jade slip contains 10,000 types of herbs. You must memorize them all to exchange for a second jade slip. By junior brother, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, and spirit herbs are indispensable aids. Moreover, if you can become a pharmacist in the future, you can rise to great heights. Spiritual apprentice, medicine apprentice, pharmacist, whether you can reach that stage in the future. By junior brother, depends on your fate. The young man smiled gently. As dusk fell, he led Bai Xiaochun to a small courtyard arranged by the sect. Junior brother Bai, I have to go down the mountain tomorrow, so I can't take you to the scripture repository. Remember to go there early tomorrow morning to get the secret techniques for the later levels of the Purple Che Imperial Cauldron technique. And you can also choose another cultivation method. Each outer disciple only has one chance. If you want more later, you'll have to spend contribution points. If you have any questions in the future, you can always come to me. My name is Ho Yunfei. Thank you, junior brother Bai, for taking care of my younger sister that day. Ho Yunfei smiled, bowed to Bai Xiaochun, and then turned and lightly glided away. Ho Yunfei, Bai Xiaochun returned the greeting, then looked up at the other's back. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered the figure of a girl. Little sister Ho, he stared, feeling as if he had unintentionally planted a willow tree and it had flourished. After a long while, he took a deep breath, turned around to look at his small courtyard, and gradually a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. His figure, under the twilight moonlight, seemed as tall as a mountain. Not bad, this outer disciple doesn't look bad at all. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and stepped into the courtyard. The bright moonlight shone down on Mount Xiangyun, Lingxi sect, causing the mist to dissipate considerably. This revealed more than half of the mountain, adding a unique and beautiful sight. Near the fractured eastern slope of the mountain, there was a small courtyard, about an acre in size, surrounded by fragrant flowers and herbs, creating a distinctly different atmosphere. Within the courtyard was a small wooden house, its furnishing stables, beds made of a dark purple wood with a faint sandalwood scent, a stark contrast to the common quarters. Around the house was a cultivated plot of land, with a small well in the corner. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun stood under the moonlight, gazing around, his eyes filled with contentment. Outer disciples are also recognized as disciples by the Lingxi sect, so their treatment is much better than that of menial workers. This private house isn't bad at all. Senior brother even said before that if I became an inner disciple, I'd get to live in a cave dwelling. I wonder what a cave dwelling looks like. Bai Xiaochun looked up towards the top of Xiangyun Mountain. On Xiangyun Mountain, only inner disciples are qualified to reside in the upper half of the mountain. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and entered the wooden house. He stretched his back and took out his storage bag, patting it lightly. A bottle of elixirs and a green incense stick appeared before him. Good stuff. Bai Xiaochun loved the storage bag so much he didn't want to let go. After a while, he looked at the bottle of elixirs and the incense stick. The bottle was labeled Condensing Spirit, and the green incense stick was engraved with Ascending Green. When he was a servant before, he was also given similar items. The pills, when swallowed, could increase his cultivation level slightly, and the incense, when burned, would emit smoke that had a similar effect to the pills. Swallowing them like this is a bit wasteful. It's better to refine them first before using them. That way, it might help my cultivation break through the bottleneck. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment and made his decision. However, he didn't have any firewood of any color in front of him at the moment, so he planned to go down the mountain to find some tomorrow. Having decided, Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Bai Xiaochun never neglected his cultivation. Even though his progress had been slow in recent days, he still persevered in cultivating for a while each day. He cultivated for immortality, so he was extremely dedicated to it. A quiet night passed, and as the dawn light fell on the morning mist, each dewdrop sparkled. After a night of cultivation, Bai Xiaochun suddenly opened his eyes, his spirit refreshed. He quickly put on his outer disciple's robes and stepped out of the wooden house, heading straight to the scripture repository according to the directions senior brother Ho had given him yesterday. The scripture repository was located on a different mountain, quite far from his residence. After half an hour, he finally saw a tall tower in the distance, its aura shimmering and radiating an oppressive power that enveloped all directions. Along the way, he encountered many outer disciples, most of whom hurried along. Upon seeing that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation stage, they all ignored him, paying no further attention. Bai Xiaochun didn't mind, but his steps became more cautious. The outer disciples he encountered along the way all had higher cultivation levels than him, and some even gave him a feeling of unfathomable depth. Often, these people were surrounded by many disciples chatting amongst themselves whenever he passed by. The closer he got to the scripture repository, the more outer disciples he encountered. Bai Xiaochun was about to continue walking when a rainbow-colored beam of light flew from the distant mountain, circling around Xiangyan Mountain before soaring straight towards the horizon. Within the rainbow, a young man's figure could be seen, riding a flying wheel. It's senior brother Qian Dakin from the Law Enforcement Hall. Senior brother Qian was originally an inner sect disciple, but joining the Law Enforcement Hall has further enhanced his reputation. I heard his cultivation has reached the 8th stage of the Qi condensation realm, allowing him to fly with a magic artifact for a short time. It's truly admirable. Bai Xiaochun watched admiringly until the figure disappeared into the horizon, his heart filled with emotion. When I can fly, I'll choose the busiest time of day to circle Xiangyan Mountain a few times, Bai Xiaochun, filled with anticipation, walked through the crowd and went straight into the scripture repository. This tower was enormous, but the first floor was almost empty, containing only a long table behind which sat an old man with his eyes closed and legs crossed. Each disciple passing by placed their identity token on the table, waiting for it to flash before respectfully proceeding. Bai Xiaochun followed suit, placing his token on the table, and his own token quickly lit up. He picked up his token and ascended the stairs, following a senior disciple. This was the entrance to the 2nd floor of the scripture repository. There were many shelves, each holding rows of jade slips, and occasionally a few bamboo books. Each item was enveloped in a soft glow, making the entire 2nd floor of the scripture repository appear extraordinary. Not far from where he stood was a staircase leading upwards. Bai Xiaochun looked around before heading towards the stairs. Just as he was about to step forward, a screen of light suddenly appeared and pushed him back. A young man with straight eyebrows, standing beside him and flipping through a bamboo book, looked up at Bai Xiaochun upon seeing this scene. Senior brother, what qualifications are needed to ascend to the 3rd floor? Bai Xiaochun asked, feigning a submissive demeanor and curiously inquiring of the young man with straight eyebrows. You must be a new disciple, right? You need to be at least at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm to ascend there, the young man replied coldly, then lowered his head and continued reading. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun guessed that the other party didn't want to be disturbed further. So he abandoned the idea of trying to explore the 3rd floor and decided to wander around the 2nd floor instead. Occasionally, he picked up the jade slip and flipped through the bamboo book, finding every cultivation technique incredibly intriguing. Moreover, there was a very promising fire technique among them. Not long after, he found the jade slip of the purple Qi Imperial Cauldron technique, containing the incantations and diagrams from the 4th to the 8th level, and held it in his hand. Then he continued to examine it. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was sunset. Bai Xiaochun had only explored about 7/10 of the 2nd level, and the people around him were beginning to thin out. There are 7 or 8 types, and they look pretty good. While still considering which technique to choose, he inadvertently picked up a bamboo book. The book was somewhat tattered, but when Bai Xiaochun glanced at it, his eyes widened, filled with excitement and anticipation. Immortal Longevity Technique. He took a deep breath, looking at the brief introduction of the technique. After learning that it was a body-refining technique that, if mastered, could grant immortality, his breathing suddenly became rapid. After looking at the name of the cultivation technique again, he immediately decided to choose it. He cultivated solely for immortality, so upon seeing this technique, he suddenly felt a deep connection with it. Therefore, he chuckled and quickly took the bamboo book, heading down the stairs. At the long table in the first floor hall, the old man behind the table was still sitting there with his eyes closed, just as he had been that morning. When Bai Xiaochun placed the Purple Che Imperial Peak Cultivation Technique Jade Slip and the bamboo book containing the Immortal Longevity Cultivation Technique on the table, the old man slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Bai Xiaochun. This glance caused Bai Xiaochun to tremble. He felt the other's gaze was like lightning, making him shiver. Bai Xiaochun quickly adopted an extremely respectful posture. Fortunately for him, the old man withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Xiaochun's identity jade token. Newly promoted disciples can take a portion of the 8th level of the Purple Che Imperial Cauldron Technique and can also choose another cultivation technique, the old man said calmly, his voice hoarse. However, when his gaze fell on the bamboo book containing the Immortal Longevity Technique, he frowned slightly. Although this technique is described in an astonishing way, it is only an incomplete version. Moreover, the difficulty in cultivation is immense, and the intense pain is unbearable for ordinary people. Historically, very few disciples of the sect have successfully cultivated this technique. Most choose to give up, so this technique has been forgotten in the scripture repository for a long time. Are you determined to choose this technique? The old man looked at Bai Xiaochun. Senior, I truly want it. Hearing the old man's words, Bai Xiaochun felt as if this technique had been here for so many years, waiting for him. Moreover, the mere thought of the 4 words immortal life made his blood boil, and he quickly replied. The old man didn't try to dissuade him further, but raised his right hand, and 2 blank jade slips immediately flew out. After recording the information, they fell in front of Bai Xiaochun. Then, without paying any more attention to him, he continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed. Bai Xiaochun picked up the jade slips, his eyes filled with anticipation, and turned to leave the scripture repository, heading straight back to his small courtyard. By the time he arrived, the sky had already darkened. Inside the wooden house, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and then took out the Immortal Life Technique Jade Slip. He then circulated the spiritual energy in his body and infused it into the jade slip. In an instant, as his eyes closed, the cultivation method's incantation appeared in his mind. After half an hour, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, his gaze full of contemplation. This Immortal Life Technique was indeed as the old man had described. This is just an incomplete text. This cultivation method is divided into 2 parts, internal and external. External cultivation involves the skin, flesh, and tendons, while internal cultivation involves bones and blood. This incomplete text only contains methods for cultivating the skin, and even then, the cultivation process seems very difficult, and the methods described here are very costly. However, it does mention some secret techniques, but the descriptions are overly exaggerated. For example, a secret technique called the throat-shattering lock, capable of breaking anything. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but seeing the 4 words eternal life, his eyes filled with determination. He quickly stood up, raised both hands, and began to continuously pat various parts of his body according to the description of the cultivation method. He possessed an unwavering obsession with immortality, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Therefore, his cultivation process was equally rigid, relentlessly following the instructions of the cultivation technique, continuously patting himself all night long. By the next morning, his entire body ached as if pricked by needles. He couldn't stand or sit comfortably. Even slightly lifting his arm caused unbearable pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and followed the instructions of the technique, trying to move his body as usual. Ow, first relax, then tense, then relax again. He still vividly remembered a line from the Immortal Longevity Technique. He jumped and hopped around the courtyard, groaning miserably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Finally, he resolutely gritted his teeth, took the spirit stones, and left the small courtyard to descend the mountain. He thought that if he wanted normal exercise, he should definitely go down the mountain to buy herbs and exchange them for longevity-extending elixirs. It was much better than doing stupid exercises in the courtyard. Therefore, today on Xiangyan Mountain, many outer disciples were astonished to see a pale-skinned young man hopping and jumping on the road in a very strange way, occasionally letting out a strange AA sound that echoed from afar. causing many to lose their composure. Bai Xiaochun didn't want to scream like that, but his body was in too much pain. This intense pain made him feel that even standing still was torture. However, when he thought of the 4 words immortality, he gritted his teeth and continued down the mountain to the market outside the sect. There, after trembling all over, he finally bought enough medicinal herbs. Then he bought a few pieces of first-grade firewood, and after buying 1 more piece of second-grade firewood, his pockets were completely empty. At this point, he gritted his teeth and returned to the sect's mission acceptance point, completing the mission he had accepted when he was a menial worker, and exchanging it for a longevity-extending pill. This pill was the size of a thumb, entirely yellow, and emitted a strange fragrance. After receiving the pill, Bai Xiaochun felt excruciating pain all over his body, unable to speak, and sweat poured down, soaking him completely. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and desperately climbed the steps leading up Xiangyun Mountain, his back covered in sweat. Seeing him, the outer disciples on the road couldn't help but be surprised, and quite a few couldn't hide their disgust on their faces, because the smell of sweat on Bai Xiaochun's body was simply too strong at this moment. He didn't know how he managed to survive and return to the small courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the small yard, he collapsed in agony and fainted. Throughout the night, even in his unconscious state, he woke up several times due to the intense pain. It wasn't until dawn, when he finally opened his eyes, that the pain had completely disappeared. This was only an incomplete minor circulation. Bai Xiaochun recalled the instructions from the immortal longevity technique. A complete minor circulation required a full day and night without falling unconscious, and 9981 minor circulations were needed to form a full cycle. At this point, his skin had been transformed, gaining a certain suppleness and resilience, and he would no longer experience such intense pain. If this cultivation method were simple and anyone could practice it, wouldn't everyone be able to achieve immortality? If so, I must cultivate this method. I will definitely achieve immortality. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with determination. After all, his obsession with immortality was incredibly strong, to the point that outsiders would be shocked. While his body was still in pain, Bai Xiaochun quickly took out the longevity-extending pill and examined it carefully. Just as he was about to swallow it, he suddenly remembered something and quickly looked around. After confirming that no one was nearby, Bai Xiaochun quickly entered the wooden house, his right hand forming a hand seal, and his turtle pattern cauldron quickly appeared. Swallowing it like this is a bit wasteful. Refining the spirit before swallowing would be more effective. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, then pulled out a piece of 2-colored firewood, lit it, and placed it under the turtle pattern cauldron. The piece of wood immediately burst into flames and instantly turned to ashes, but the turtle pattern cauldron also flashed with 2 lines of light. He hesitated for a moment before placing the medicinal herb into the cauldron. But as soon as the medicinal herb fell into the cauldron, a dazzling silver light flashed. Having had previous experience, Bai Xiaochun didn't change his expression, and his eyes didn't blink as he stared into the cauldron. Not long after, the silver light disappeared, and 2 more silver lines appeared above the longevity-extending elixir. At the same time, a much stronger medicinal aroma than before permeated the air, causing anyone who smelled it to feel an extreme tremor. "It's a pity I couldn't find 3-colored fire fuel," Bai Xiaochun said, grabbing the medicinal herb and throwing it straight into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, this elixir transformed into a scorching heat that quickly spread throughout Bai Xiaochun's entire body. Bai Xiaochun felt a sudden rumble in his head. His whole body felt like a blazing furnace, and he could see the silver hair on his forehead turning black again. At the same time, he felt a surge of life force being replenished in his body, and even after half a day, this feeling hadn't diminished. In fact, it had become even more intense. Blood suddenly gushed from both of Bai Xiaochun's nostrils. Too nourishing, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He hurriedly practiced the Purple J Imperial Cauldron technique, but it had little effect. After all, this pill replenished vital energy, not spiritual energy. His nosebleed intensified, and the heat within his body continued to surge. Feeling like a balloon about to burst, he panicked. In fact, after being refined twice, the pill's effects far surpassed its original state, and its value had increased immeasurably. With his cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi condensation, Bai Xiaochun simply couldn't withstand it. The more intense the danger, the more intensely Bai Xiaochun remembered the immortal longevity technique. He quickly jumped up, pouring all his strength into his hands, rapidly patting his entire body. A thudding sound echoed, and with each pat, the heat within Bai Xiaochun's body began to circulate. Bai Xiaochun didn't dare stop, continuing for more than half an hour until the heat within him finally dissipated. His whole body trembled, and he collapsed, panting heavily, but his spirit was incredibly joyful, a light flashing in his eyes. Although it's also related to spirit refining, it's fundamentally the spirit medicine itself. This spirit medicine can clearly increase spiritual energy and extend lifespan so miraculously. Could there be another kind of spirit medicine that can grant immortality? The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more excited he became, and the radiance in his eyes grew brighter. Xiangyun Mountain is the place to cultivate alchemists. I want to become an alchemist and refine an elixir of immortality. Bai Xiaochun's breathing suddenly quickened. In that instant, an unprecedented obsession with spiritual medicine surged within him. Bai Xiaochun lay in the courtyard, his whole body trembling, but his spirit was resolute. He vaguely felt his skin had become a little tougher, and his desire to become a pharmacist grew stronger. He lay in the courtyard for more than half an hour before the trembling subsided. Bai Xiaochun sat up, then crossed his legs. He took out the storage bag he received after becoming an outer disciple, then carefully examined the bottles of elixirs and incense. He took a deep breath, looked around, and then confidently returned to the wooden house to take out the cauldron. These elixirs, after refining them, can help me break through the 3rd level and reach the 4th level of the Cha condensation stage. Unfortunately, the ingredients for the 2-colored flame are too expensive. Although the fire stove room has them, I'm no longer a menial disciple of the fire stove room, so it's inconvenient to go back there to get them. Right now, Bai Xiaochun was very interested in medicinal pills. After thinking for a while, he decided to take out the piece of wood. It's good to refine a spirit once. Bai Xiaochun lit the piece of wood, and fire rose from it, revealing a bright turtle pattern on the pot. Bai Xiaochun opened the medicine bottle and took out each of the Longan-sized medicinal pills inside to refine a spirit. Not long after, 3 medicinal pills with silver patterns appeared in his hand. After that, he also took out the green incense stick to refine a spirit. When all 4 were refined, Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged. He put all 3 fragrant medicinal pills into his mouth. After that, he took out the 4th purple check controlling cauldron technique drawing and practiced according to the mantra. Not long after, spiritual energy swirled in his body, and the time he could persist increased. The cultivation base in his body began to move, and it began to increase. After the time of 1 incense stick, the spiritual energy in his body had transformed into a small river that spread throughout his body. The spiritual energy grew stronger and stronger, and he began to attack the 4th level of Cha condensation. If I can persist for 100 times, I can reach the 4th level of Cha condensation. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he followed the painting. His body bent like a bridge, and his entire body emitted creaking sounds. Sweat continuously dripped down. At that moment, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly dried up. Bai Xiaochun quickly focused his mind, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy onto the green incense stick. As soon as the spiritual energy touched it, the incense stick immediately burst into flames, emitting streaks of green smoke like vipers that slithered into every pore and orifice on his body. The spiritual energy in Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly expanded to almost twice its size. Boom! A wave of air spread out from Bai Xiaochun's body and turned into a strong wind. Bai Xiaochun smiled happily. 4th level of Cha condensation. He felt the spiritual energy in his body, carrying with it the vitality, surging through his body. His entire body felt extremely light. He lowered his head and saw that a lot of black liquid had been secreted out, covering his body. This was the impurities that his body had eliminated. He quickly ran out and took a shower. His spirits were extremely high. Bai Xiaochun waved his right hand and chanted a spell, and a wooden sword flew out of his storage bag, transforming into a pink beam of light at an extremely fast speed. After a few attempts at controlling the wooden sword to fly back and forth, he felt very satisfied. This wooden sword was already extraordinary, and combined with his 4th level of Cha condensation cultivation, it became even more formidable. Spirit refining is indeed not bad. If there were a three-colored flame, it would be great. The refined elixirs would be even more powerful. Bai Xiaochun felt that elixirs were truly miraculous. Whether they were pills or just incense, they were all essential for the process of cultivation. I must become a great medicine master, refine an elixir of immortality, and then refine it 10 times no. I must refine it 100 times. Bai Xiaochun's desire to become a medicine master grew stronger. Thinking of this, he quickly potted his storage bag and took out a jade slip. This jade slip was given to him by concubine Ho Yun when she brought him back from the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. Inside were the introductions and images of 10,000 herbs. This elixir was a special item that could only be obtained from the fragrant Cloud Mountain. Every spirit pupil had to hold on to it well. Furthermore, 10,000 was not the final number. Bai Xiaochun remembered that concubine Ho Yun had said that after he memorized these 10,000 herbs, he could move on to the next book. He steadied his mind and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Gradually, various herbs appeared in his mind. The more he looked, the more strange it seemed, as if before his eyes was a door opening to another world, another life. For a moment, he even wanted to use longevity pills to exchange for those herbs. After looking through them once, Bai Xiaochun felt that memorizing all 10,000 herbs was not a difficult task. Who was he? His goal was to become the greatest pharmacist, someone who could refine the elixir of immortality. Therefore, his stubbornness and enthusiasm flared up again in his mind. Not only did he memorize the basic information, but he also observed each herb extremely carefully, understanding it thoroughly before moving on to research another type. Previously, under the pressure created by Subeokai, Bai Xiaochun had madly devoted himself to cultivation for half a year. Now, for his own ideal, his potential had once again exploded. He had meticulously studied each medicinal herb to the point that he could clearly visualize them even with his eyes closed. He felt that this was not enough. He really wanted to be able to directly observe these medicinal herbs in reality. Unfortunately, he did not have that ability, so he had to study and memorize every little corner, memorize the roots, flowers, and fruits of each type, finally, feeling worried. He even brought out every hair on their stems and leaves to examine and dig into. A month passed quickly. During this entire month, every day, Bai Xiaochun practiced the 4th level of the purple check controlling cauldron technique. The cultivation in his body had solidified and expanded a little bit. At the same time, he also continuously practiced the immortal longevity technique. Every day, he endured intense pain, running back and forth quickly, all the while holding the jade slip in his hand, memorizing all kinds of medicinal herbs. There were many notes in the jade slip that did not meet his requirements, so he had to learn and research more on his own. Every time he ran back and forth in the yard, he would stop at a small corner on the right. There was a piece of spiritual field there where he planted 10 medicinal herb seeds. This medicinal herb was called Lindong Tuc. Half a month ago, he went out and stood in front of the stone tablet that recorded the mission for the outer sect disciples of Huang Van Mountain. With great difficulty, he finally found a mission that did not have any danger. He did not dare to ignore what Li Than Hao had said. Every half year, outer sect disciples had to complete at least one mission according to the regulations. He chose this mission because the contribution points received were not too small, and if the product delivered was of good quality, he would also receive additional rewards. Although this task looked simple, it took up a lot of the recipient's time. According to calculations, it would take at least 3 months of planting before he could harvest. Furthermore, the cultivator who planted this Lingdong herb could use the spiritual energy in his body to accelerate its growth. Bai Xiaochun didn't have much time, so he immediately threw it into the spirit field after bringing it back. It's growing too slowly. Bai Xiaochun glanced at it. He had seen this herb in the jade slip before, so he knew that it had very high requirements for spiritual energy. If the ground didn't have a rich amount of spiritual energy, the cultivator would have to use his own spiritual energy to nourish it. It must be because the spiritual energy in my spirit field has decreased a lot that my Lingdong seed is growing so slowly. He sat down, reached out and grabbed a handful of soil. Then muttered, "Is there any way to make the spiritual energy in the spirit field more dense?" While he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. His right hand raised and turned into a finger pointing forward, and the pot with the turtle pattern appeared. After observing for a while, he looked at the piece of spirit field again, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. This pot can refine spirits. Can it be used to refine spirit soil? Thinking of this, a curiosity arose in his heart. He took out a few spirit dongju seeds that were sown in the ground, then dug out some spirit soy and poured it into the pot. He took out a piece of purple wood and began to experiment. The firelight flashed very quickly. The pattern on the pot lit up, but after a while, it dimmed again. The spirit energy in the spirit soil in the pot had become much more concentrated. Bai Xiaochun was happy, and without any trouble poured it out of the pot, then replaced it with other pieces of spirit soil. After more than half an hour, he had refined the spirit through a piece of spirit field once. The spirit land had been refined once, but because he didn't have enough materials, the pattern on the pot couldn't last for too long. Even so, the spiritual energy in his piece of spirit field had undergone a huge change compared to before he refined the spirit, becoming dense and giving off a fragrant scent. Bai Xiaochun quickly planted the spirit winter bamboo seed and stood to the side to observe. Not long after, he saw a small sprout break through the shell and grow very quickly. In a flash, this sprout had grown to nearly 3 meters tall. The disciples who specialized in cultivating medicinal herbs in the sect would all be shocked when they saw this. Because cultivators who nourished themselves with their own spiritual energy couldn't make medicinal herbs grow that fast. Actually, it wasn't hard to understand, because looking around the entire cultivation world, no one had ever brought out land to refine the spirit, especially just to plant a few spirit winter bamboo seeds. Even a spirit refining grandmother wouldn't have that much free time. It was such a waste. Seeing these lingdong bamboos grow like this, Bai Xiaochun was satisfied and didn't pay any more attention to them. He continued to run around the yard, studying the herbs as he ran. The sun was setting, the sky was gradually darkening, and the lingdong bamboos he planted had already reached a height of 3 meters. Bai Xiaochun observed and pondered, wondering how much these plants would grow in 3 months. That same night, Bai Xiaochun put down the jade slip in his hand. He had memorized all 10,000 herbs in it. He had carefully studied each herb and even found some inconsistencies in the explanations left on the jade slip. I'll go exchange for the next batch early tomorrow morning. I wonder what method the Myriad Medicine Pavilion will use to test its disciples. Could it be a memorization test? Just as he had relaxed his mind, Bai Xiaochun felt anxious again. He quickly cleared his throat, picked up the jade slip, and continued studying. He worried that something unexpected might happen during tomorrow's examination. Early Monday morning, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his wooden house. And seeing the spirit bamboo plants in the spiritual field had grown taller than half his height, he nodded slightly in satisfaction. Only then did he leave the small courtyard and walk along the mountain path to the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. The dawn was breaking in the distance, casting a radiant light, the mist within the light resembling swimming goldfish, a truly magnificent sight. Bai Xiaochun, with his light gait, continued his journey without stopping. Along the way, he gradually saw many outer disciples, but none of them were familiar, making him think of his senior brothers from the fire stove room. I wonder how senior brother is doing, and Black 3 Pants to Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of nostalgia. After walking for more than half an hour, when the sun had fully risen, he saw the 10 awe-inspiring stone tablets of the 10,000 Medicine Valley in the distance. These 10 stone tablets are the hallmarks of the 10,000 Medicine Valley. Each one radiates a pale blue light, towering dozens of meters high, its imposing presence like a rainbow, like 10 giants standing there, majestic and extraordinary. A group of inscriptions can be seen on the tablets, representing the rankings from 1 to 100. However, there are no names on them, only a series of patterns. Each pattern represents a unique mark of future alchemists for each prodigy in the 10,000 Medicine Valley. Every alchemist has their own unique mark, which they engrave if they are satisfied with the elixir they have created, using it to be passed down through the ages. Therefore, for alchemists, the mark represents glory and is extremely important. When Ho Yunfei brought Bai Xiaochun here that day, he had already given a brief introduction. This time, Bai Xiaochun came alone, and upon approaching, he saw the rankings on the 10 stone tablets. Most striking of all was the top-ranked name on the stone tablet before him. It was an Aquarius. This Aquarius, Ho Yunfei had told Bai Xiaochun, represented Zhou Xinqi. Bai Xiaochun was not unfamiliar with this name. When he was still a servant, one moonlit night, Zhang Dapeng, while eating ginseng root, spoke fondly of Zhou Xinqi. She was born into a mortal family, But several years ago, a senior in the sect discovered her extraordinary talent and brought her into the sect. After carefully examining her aptitude, she immediately caused a sensation throughout the Linksy sect. She possessed a rare herbal spiritual vein, not only cultivating several times faster than ordinary people, but also having incredible potential in alchemy. Eventually, she joined Xiangyun Mountain, becoming the only disciple of the sect's leader, Li Qingou, and was considered Li Qinghu's successor, becoming the future alchemist who would support the sect. According to the rules of the Linksy sect, no matter how talented someone is, they cannot directly become an inner disciple. Therefore, like the other prodigies from the two southern mountains, she had to start as an outer disciple to hone her skills. However, even so, the cultivation resources provided were still based on the standards of an inner disciple. Everyone knew that Chu Xinqi would soon become a legitimate inner disciple. Moreover, this girl was breathtakingly beautiful, making countless male disciples envious. Because of these reasons, she had a renowned reputation among the disciples of Xiangyun Mountain. No one was unaware of her. Even the inner disciples never considered her an outer disciple, and even the longtime inner disciples were very wary of her. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun became very curious about Chu Xinqi. Looking at those stone tablets, he decisively took a long walk around, examining each one, gradually becoming somewhat speechless. This Chu Xinqi is really amazing. Out of 10 stone tablets, she's ranked first in 8. The remaining 2 don't have her name on them. She probably hasn't competed yet. Bai Xiaochun widened his eyes, scanning the stone tablets. At this moment, the number of disciples around the Medicine 10,000 pavilion gradually increased, quickly becoming bustling. Bai Xiaochun withdrew his gaze from searching for a place to exchange for the second batch of medicinal herbs and seeing the increasing number of people. He was a little surprised. He didn't understand why there were so many people today, so he squeezed forward. Suddenly, he heard a series of commotions from all directions, like waves rapidly approaching. Senior Sister Chu has arrived, haha. The news that spread earlier was indeed true. Senior Sister Chu was sure to come here these days. My waiting wasn't in vain. Right now, among the 5 heavenly herbs and 3 heavenly spirit beasts, Senior Sister Chu is the number 1. This time, she will definitely challenge the 4th heavenly spirit beast. Whispers immediately arose from all sides, and the crowd pushed and shoved, trapping Bai Xiaochun in the middle. Fortunately, his physique wasn't fat yet, and after much pushing and shoving, he finally managed to squeeze through. When he looked up, he saw a streak of light flying towards him from afar. That streak of light was a green flower basket, and on top of it was a girl dressed in outer disciple attire. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, her delicate eyebrows, cold, ice like the moon and stars, her skin exceptionally beautiful, and her figure light and graceful. At this moment, she was flying towards one of the 10 stone tablets. Amidst the cheers of the outer disciples on all sides, the girl landed on the ground, her eyes not scanning the surroundings, but focusing on the 10 stone tablets parallel to the wooden house. She chose one of them and stepped inside. Only then did Bai Xiaochun notice that beneath the 10 stone tablets, there were rows of wooden houses on all 4 sides. Besides the outermost stone tablet where Chu Xinqi had gone, there were quite a few people coming and going in the wooden houses surrounding the other stone tablets. Finally, I get to see Senior Sister Chu again. This time, Senior Sister Chu will definitely succeed in ranking first on the 9th stone tablet. Senior Sister Chu's goal is to rank first on all 10 tablets, something no one has ever achieved. And only she can do it. In this 4th Heaven Spirit Beast examination, she will definitely be first. While the disciples around were excitedly cheering for Senior Sister Chu, Bai Xiaochun found a thin, weak outer disciple nearby who was also shouting "Go, Senior Sister Chu!" and took the opportunity to ask him some questions. The other party seemed to be in a very good mood and explained everything in detail to him. Bai Xiaochun had determined that to obtain the second batch of herbs, he needed to enter the wooden house beneath the stone tablet to undergo the examination, and only then could he succeed. Therefore, he quickly made his way to the first stone tablet. He finally got close, only to find that all the wooden houses were already full. After waiting for a while, he saw a person emerge with their head down and looking dejected. Without hesitation, he immediately approached. As soon as he entered the wooden house, the noise outside seemed to be cut off, and an extraordinary silence fell. The wooden house wasn't large. Inside, there was a cushion, and in front of the cushion was another small stone tablet. Following the information he had gathered, Bai Xiaoqun sat cross-legged on the cushion, took out the jade slip containing the first chapter of herbs, and tapped it against the stone tablet. The jade slip instantly merged into it. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and a radiant light spread outwards. That senior brother just said that I should now draw a symbol representing my future alchemist's mark on the stone tablet. Bai Xiaoqun thought for a moment, then chuckled, drawing a black turtle on the stone tablet. He liked black turtles. The black turtle was drawn crookedly, a little unsightly, but he felt it was quite good. The black turtle mark flashed and disappeared. Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath, composed himself for a moment. His eyes gleamed, and his right hand slowly rose towards the stone tablet. Just as he was about to touch it, a loud bang echoed in his head, his vision blurred, and when he regained his senses, he was no longer in the wooden house, but in a surreal space. Before Bai Xiaoqun could even survey his surroundings, a flash of light appeared before him. In an instant, countless medicinal herbs surged towards him. These medicinal herbs were not intact, but were all destroyed, having been chopped into more than 10 pieces, all mixed together, spread out densely and intricately. At a glance, the number had quickly become countless. This was the terrifying examination of the 10,000 medicine pavilion that had caused countless outer disciples of Xiangyan Mountain to be extremely resentful. For so many years, countless people had failed this examination. Because of this, anyone whose name was inscribed on the stone tablet and entered the top 100 was admired and genuinely respected by countless people, especially the top 10, even the first place, whose name truly reflected their status. Within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, quickly assemble the pieces. The examination will determine the number of intact pieces. Begin, a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, echoed through this illusory space. It's that simple. Bai Xiaoqun found it hard to believe. With his knowledge of medicinal herbs from the jade slip, he could now see at a glance the fragments that made up hundreds of different herbs. He had thought a lot before coming here, and now that the examination was so easy, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then he felt anxious again. No, if the examination is this simple, the number of items needed to pass will definitely be very high. Bai Xiaoqun was very nervous, hastily seizing the time. His right hand continuously pointing 10 times. Each piece of medicinal herb he pointed at instantly condensed into 2 medicinal herbs according to his thoughts. His hands continuously pointed almost without stopping. Countless fragments flew out, condensing together to form a medicinal herb. Gradually, the number increased, quickly reaching over 100. Bai Xiaoqun stared intently, his mind highly focused, forgetting everything around him. Only these medicinal herb fragments remained before him. His hands moved faster and faster. He was anxious and worried about failing the examination, so at this moment, he was radiating ferocity, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot, and his hands moving even faster. 100, 200, 300, 500, 1,000. Bai Xiaoqun was drenched in sweat, even white smoke was rising from the top of his head, his hands moving even faster. He could instantly recognize the types of herbs in those fragments with just a glance. Because when he memorized the jade slip, he had studied those herbs as if he wanted to grind them into dust. But he lacked the conditions to do so, so he could only observe to the limit, understanding everything. If disciples outside saw this scene, they would surely gasp in disbelief. They had initially thought this examination would be infuriating. But they absolutely could not have imagined that what truly infuriated them was Bai Xiaoqun's research on the 10,000 medicinal herbs inside the jade slip. As time passed, 2,000, 3,000. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands could only move with the help of his thoughts. If it weren't for his 4th level Qi condensation cultivation, he probably wouldn't have been able to lift them. Having reached this point, Bai Xiaoqun didn't know if he could pass, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the remaining fragments of herbs were almost gone. Suddenly, they all flashed with light and vanished in an instant. His vision blurred again, and when it cleared, he was back inside the wooden house. A jade slip appeared on the stone tablet. It was the same jade slip recording the first chapter of medicinal herbs that he had incorporated earlier. Just a little more, just a little more. His heart was unsettled, and he picked up the jade slip, bowing his head as he left the wooden house. When they reached the outside, they heard countless cheers. Bai Xiaochun raised his head in surprise and looked at the wooden house that Zhou Xinqi had entered. She had also entered at the same time. The stone tablet behind her, with her name, Aquarius, appearing in the first position. That was the fourth spirit beast stele. If you paid attention, you could see that the first place among the 9 steles on the other side was occupied by only a single Aquarius. Countless cheers erupted, echoing in all directions. Haha, Senior Sister Chu has succeeded. I told you, Senior Sister Chu will undoubtedly create an unprecedented legend of the #1 ranking. She truly lives up to her reputation as Zhou Xinqi, a person with the talent of the spiritual vein and herbs. Her future is unpredictable. Senior Sister Chu, we expect you to achieve first place, setting a precedent of being the #1 person on all 10 steles, causing the grand bell of the Lingxi sect to ring and shake the entire sect. The cheers of the outer disciples at the 10,000 medicine pavilion resounded incessantly. Although some in the crowd had grim expressions and spoke harshly, their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming cheers. Among the outer disciples, Zhou Xinqi shone like the midday sun. She was even regarded by everyone at Xiangyun Mountain as the representative of this peak. Zhou Xinqi smiled, even though she was usually as cold as ice. Being surrounded by the cheers of countless disciples made her feel a sense of pride. Her smile only intensified the enthusiastic cheers of the surrounding disciples. Bai Xiaochun, also among the admiring crowd, looked at Zhou Xinqi, sighing inwardly as he gazed up at the first spirit beast stone tablet. A quick glance caused his eyes to widen. He then took out the jade slip containing the first part of the herbs section and examined it carefully. Besides the original 10,000 herbs listed, there was now information on another 10,000. He puffed out his chest in surprise and held his head high, displaying an arrogant demeanor. He clearly saw that on the first herb stone tablet, there was a beautiful, sturdy black turtle symbol standing atop a treasure vase. The sight was incredibly pleasing and comforting. He was about to leave, but now he had to stay within the crowd, suppressing the excitement in his heart, preparing to hear the cheers of the people around him. However, he waited and waited, but everyone around him was focused on Zhou Xinqi, and no one paid attention to the herbal stone tablet. Even Zhou Xinqi on the other side seemed about to quickly turn and leave. Bai Xiaochun suddenly became impatient, glaring behind him. Then he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Look at the first place herbal stone tablet over there. How come Senior Sister Chu isn't at the top anymore? It's changed. How strange. Who drew that beautiful black turtle symbol?" His voice was clear and crisp, drawing considerable attention amidst the jubilant crowd, and the content of his words was incredibly impactful. Quite a few people standing beside him suddenly turned around to look. Then their expressions suddenly changed, and they let out a series of exclamations. Thus, those who heard the exclamations unconsciously looked back, their bodies trembling, their faces showing disbelief. Very quickly, everyone present focused their attention on the first-ranked herbal medicine stele. This is first-ranked herbal medicine stele. Someone has actually surpassed Senior Sister Chu. How is this possible? My God, someone has actually surpassed Senior Sister Chu. Who is this person? The black turtle inscription drawn on it is incredibly ugly. Who exactly is this guy? Someone actually dares to challenge Senior Sister Chu in herbal medicine skills. This is a big deal. Senior Sister Chu is no longer ranked first on the 9th stele, but still ranked first on the 8th. The disciples all around suddenly became agitated, and at the same time, a huge wave of discussion arose, no less boisterous than the cheers for Zhou Xinqi earlier. Anyway, these things happened, catching everyone off guard. This unexpected turn of events had pushed them to their breaking point. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun stood among the crowd, feeling smug, but also worried that admitting defeat now wouldn't be appropriate, so he stubbornly endured it. However, he occasionally shouted out, his astonished tone standing out among the crowd. In truth, he himself hadn't expected to win the top spot. Just then, Zhou Xinqi, who was about to leave, suddenly froze. She had heard the exclamations of surprise from the surrounding crowd. Turning her phoenix-like eyes towards the first-ranked herbal monument, she saw the black turtle symbol at the top of the ranking list. Her initially slight frown quickly eased, but no emotion stirred within her. She remembered that when she first achieved the top position on the stone tablet, it was when she was just an outer disciple, and even then she hadn't used her full strength. Not to mention that now, she was completely at a different level than before. That's right, a promising talent has emerged in the sect, she said calmly, her voice low, and with a flash. She arrived at the first-ranked herbal stone tablet and entered. Her thinking was simple. She'd only been surpassed for a moment. She could just reclaim it. Her slight movement caused a group of surrounding disciples to become excited. They all watched intently, their hearts filled with anticipation as they saw Chushinchi enter the wooden house beneath the first-ranked herbal stone tablet. Sister Chu wants to reclaim her top position? Huh. That junior brother who drew the black turtle symbol is quite good, but unfortunately, this top position only lasts for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Not bad. This person can be considered a genius in herbal medicine, but meeting senior sister Chu can only be considered as bad luck, hearing the discussions around him. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt a surge of nervousness and uncertainty. He was worried about the remaining fragments of herbs that hadn't been completely reassembled, and partly because of Zhou Xinqi's immense fame. He even considered himself likely to be in second place. It's all right, second place is second place. A good man doesn't compete with a woman, Bai Xiaochun reassured himself. He wanted to leave, but ultimately, he remained there, weighing the pros and cons. A short while passed, and the position on the stone tablet remained unchanged. Bai Xiaochun was still in first place. At this moment, Zhou Xinqi emerged from the wooden house, her expression indifferent, her heart filled with complete confidence. She had already displayed 80% of her skill, successfully reassembling 4,000 herbs from the 10,000 fragments within. In her eyes, this was absolutely superior to that disciple with some unknown talent. But the moment she stepped out, she heard no sound from outside. She looked back and saw that everyone's expressions were strange, and many even showed expressions of utter disbelief. Chushinchi was stunned, then suddenly looked up at the stone tablet. She saw that her representative treasure vase mark was still being written by the increasingly unsightly black turtle mark. The four sects suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Even Bai Xiaochun himself was momentarily surprised, then looked at Chushinchi in astonishment, feeling that this girl, besides her beautiful appearance, seemed not as terrifying as he had imagined. Chushinchi's eyes narrowed, but quickly returned to normal. She also has some talent in herbs. I'm quite curious about this person. She then turned and walked away. Under everyone's gaze, she stepped into the wooden house behind her once again. At this point, Bai Xiaochun couldn't leave either, and was standing on tiptoe among the crowd, waiting. The other outer disciples weren't discussing loudly, but whispering amongst themselves. After all, in everyone's eyes, such things had never happened before, and they all felt it was extremely bizarre. Gradually, everyone looked towards the black turtle seal, feeling a mysterious force emanating from it. And after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, when Chushinchi came out again, this mysterious force had become even stronger. The black turtle was still there. Heavens, who is this person? Bai Xiaochun suddenly widened his eyes, shouting loudly to break the tense atmosphere among the disciples. Senior sister Chu tried twice and couldn't pass it. How could this be? How many complete herbs can this person possibly combine? Did anyone see which senior brother entered the examination just now? Everyone was silent for a long time. Then suddenly burst into a commotion. Chushinchi, still standing beneath the stone tablet, frowned. She had just used all her herbal skills to complete 6,000 herbs, but she still couldn't believe she was being surpassed. Her eyes narrowed, and she snorted coldly. She turned and walked back into the wooden house, her eyes now filled with seriousness. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, she emerged, her expression extremely solemn. Another incense stick passed, and when she came out, her face was pale, but her expression was still one of unyielding defiance as she turned around again. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The breathing of the surrounding disciples quickened with each attempt by Chushinchi to turn around, becoming increasingly frantic. Finally, everything fell silent again, because everything that was happening here represented a terrifying truth. They couldn't imagine how many intact medicinal herbs the person who drew the black turtle mark had completed, to the point that Chushinchi couldn't surpass them. The black turtle mark had now been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Especially after Chushinchi stepped out again, Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, causing the surrounding disciples to gasp in shock. Bai Xiaochun, amidst the crowd, coughed incessantly, unable to tell anyone that he was the one in first place, leaving him feeling like a cat scratching an itch inside. He could only secretly rejoice. This won't do. Later, I must find an opportunity somewhere where thousands of people are watching to let everyone know that I, Bai Xiaochun, am the #1 ranked herbal stone tablet holder. Looking at the darkening sky, Bai Xiaochun sighed, adopting the demeanor of a solitary master. With a single move from me, Bai Xiaochun, Chu Xinqi vanished into thin air. He flicked his sleeves, turned around, and arrogantly walked away from the crowd, disappearing into the distance. As soon as he turned, Chu Xinqi, standing beneath the #1 ranked herbal stone tablet holder, gritted her teeth and went back into the wooden house once more. She was very persistent. When the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xu Tamqi's face was full of fatigue, staring at the black turtle. She had never thought that in just one day, she would encounter such a thing, and then she carried on silently and walked away. The crowd dispersed at this point. The love story involving the black turtle had spread rapidly throughout Xiangyun Mountain overnight. Just when everyone thought it was over, the disciples of the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion were startled to see Chu Xinqi again at dawn the next day. She flew straight into the wooden house beneath the first-ranked herbal medicine stele, and after failing, she tried again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For 3 days straight, Chu Xinqi's relentless pursuit kept the entire Xiangyun Mountain sect discussing the mysterious black turtle to an unimaginable degree. Everyone knew, everyone understood, and the story even reached the ears of the inner disciples. 7 days later, Chu Xinqi stood silently beneath the stone stele, gazing at the black turtle. For the first time, a somber expression appeared in her eyes. For 7 or 8 days, she had been constantly experimenting, using all her strength, even exceeding her usual performance. Her best achievement was reaching 7 or 8,000 roots, yet she still couldn't surpass that mysterious disciple. Who exactly are you? Chu Xinqi whispered, then sighed, gritting her teeth and turning away, no longer challenging him. However, the black turtle mark was deeply etched in her heart, impossible to erase. Bai Xiaochun's time at Xiangyun Mountain as an outer disciple was incredibly comfortable. Aside from the occasional longing for the delicious food at the fire stove room, he was very satisfied with his new life. His cultivation speed and the herbs he studied were all very interesting to him. However, sometimes he felt bored because there was no one he knew around, no one to talk to. Is a cultivator's life always this lonely? Bai Xiaochun sighed. He stood in the courtyard, gazing at the sky, looking like a precocious old man. The autumn wind had passed, and the sky was covered with fluttering snowflakes. The temperature had dropped, but the spirit bamboo plants in the courtyard were still thriving. Now they were taller than Bai Xiaochun, their verdant branches and leaves bringing a spring-like contrast to the enveloping winter. More than a month had passed since Bai Xiaochun became the top scholar on the Herbstone tablet. The difficulty of the second volume truly exceeded his expectations, slowing down his research speed. Chu Xinqi also hadn't returned to test her skills on the stone tablet. Bai Xiaochun recalled the remaining herbs, not yet fully assembled, feeling a mix of regret and pressure. I must make a name for myself. I can't let that little girl Chu Xinqi surpass me, Bai Xiaochun resolved. He hadn't yet fulfilled his wish of standing before thousands of eyes and declaring himself the alchemist with the black turtle mark, so he felt he had to work even harder. Although his research speed on the second chapter of herbs had slowed down, his cultivation of the immortal longevity technique was nearing the completion of a minor cycle. Each time he cultivated, the pain in his body increased. It was precisely because of his unwavering obsession with immortality that he had been able to grit his teeth and persevere, until now. There are 3 more days, and according to the instructions in the immortal longevity technique, I will have completed a full minor cycle. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He was simultaneously studying the herbology of the second heaven and practicing the immortal longevity technique. 3 days passed quickly. On the 3rd day, snow blanketed the sky above the Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaochun was running fast when suddenly his body trembled violently. He stopped, and the pain that had lasted for 81 days suddenly disappeared. A great deal of heat surged within his body, then condensed on his skin, making it feel as hot as if it had just been pulled out of a furnace. Suddenly, the falling snow melted before it even touched him, then turned into white smoke that rose into the air. Success! Although his mouth was dry and his tongue parched, Bai Xiaojun was overjoyed. He looked down at his body and saw a black aura appearing on his skin. This aura circled around him before slowly disappearing. He poked his skin with his right finger. The sensation was like touching buffalo hide, making his eyes light up. He moved slightly and found his speed had increased considerably. With a whoosh, Bai Xiaojun appeared several meters away. This speed was twice as fast as before. Bai Xiaojun happily ran back and forth, his face full of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he continued to cultivate according to the incantation of the immortal longevity technique. His current situation was like using his own body to test a breathing method. Each inhale and exhale constitutes a small cycle, and performing this continuously 9981 times completes a minor circulation. If one can persevere through the pain until the minor circulation is complete, they will achieve the minor accomplishment of the immortal skin. Bai Xiaojun practiced for a long time before gradually discovering the pattern. He stood in the courtyard, breathing deeply, struggling to complete a small cycle. After each cycle, his body thinned a little, visibly so. At the same time, hunger returned. His stomach rumbled, but he ignored it and continued breathing. As time passed, his body grew thinner and thinner. By the time he completed the 15th breathing cycle, he was nothing but skin and bones, as if all the nutrients had been sucked out. Yet, his skin had become even tougher. Bai Xiaojun couldn't bear it any longer. He opened his eyes, his head spinning, his vision blurry. The unbearable hunger made him think that if there were a giant elephant in front of him, he could devour it whole. "No, I'm starving," Bai Xiaojun swallowed hard. He looked around but saw no food, only lush green bamboo. Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed over and took a big bite out of the bamboo stalk. Crack, he tore off a large piece of the bamboo, then chewed it noisily, trying to swallow it. His face turned pale. The bitter taste made him tremble. "It's so bitter. I want to eat rice." Bai Xiaojun suddenly remembered the fire stove room. His hunger had reached its limit. He had never experienced such intense hunger before. He felt dizzy. His eyes turned green, and his breathing became rapid. Suddenly, he rushed out, running quickly from the courtyard. On the mountain road, Bai Xiaojun ran very fast. The other outer disciples saw him running towards them, but they only felt a gust of wind blow past, and before they could see his back anymore. He ran down the mountain path, reaching the surface area and rushing straight into the kitchen. He didn't have time to wait for the door to open, so he quickly jumped inside. Inside the kitchen, everyone was cooking rice. After Zhang Daopan and He Senpan left, Huang Apan had become the leader. He was walking towards the rice pot when a gust of wind blew, and Bai Xiaojun appeared as if from the sky, his mouth wide open, scooping rice into the pot. "Ah!" Huang Apan exclaimed in shock. The other fat guys were also stunned. Before they could say a word, Bai Xiaojun grabbed a large bowl and began scooping rice into his mouth. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. Bai Xiaojun ate continuously for over 100 bowls, his stomach like a bottomless pit, never getting full. "I'm so hungry." "No, I want meat." Bai Xiaojun was furious, his eyes fixed on his chubby senior brothers, who looked like mountains of flesh, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. The fat guys in the kitchen stared at Bai Xiaojun with wide eyes and gaping mouths. They had seen many hungry people before, but never anyone tormented by hunger like this. In this kitchen, Bai Xiaojun was like a starving demon, especially when they saw Bai Xiaojun looking at them with a look that seemed to want to devour them alive. Huang Erpin and the other senior brothers quickly jumped back, Huang Erpin shouting, "Jupan, there's still spirit food in the kitchen prepared for Elder Zhou." Hearing this, Bai Xiaojun's eyes flashed with light. He quickly jumped into the kitchen. Huang Erpin and the others outside exchanged glances, their faces pale. "See, this is the consequence of being an outer disciple. Our junior brother is starving like this. We'd rather die than become outer disciples." The remaining senior brothers all made up their minds, simultaneously looking at Bai Xiaojun with sympathetic and understanding eyes. In the kitchen, Bai Xiaojun was still lucid enough to only eat the edges, not the whole thing as the 6 mantras had stated earlier. If he broke the rules, it would implicate the other senior brothers. He couldn't do that. After devouring the food for a while, the hunger in his stomach subsided slightly. Only then did he step outside, wanting to cry but unable to. He felt that the immortal longevity technique was truly terrifying. Now that he no longer felt pain, the hunger was still tormenting him, driving him mad. Second senior brother Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at Huang Erpin. Seeing that his junior brother's eyes had returned to normal, Huang Erpin calmed down, walked up to Bai Xiaochun, and patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Little brother, don't worry. At most, we'll just prepare another portion for Elder Zhou. Seeing you're so hungry, you should come back here and nourish yourself." Those words moved Bai Xiaochun. He gritted his teeth, deciding that he would definitely not return here often in the future. One day, if he really couldn't bear it anymore, this fire stove room wouldn't be able to tolerate him. After parting ways with his senior brothers Huang Erpin, Bai Xiaochun walked on Xiangyun Mountain. The feeling of satisfaction had somewhat disappeared, replaced by the fear that one day he would actually die of starvation. I wonder if anyone in the Lingxi sect has ever died of starvation before. I don't want to be the first one. His face was gloomy as he pondered a solution to the problem when he suddenly heard a rooster crowing not far away. Upon hearing it, he stopped abruptly, staring in the direction of the crowing, his hungry stomach rumbling. A rooster, looking around but seeing no one, he quickly jumped into the bushes, slithering forward like a weasel. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun was huddled by the fence outside Xiangyun Mountain's spirit beast breeding grounds. He squatted, staring wide-eyed at the arrogant chickens strutting back and forth inside. These chickens had 3 colored feathers and heads as big as calves. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up as he looked at them, constantly swallowing. "Meat," Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, his voice accompanied by a strange smile that sent shivers down anyone's spine. Spirit-tailed chicken is much larger than a normal domestic chicken, with sturdy feathers and a ferocious nature. Upon reaching maturity, it can be compared to a second-level condensation cultivator. Because its meat is edible, its eggs are nutritious, its blood and bones are used as medicine, and especially its tail, which is a rare 3-colored fire fuel. Spirit-tailed chickens are widely raised on all 3 mountains on the southern bank of the Spirit Stream sect. However, they are not the sect's property, but the private property of Li Qingou and the 2 sect masters of the other 2 mountains, who have assigned disciples to raise them. On Xiangyun Mountain, there are 3 areas set up for the breeding of spirit-tailed chickens. Bai Xiaochun squatted in the bushes, observing the flock of spirit-tailed chickens. He hadn't seen it alive before when he was in the kitchen, but he had tasted its meat and knew it was extremely delicious. He had also heard Zhang Dapeng say that this type of chicken preferred to eat insects. After a while, his figure flashed. He didn't act rashly, but chose to descend the mountain, using his remaining meager amount of spirit stones to exchange for a bag of spirit insects before returning to the courtyard. As soon as he arrived, his stomach began to rumble with hunger. Bai Xiaochun suppressed his dizziness and began searching, as if looking for something. Before long, his eyes lit up when he saw the spirit bamboo. These bamboo stalks were now about 10 feet long, as thick as a fist. Emitting spiritual light, they looked extraordinary. Bai Xiaochun seized the opportunity to approach, circling the bamboo stalks and examining them, laughing heartily. Based on his knowledge of herbs, he plucked sections from the toughest spirit bamboo stalk. Regarding how to steal chickens, Bai Xiaochun had a special method. The key to stealing chickens lies in the word steal, and knowing how to do it without being discovered is a whole other subject. Using these 2 pieces of bamboo, he quickly made a bamboo cicada. He learned this from his father when he was a child. It was said to be a powerful weapon that could kill chickens and phoenixes. Then he braided bamboo threads into a rope. After testing its strength, he attached the bamboo cicada to the rope and, taking advantage of the darkness of night, rushed out. "I want to eat chicken." Along the way, his stomach rumbled with hunger, but Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with a green light. This blinding hunger only made him faster, heading straight to the nearby spirit-tailed chicken breeding ground. As he approached, his pace slowed, and he cautiously crept closer to the fence. He held the bamboo stick with the spirit insect hanging from it and threw it with all his might. Then he squatted to one side, enduring hunger and thirst, patiently waiting. In the distance, there were a few wooden houses, the residences of the outer disciples. In this large breeding area, there were over 100 spirit-tailed chickens, most of them standing still, only a few pacing back and forth, occasionally arrogantly raising their heads. Their demeanor extraordinary. Before long, one spirit-tailed chicken seemed to sense something, turned its head to look at a spot not far away, and upon approaching, immediately spotted the spirit insect and pecked at it. The moment the spirit-tailed chicken pecked at the spirit insect, as if triggering a mechanism, a bent bamboo branch suddenly shot out, cleverly standing upright in the chicken's mouth, forcing its beak open. The spirit-tailed chicken wanted to make a sound, but its mouth was jammed, preventing any sound from escaping. It tried to crush the bamboo stick in its mouth, but the bamboo was incredibly hard, rendering its efforts useless. Simultaneously, a powerful force suddenly emanated from the bamboo. No matter how much the spirit-tailed chicken struggled, it was quickly and silently thrown behind the fence. The rope vibrated, and the spirit-tailed chicken was instantly pulled up and caught by Xiaochun. His fourth-level Qi condensation cultivation, combined with his tough skin and immense strength, allowed him to directly squeeze the chicken's neck and toss it into his storage bag. The action was extremely skillful and practiced. The entire process took less than 30 breaths. This was only because he had spent some time waiting, otherwise, it would have been even faster. Bai Xiaochun was very excited and quickly returned to his courtyard. Very quickly, waves of fragrant aroma spread out, and by the time the sky was bright, the chicken had been completely stuffed into Bai Xiaochun's stomach. Only the feathers and chicken bones remained on the ground after eating a spirit-tailed chicken. Bai Xiaochun's hunger instantly dissipated by more than half. His body was somewhat nourished. His entire body was warm, making him feel very comfortable. Even the spiritual energy within his body had increased by a bit. But the most obvious was the longevity immortal art, allowing him to circulate 7 or 8 breaths in one breath. With each breath, waves of warmth filled his body, condensing on his skin, making his skin appear even tougher. Although a black light flashed, if one looked carefully, it was still as white as before. This immortal longevity technique, at first it's painful, then it's hungry. The cultivation is quite difficult, but the effect is also very good. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, took out the wooden sword, and carefully and gently touched it to the back of his hand. This wooden sword, which had undergone to spirit refining processes, clearly felt a little resistance when it touched Bai Xiaochun's skin. He didn't stab further, but his resolve to cultivate the immortal longevity technique became even stronger. According to the immortal longevity technique's teachings, this immortal skin is divided into 4 levels: gold, silver, copper, and iron. I'm probably only at the beginner level now. If I can breathe for 81 days, then I can reach the minor accomplishment of the iron skin immortal. Bai Xiaochun looked at the chicken bones beside him. The method of cultivating the iron skin immortal was now clear in his mind. Fortunately, there are quite a few spirit-tailed chickens on this mountain. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, becoming even more interested in the spirit-tailed chicken. He didn't know that many people in the spirit stream sect had cultivated the immortal longevity technique over the past 10,000 years. More than half of them gave up before the 81 days, unable to endure the terrifying torture, but a few persevered. However, the key to cultivating this technique was its resource consumption. If one wanted to cultivate to the immortal golden skin stage, the amount of resources consumed was incredibly high. Even an entire sect couldn't easily afford it. After all, with that amount of resources, cultivating other body refining methods, although not as miraculous as the immortal longevity technique, would be the most beneficial. That's why the immortal longevity technique was left unattended in the scripture repository. After cultivating for a while, Bai Xiaochun cleaned up the pile of chicken bones and buried them in the spirit soil. As for the chicken feathers, he threw them down as well. Only then did he leave the small courtyard and go to where the outer disciples were gathered, straining his ears to gather information. Based on his experience from years ago, he knew that stealing chickens was best done every few days. After some investigation, he didn't hear anything about the missing spirit-tailed chicken, but instead, he coincidentally learned that the tail feathers of the spirit-tailed chicken were used as fuel for the 3-colored fire. Upon learning this, Bai Xiaochun immediately rushed back to the courtyard, hastily digging out the 3-colored tail feathers from the spirit soil, holding them in his hand and examining them for a long time, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. No wonder these spirit-tailed chickens are raised in such large numbers. Bai Xiaochun quickly placed the 3-colored feathers into his storage bag. To others, they were simply fuel for the 3-colored fire, but to him, they represented 3 stages of spirit refining. He didn't use it immediately. His intention was to refine the spirit elixir later when he obtained it, making its effects even stronger. After a few days of quiet, Bai Xiaochun started to feel hungry again. Late that night, he put down the second chapter of the herbal jade slip and sneaked out. When he returned, his storage bag contained two spirit-tailed chickens. Time passed slowly, and a month went by. During this month, news of the spirit-tailed chicken theft spread throughout Xiangyun Mountain. Even Li Qingou knew about it. After all, in this month, dozens of spirit-tailed chickens had been stolen from the 3 spirit-tailed chicken breeding areas, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Because he had to go out, he didn't bother with it either. The most frustrated were the outer disciples responsible for raising the spirit-tailed chickens. These 7 or 8 people weren't heartbroken over the chickens. After all, they weren't theirs, and besides, the sect leader hadn't said anything. But they felt utterly humiliated. Clearly someone dared to steal their chickens right before their eyes. They hated the chicken thief to the point of gnashing their teeth. Yet they were powerless to do anything about it. No matter how well they guarded the chickens, they kept getting stolen. What puzzled them most was that each time they were stolen silently, without a sound, as if the chickens simply vanished. As for Bai Xiaochun, his body had completely recovered over the past month, and he had even gained a little weight. No matter how much the immortal longevity technique absorbed, the chicken meat always replenished it. His face was rosy, and he had regained his cheerful daily life. His mood had improved, and his stomach was no longer hungry, so his speed in studying the second-level herbal medicine increased significantly. Finally, today he had completely mastered this second-level herbal medicine. Especially with the experience from the previous time, he was even more thorough this time, memorizing not only the veins and roots, but also the fine hairs. He was even more confident. Even if the herb were cut into dozens of pieces, he could instantly recognize it. At this point, he puffed out his chest and confidently walked out of the courtyard. This time, I want everyone to know that I am the Turtle Lord riding on the heart-piercing banner, Bai Xiaochun, filled with anticipation. Headed towards the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. After wandering around for a while, Bai Xiaochun finally approached the Second Heaven Herbal Stone Tablet. Just as he was about to go in, he overheard the conversation of 3 outer disciples in front of him, seemingly about himself. Have you heard? Recently, something strange has happened in our sect. Someone is specifically stealing Li Headmaster's spirit-tailed chickens. I heard they've lost about 100 already, not just 100. I heard that almost all of Li Headmaster's chickens have been stolen. The thief is even being hunted down by all the disciples in charge of raising the spirit-tailed chickens, and they're even fiercely demanding to feed him to the chickens. It's really strange. How come our Xiangyun Mountain keeps having such unusual occurrences lately? First the mysterious black turtle incident, and now this super chicken thief. Bai Xiaochun unconsciously shrank his neck, feeling a little guilty. Wasn't it just stealing a few chickens? How did it cause such a big commotion? Looking at the situation, it seemed like the entire sect knew about it. Moreover, hearing that the spirit-tailed chicken belonged to Li Qingou, he became even more frightened. I didn't steal that many. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt like he was being framed. Just as he was considering how to change everyone's impression of this super chicken thief, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from behind him. Little girl, what are you pushing and shoving for? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? So what if I push you? Are you that big of a person? If you're afraid of being pushed and shoved, then don't come here. This young lady pushed and shoved you. It's your honor. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt that the voice behind him sounded a little familiar, so he turned around to look. He suddenly saw a fair and soft little girl, her hands on her waist, her chest puffed out, her face arrogantly struggling with a big man. Little Sister Ho, Bai Xiaochun glared. This little girl was precisely Little Sister Ho. When she heard that voice, she turned around and saw Bai Xiaochun. Her small, arrogant face suddenly turned into one of joy. Big brother Xiaochun, it's you. Little Sister Ho quickly twisted her small waist and ran towards Bai Xiaochun. Before she got close, a pure and hot aura had already rushed towards her. Little Sister Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked at the extremely adorable and lively young girl in front of him. Big brother Xiaochun is so ugly, even teasing people. I'm called Little Sister Ho. Ho Xiaomei heard Bai Xiaochun's words. Her face suddenly turned red, and she said innocently, The more so, the more the vibrant young girl in front of him became even more beautiful and captivating, causing many of the surrounding outer sect disciples to look at her with shining eyes. As for that big man, his entire body suddenly got goosebumps, feeling that this little girl had changed too much. Her happiness and anger were rarely seen. Big brother Xiaochun, my big brother hasn't returned from the mountain yet. This is the first time I've come here alone. Where should I go to exchange for the second portion of herbs? Hou Xiaomei hurriedly asked. Actually, she had come here once before, but at that time her big brother brought her here, and now she was still wondering what to do when she met Bai Xiaomei. Bai Xiaomei smiled and began to introduce her to Hou Xiaomei, describing her in great detail. Hou Xiaomei nodded from time to time, seeming to have understood a little at this moment. She looked at Bai Xiaochun in front of her. The more she looked, the more she felt that senior brother Bai Xiaochun was not only a good person, but also extremely knowledgeable. After the introduction, Bai Xiaochun glanced at Hou Xiaomei. Then he couldn't help but point at the first-ranking herb Steely, pretending to be chatting about the passing of time. Look at that stone, Steely. On it are all the geniuses of this generation of the sect. Each of them will have achievements that will shock the cultivation world in the future. There's no need to mention anyone else. I'll just introduce you to the name in second place. Look at that Aquarius seal. That's the genius woman of our fragrant cloud mountain, Zhou Xinqi. So this Aquarius seal represents the disciple with the herb spirit vein who was accepted as a disciple by the abbot, destined to become senior sister Zhou's inner sect disciple. Hou Xiaomei's eyes suddenly lit up as she raised her head to look at the Aquarius seal on the first page of the stone tablet. Her gaze filled with admiration. She had also heard Hou Yunfei talk about Zhou Xinqi's exploits, so she admired her greatly. Now that she heard Bai Xiaochun's introduction, her spirit was even more excited. Bai Xiaochun still had an indifferent and light-hearted demeanor, but after waiting for half a day, he still saw Hou Xiaomei engrossed in looking at the Aquarius seal, not paying any attention to the black tortoise pressing down on top of it. He felt itchy and uncomfortable in his heart. His long-winded introduction was only to lead the topic to talk about the black tortoise's exploits. Cough cough, this Zhou Xinqi is truly extraordinary. That's why she's ranked second on this first page of the herb stone tablet. As soon as he mentioned the 4 words ranked second, he also deliberately emphasized it to get Hou Xiaomei's attention. Hou Xiaomei was suddenly stunned and took a closer look. Then her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Second place. Whose black turtle emblem is that above senior sister Chu's ranking? The drawing is really ugly. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun became even more displeased. He felt that he needed to give a special education to Hou Xiaomei in front of him, so he put on a serious expression. His words were solemn and profound. Then you are wrong, little sister. You should know that this beautiful black turtle mark represents the most mysterious, greatest, and most supernatural disciple in our sect right now. There are many rumors about this person. Every time he appears, he causes the sect to stir, makes the disciples' eyes explode, makes countless people pay attention, countless people admire him, and makes countless people cheer. Hou Xiaomei's personality was originally simple, but now hearing Bai Xiaochun's long words, she was stunned and then doubted. You should also know, 2 months ago, this person suddenly appeared and shattered Zhou Xinqi's wish to be at the top of the 9 tablets. You should know. This person appeared in a flash and easily took away the title of #1 herbal stealing #1. You should know. After Zhou Xinqi saw this with her own eyes, she continuously didn't sleep or rest for 7 consecutive days, once, and again, and finally decided to risk everything to challenge the ranking on the Steely. But she still had to accept defeat and settle for second place. You should also know. Bai Xiaochun cough. Bai Xiaochun became more and more excited as he spoke. In the end, he almost blurted out that he was that great Gui family, but he held back in the end. His ideal was to reveal his identity in front of everyone, absolutely not to reveal this matter in front of a little girl. That would be too much of a waste of emotion. Is it true? Hou Xiaomei's eyes were shining brightly at this moment, like a small star in the dark night, at the same time looking at that little black turtle with a look of worship on her face. Her small face was also red with excitement. Of course it's real. Bai Xiaochun's heart suddenly felt emotional at this moment. He felt like he had finally done a good deed, successfully guiding a lost child back to the right path. He had a great sense of accomplishment, At this moment, he lifted his little sleeves up, no longer paying attention to Ho Xiaomei, who was immersed in worship, and walked towards the second stone tablet. Bai Xiaomei pushed through the crowd, waited for a while before waiting for his turn to enter the wooden house. He strode in. His figure also disappeared. It was still the same wooden house. Bai Xiaomei sat in front of the stone tablet, once again drawing the black turtle mark. Then his eyes suddenly blurred. A loud bang sounded in his ears, and he appeared in the familiar illusory space. At this moment, the icy cold sound no longer appeared, but instead countless pieces of medicinal herbs appeared. Bai Xiaochun had already planned everything in his heart, so at this moment, his eyes lit up, his hands moved quickly, and an intact herb immediately appeared. Time passed, and by the time an incense stick had finished, there were less than 5,000 pieces of herb fragments left in front of Bai Xiaochun. This result was much better than the result he had achieved at the first level herb steely last time. Unfortunately, time had run out, and Bai Xiaochun felt dizzy, and then his entire body appeared inside the wooden house once again. Even so, he still had 10% confidence that he could obtain the information on the third level herb. With a heart full of anticipation, he turned around and pushed open the door of the wooden house and walked out. Looking at the countless outer sect disciples standing outside, not many of whom paid attention to the change in the ranking order on the stele, a sense of pride suddenly rose in Bai Xiaochun's heart. At this moment, I want the entire sect to be shaken. Let everyone know that I, Bai Xiaochun, am the great Gui clan. In Bai Xiaochun's mind, he even imagined himself being worshipped by thousands of people, and also the image of Ho Xiaomei being shocked and all sorts of other things. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thus, he arrogantly raised his right hand high in the air, wanting to shout loudly and proactively announce to everyone that he was the great Gui clan. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the group of outer sect disciples lining up for the trial beside him. Do you think that little black turtle who stole Senior Sister Joe's reputation would dare to appear again? Probably not. Those fans of Senior Sister Joe are all going crazy. I heard that they are using all their strength to search for that little black turtle on the entire South Bank, and they even spread the word that if they find her, they will definitely torment her while she is still alive. I even heard that the inner sect disciples are also participating in this matter. Bai Xiaochun's right hand was still raised. But when he heard these words of discussion, he was suddenly terrified, and when he heard that even the inner sect disciples were participating in the search for him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly moved his right hand to scratch his head, then pretended to be calm as if nothing had happened, then quickly put his hand down again. A feeling of anger suddenly rose in his heart, revealing a frowning face, a sorrowful expression as he sighed, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. This is going too far. It's too humiliating. Didn't I win first place? And yet all the inner disciples are mobilized? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? At this moment, his gaze truly showed no trace of pretense. No sooner had he disappeared into the crowd than someone noticed that the ranking on the stone tablet had changed. Soon after, a murmur arose, gradually turning into a clamor. Look at the second stone tablet. The little black turtle has appeared again. It's ranked first again. Who is this little black turtle? He's already ranked first on 2 tablets. Senior Sister Chu is no longer ranked first on 8 tablets. Now there are only 7 left. The outer disciples excitedly discussed, their exclamations of joy echoing incessantly. Among them was a young woman enthusiastically cheering. Little black turtle, keep going. This young woman was Ho Xiaomei. Previously, she had been persuaded by Bai Xiaochun and had eventually become a worshipper of this mysterious figure. Now, seeing the turtle symbol reappear on the second stone tablet, her admiration for this figure grew even stronger. In her heart, this person's position had surpassed even her senior sister Chu Xinqi. The discussion spread like waves, and soon everyone present knew about the event. The mysterious figure's reputation was raised. Everyone believed that this person had the qualifications to challenge Zhou Xinqi. Many people were still hoping that, in the not-too-distant future, that little turtle would top all 10 stone tablets, surpassing Chu Xinqi's achievement. Bai Xiaochun stood among the crowd, still feeling a mix of melancholy and a touch of smugness. He only regretted not being able to reveal his true identity. HMPH. One day, in a place where tens of thousands of people are watching, I will tell everyone that I am that turtle master, he muttered to himself. Then, seemingly still not satisfied, he joined in with the others, his voice ringing out loudly. My God, I'm starting to worship him, my idol, the invincible turtle master. His voice further stirred up the surrounding disciples. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. A figure leapt out, standing on a wooden house. That damned little turtle. If I knew who you were, I would definitely make you regret stealing Sister Chu's reputation. The voice was that of a young man with a cold expression, his icy tone echoing far and wide. That's right. That little turtle is probably hiding among the crowd. I will definitely find you. Another voice rang out, and then another young man flew up above the wooden house, his cold eyes scanning the surroundings. This person looked at everyone, including Bai Xiaochun. Although he didn't know for sure that Bai Xiaochun was that turtle, Bai Xiaochun could sense the malevolent gaze from the other party. Soon after, many more figures appeared. Each of them possessed formidable cultivation. The strongest had reached the 7th level of the condensation realm. These people were all fans of Chu Xinqi. Their appearance caused the murmurs of discussion to gradually subside. However, everyone felt a little uncomfortable, their eyes filled with disgust as they looked at these people. Although everyone supported Chu Xinqi, he was still just one person. Moreover, everyone knew that this little turtle had surpassed Chu Xinqi through his own strength and ability, so most people greatly admired him. Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy seeing their glares and aggressive tone. Looking around, he was sure the other party wouldn't dare offend so many people at once, so he raised his head and glared back, looking as if he wanted to fight to the death. The tense atmosphere lasted for a while, then a pink light suddenly flew from afar. Within that light was the graceful and beautiful figure of Chu Xinqi. It's Senior Sister Chu. Senior Sister Chu has arrived. The tense atmosphere dissipated. The outer disciples turned to look at the newly arrived young woman, their faces beaming with smiles. The 7 or 8 admirers who had just stood up also restrained their cultivation, replacing it with a carefree and elegant demeanor, bowing to Chu Xinqi. She had come here partly because she'd heard about the changes on the 2nd stone tablet, and partly for other reasons. She glanced at the reason for the commotion, then looked back at the group of admirers, her eyes filled with displeasure. My affairs are none of your business. Furthermore, the emergence of such an outstanding disciple in Xiangyun Mountain is a good thing, a blessing for our sect. If you continue to behave like this, don't blame me. Chu Xinqi's voice was cold, the sharpness of her tone like a sword, causing her admirers to change color. Their hearts filled with resentment but not daring to speak. The junior disciple who surpassed me on the 2 stone tablets is probably also here. But if you don't want to show up, then so be it. Chu Xinqi looked up at the 2nd stone tablet, where the imprint of the little black turtle was placed above her name. She felt a little resentful but maintained her arrogance, speaking calmly. The outer disciples cheered loudly upon hearing her words. Everyone felt that this was the Chu Xinqi they had always admired. Bai Xiaochun stood there, thinking to himself that she truly lived up to her reputation as a genius disciple. Her words were indeed extraordinary. He watched intently, impressed by her unwavering pride. But what concerned him wasn't that, but the murderous gazes of Chu Xinqi's admirers. I've come here today for another matter, and I hope my fellow disciples can assist me, Chu Xinqi said calmly, looking at everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present became excited, and they all listened in silence. These past few days, Mount Xianyun has been anything but peaceful. Master Li Qingou is out and hasn't returned, and a large quantity of Lingui chickens has been stolen. Perhaps you don't care about this, but as your disciple, I must pay attention. I hope all of you fellow disciples will work together to help me catch this chicken thief. Whoever catches him will receive a precious jade pendant as a reward. After saying this, Chu Xinqi pulled out a green jade pendant from her person. The jade emitted a soft light, appearing quite extraordinary. This item also possesses protective power. I acquired it by chance a while ago. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples all looked at the jade pendant with interest, their faces beaming with support. Sister Chu, rest assured, I will make sure this thief has nowhere to hide. He dares to steal the headmaster's chickens? This fellow is incredibly audacious. We will definitely take note of this. The shouts of assurance rang out incessantly. Everyone's eyes blazed with fire, their voices filled with fervent enthusiasm. Bai Xiaochun, standing among the crowd, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The expressions on everyone's faces sent a chill down his spine. He was truly unwilling to give up. Cultivating the immortal longevity technique made him constantly hungry and thirsty. Just thinking about it made him uncomfortable, and sweat beaded on his forehead. After a moment of thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. He patted his chest, and then loudly declared, "Senior Sister Chu, even if I have to climb a mountain of knives or descend into a sea of fire, I will definitely complete the task you assign me and capture that chicken thief." Having said that, he rushed to the front of the line. Immediately, his actions attracted everyone's attention. Chu Xinqi also turned to look at him. Seeing her fellow disciples supporting her like this, she couldn't help but smile and nod slightly. Just as she was about to leave, the same voice rang out again. "Senior Sister Chu, I have a suggestion. Why don't we form a small team to catch the thief? Working together, we can definitely capture that bandit and protect the spirit-tailed chicken for the sect leader." Bai Xiaochun's face was serious, showing that he was willing to pay a high price for this mission. Chu Xinqi was slightly startled. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking the idea wasn't bad. "That's good, but the most important thing for us is still cultivation. This should be left to everyone to volunteer." Chu Xinqi nodded, looking at Bai Xiaochun. She felt that although this junior brother was unfamiliar, his docile demeanor and reverence towards her made a very good impression on her. She smiled at him. "Since this junior brother is so enthusiastic, why don't you be the team leader? I have 10 strips of silk here. I'll give them to you as a marker." After saying that, she took 10 strips of sky blue silk from her storage bag and lightly waved her hand. These 10 silk ribbons flew towards Bai Xiaochun and landed in his hands. "Senior sister, rest assured, I'll take care of everything." Holding several silk ribbons in his hand, Bai Xiaochun puffed out his chest, pretending he could shed blood for the sect leader. Chu Xinqi looked at him with admiration, secretly thinking that it was precious to have such a dedicated junior brother in the sect, and only then did she leave with peace of mind. Seeing Chu Xinqi looking at Bai Xiaochun like that, the disciples who admired her felt resentful, regretting why they hadn't flattered and pleased her in the same way. After Chu Xinqi left, the disciples who raised the spirit-tailed chickens came forward to thank everyone, especially Bai Xiaochun. He held his head high, puffed out his chest, and strongly condemned the villain, which moved the disciples. Finally, he pointed out a few things, selecting several disciples with lower cultivation levels to form a small team to catch the thief. A while later, on the way back, Bai Xiaochun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed. "That situation was really dangerous. I almost lost my food source. Luckily, Bai Xiaochun, am smart and quick-witted." Thinking this, he felt smug, humming to himself as he walked. Upon returning to the courtyard, he noticed the spirit bamboo plants had grown much taller. Their tops reached nearly 10 feet, and their trunks were as thick as his calves, astonishing him. That night, dark clouds covered the sky. Bai Xiaochun, sitting nearby, suddenly opened his eyes and licked his lips. "The sky is so gloomy. I'm feeling hungry again." Late at night, Xiangyun Mountain was covered in pitch-black darkness. One could not see 5 fingers when reaching out. All around was quiet. Only the sound of the mountain wind sobbing and blowing. It seemed that even the birds and beasts did not make a sound. In the dark night, Bai Xiaochun took out the silk ribbon that Zhou Xinqi had given him and tied it to his arm, quickly walking forward, following the small path straight to the Lingwei chicken breeding area. That figure moved extremely fast, not long after passing through the grass, coming closer. From afar, one could see those Lingwei chickens in the yard. Most of them were resting. Only a few were walking around, especially one Lingwei chicken was walking straight towards this place. Bai Xiaochun squatted in the grass, licking his lips and waiting. When that Lingwei chicken approached the fence, he was about to take out the cicada bamboo when suddenly his mind moved slightly, his eyes revealed vigilance. At the same time, not far behind him, a low roar suddenly sounded. Figure after figure rushed out in an instant, and several dazzling fireballs were also cast by people, illuminating all directions. "Damn chicken thief, you finally appeared. I have been waiting here for many days, setting up a net of heaven and earth. Let's see how you can hide," the shouts echoed, and 7 or 8 figures rushed towards Bai Xiaochun in an instant, surrounding him. These 7 or 8 people were the chicken-raising disciples. They had waited patiently for several days, and did not expect that today they would have such a harvest. All of them were very enthusiastic. wanting to execute this chicken thief on the spot. But as their word spread, their figures had already gotten closer. Bai Xiaochun was initially startled, then rolled his eyes, suddenly coldly snorted. "Shut up! You all speak a little more quietly." He was not at all polite, his righteous words opening his mouth without any evasion, but stood up straight, intentionally revealing the silk band on his arm. This sudden scene completely stunned the 7 or 8 people who rushed over. "Look carefully, I am the squad leader of the thief-catching team." Bai Xiaochun frowned, looking at the 7 or 8 people in front of him, revealing a displeased expression. These 7 or 8 disciples had met Bai Xiaochun during the day, and now that he was a little careful, he immediately hesitated. "It's junior brother Bai, it's already this late. What are you doing here?" Among these 7 or 8 people, one disciple revealed a look of doubt, staring at Bai Xiaochun. The man's question caused the others to turn their skeptical gazes towards Bai Xiaochun. "Since senior sister Zhou has made me the squad leader of the theft-catching team, then Bai will definitely use all his strength to capture this chicken thief. That's why I abandoned my cultivation late at night and came here to guard. But with you guys yelling like that, I guess the chicken thief was really scared away." Bai Xiaochun frowned, looking like he was bowing in devotion to catching a thief. His small sleeves raised, he said unhappily. These chicken-raising disciples looked at each other, and quite a few of them even revealed looks of embarrassment. As for the person who had doubted Bai Xiaochun the earliest, the suspicion in his eyes had already lessened by more than half, but he still seemed to be half believing. Seeing that the other party had not completely dispelled his doubts, Bai Xiaochun coldly snorted, not waiting for the other party to continue asking. He loudly threatened, looking like he was regretting not being able to make a living. "No wonder so many Lingwei chickens have been lost. You guys are too careless. Look at this place. This place has been completely smashed." Bai Xiaochun pointed at the fence behind him. There was indeed some damage there, but it wasn't obvious. That was because the first time he stole a chicken, the spirit-tailed chicken struggled and damaged it. The chicken-raising disciples all looked back at the place Bai Xiaochun had pointed at. Looking closely, they could see that the fence was damaged. They all stuttered in shock. They really hadn't paid much attention to these small things before. "And that spirit-tailed chicken, it's already here. How are you guys going to guard it?" Bai Xiaochun became even more dissatisfied, his voice getting a little louder, making the chicken-raising disciples feel embarrassed. "Based on my observations, this area is the most remote. It needs to be guarded carefully. But I've been here for half a day before you guys showed up." Bai Xiaochun got angrier as he spoke, finally letting out a sigh. "How can you guys catch a thief like this? Based on my experience in catching thieves, if I'm not mistaken, this place is where the most chickens are stolen." As soon as these words left his mouth, the chicken-raising disciples were all shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Because according to what they knew, this place was indeed where the most chickens were stolen. That's why they were guarding this place. But Bai Xiaochun suddenly said it out loud, causing them to slowly reveal respect in their eyes when they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Even the disciple who had been skeptical earlier felt that he was at a loss now. He saw that Bai Xiaochun had spared no time from cultivating to come here to catch the thief for them, and then thought of Bai Xiaochun's unwavering enthusiasm during the day, and quickly took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and bowed his head. "I offended you before, junior brother Bai. Don't take it to heart. Thank you for your kindness, junior brother Bai. We will definitely repair this place quickly, and pay attention to guarding this place in the future." The others also clasped their hands in unison, feeling that Bai Xiaochun had a very admirable enthusiasm, and that he truly wanted to help them. They all apologized even more for their previous recklessness. Bai Xiaochun let out a soft sigh, then very seriously and carefully gave a few pointers before taking steps to leave. Behind him, the 7 or 8 disciples bowed their heads once more. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they were all moved by his enthusiasm. Junior brother Bai is a good person. Bai Xiaochun had just walked out of this area when the wind blew past him, and he found that his back was soaked in cold sweat. He secretly exclaimed in his heart that it was dangerous. It was just that his stomach was very hungry, so after thinking about it, he still decided to go to 2 other places to see if he had a chance to make a move. Bai Xiaochun walked on the small mountain path while looking around, his expression very serious, while in his heart he was considering how to steal the chicken farm next. As the wind blew, the silk ribbon in his hand fluttered, gradually moving away. At the same time, in the middle of the pitch-black sky, there was a figure of a girl that no one had noticed. She was standing on a blue flower basket, observing the entire fragrant cloud mountain. Suddenly, she was startled, noticing Bai Xiaochun looking around. As time passed, the admiration in the girl's eyes grew a little more. This little junior brother is truly a passionate and responsible person. This girl was naturally Zhou Xinqi. She had already gone to check all the areas. Initially, there were still people patrolling, but when night fell, most of them were busy cultivating. Only Bai Xiaochun actually went out, sincerely going to catch the thief. With him here, that chicken thief will definitely be very restrained. Zhou Xinqi retracted her gaze and flew back to her cave dwelling with peace of mind. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun had already made a big circle. When he returned to his courtyard, he potted his storage bag, and two spirit-tailed chickens appeared. He chuckled, plucked out their feathers, and threw them into the pot. Very quickly, a fragrant smell wafted out. Bai Xiaochun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, ignoring the heat, and ate like a hungry tiger, gnawing and gnawing. Finally, he burped, patted his belly, and lay down, a look of reverence on his face. Very quickly, a month passed. During this month, Bai Xiaochun became a bit serious, often seeing his stern figure at night, going back and forth between the chicken farms. But despite this, the chickens still frequently went missing, as if the other party came without a trace and disappeared without a trace, mysterious and unpredictable. Those chicken-raising disciples felt even more humiliated, and they mobilized their spirits, vowing repeatedly to catch the chicken thief. Looking at Bai Xiaochun again, he seemed to be even more conscientious than the rest of them, guarding a place tightly, as if he would not let go if he could not catch the chicken thief. One time, he even guarded a chicken farm for 4 days and 4 nights in a row. This kind of persistence seemed to have created a strong threat, causing the chicken theft to decrease a little, but it still did not completely disappear. The Lingwei chickens of the fragrant Cloud Mountain had decreased by more than half, and the remaining ones were not many. Most of them were immature chicks. In the end, even the chicken-raising disciples felt inferior, often feeling that if all the disciples of the theft-catching squad were like junior brother Bai, then they would definitely be able to catch the chicken thief. Zhou Xinqi was also anxious. One day, Bai Xiaochun was sitting cross-legged in a chicken farm, his eyes vigilantly looking around, when a blue flower basket came over and Zhou Xinqi appeared. "Senior sister Zhou." Bai Xiaochun saw this and immediately stood up to talk to him gently. "Junior brother Bai, you've worked hard." Zhou Xinqi's lovely eyes looked towards Bai Xiaochun, revealing a smile. Very quickly, the other disciples present all ran over, gathering around Zhou Xinqi. Bai Xiaochun was also surrounded inside. "These past few days, thank you all for your help, Zhou Xinqi. I sincerely accept this. But this chicken thief is still as rampant as before. In the coming days, I will guard this place with you all." Zhou Xinqi spoke softly. Then she went to check with everyone else, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. This chicken thief must have some connection with Master. Otherwise, why didn't this guy steal the spirit-tailed chicken from other mountains? He only kept staring at my master's spirit-tailed chicken over and over again. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up when he heard this sentence, and he almost slapped his thigh. He felt that what the other party said was very reasonable. He himself had also thought very seriously about this problem, and his gaze couldn't help but look towards the purple Ding Mountain in the distance. His eyes narrowed, and a band of thief light gradually filled his depths. When Zhou Xinqi arrived, there were countless admirers all around, causing the entire spirit-tailed chicken breeding area of Xiangyan Mountain to be bustling with people coming and going. The chicken thief seemed to have really run out of places to attack, causing not a single spirit-tailed chicken to be lost in the following days. But even so, the reputation of this mysterious and unpredictable chicken thief had already spread, and he had long been called the crazy chicken thief, causing a stir among the disciples. Some people even placed him alongside Little Crow Turtle, making him the two most mysterious people in Xiangyun Mountain. Even the outer sect disciples of Qingfeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain all knew about him. Seeing that the chicken thief had disappeared, Zhou Xinqi was also happy. Although she still couldn't catch the chicken thief, she remembered Bai Xiaochun's seriousness for more than a month, so she finally sent someone to bring that jade pendant, calling it encouragement. This had finally ended a period. And Bai Xiaochun's seriousness and persistence had also made many outer sect disciples remember this pure white, very docile, and extremely enthusiastic fellow disciple. In the small courtyard on Qiangyun Mountain, Bai Xiaochun looked at the jade pendant in his hand. As the spiritual energy in his body stirred slightly, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a gentle blue light that enveloped his entire body. He then formed a hand seal and pointed a finger, sending a wooden sword flying out. After circling once, it shot straight towards Bai Xiaochun. But when the wooden sword struck the blue light, it seemed to sink into a screen of water, its speed significantly slowing down. Good treasure! Bai Xiaochun retracted the wooden sword, looking at the jade pendant with a sudden feeling of embarrassment, muttering softly, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Li Qingou is Zhou Xinqi's master, and also my mentor. Actually, I should call him uncle. Compared to him, I'm family, while Zhou Xinqi is only half family." Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat. Then he carefully put away the jade pendant and stretched. After eating half of Li Qinghu's spirit tail chicken, his immortal longevity technique also rapidly progressed. At this point it was considered 7/10 complete. After all, the spirit tail chicken was to nourish one's own vitality, not to nourish spiritual energy, so his cultivation was still at the 4th level of Qi condensation like before. But his cultivation seemed to have been condensed once more, so it had improved quite a bit. As for the chicken bones, he buried them in the spiritual soil. Thanks to that, the current spiritual soil had extremely dense spiritual energy. The spirit winter bamboo that was planted inside was now more than 2 meters tall, and its entire body was no longer green, but had turned black. The most important were the 3-colored fire spirit tails. Because Bai Xiaochun had focused on collecting them, he had obtained several hundred of them. Thinking that these spirit tails would release 3-colored flames after being burned, Bai Xiaochun's heart was also filled with anticipation. There's no need to worry too much about cultivation. As long as you have enough medicinal pills, after using the 3-colored fire to go through the spirit refining 3 times, it will quickly increase. First, you need to achieve the achievement of Pai Xiaocheng, then it will be okay, Bai Xiaochun thought. Suddenly, he felt hungry, so he looked towards the spirit tail chicken breeding area of the fragrant Cloud Mountain. But he quickly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the distant Purple Cauldron Mountain. I wonder how senior brother is living at Purple Cauldron Mountain. Bai Xiaochun suddenly remembered some things from the fire apple room. The more he thought about it, the more he missed it. So he stood up, and in a flash, he walked out of the small courtyard and down the mountain, heading straight to Purple Cauldron Mountain. Among the 3 peaks on the south bank of the Lingxi sect, Qingfeng Mountain was the main one that used the sword control. Fragrant Cloud Mountain was good at spirit medicine. And Purple Cauldron Mountain was known for its magic and spirit refining. Furthermore, the foundation of this South Bank's cultivation method, the Purple Qi controlling cauldron technique, also originated from Purple Cauldron Mountain. Bai Xiaochun followed the sect path, and by dusk, he had arrived at the foot of Purple Cauldron Mountain. Raising his head to look at the swirling clouds, watching the figures in the distance, like small black dots, transform into rainbows and come and go in the sky, he was filled with emotion. I wonder when I will be able to control a flying object. Only then will I be able to see the vast heavens and earth. And only then can I truly be considered to have stepped onto the path of immortality. Bai Xiaochun's gaze towards the summit of Purple Cauldron Mountain was also filled with anticipation. Although he was not a disciple of Purple Cauldron Mountain, the outer disciples of the Lingxi sect just happened to have the qualifications to go to any peak. All the way to the top of the mountain. He also casually asked a few people he met on the way about Zhang Dahai's residence. With his docile and easygoing demeanor, he soon asked for Zhang Dahai's residence and was able to quickly arrive at the place based on the other party's instructions. This place was far different from his residence at Xiangyun Mountain. Big Brother Jang's house faced a mountain, and the spiritual energy was extremely dense. There weren't many rooms in this place, and the pavilions were also dotted with stars, which seemed to contain some kind of pattern. Walking in the sunset, the sky had already dimmed, but it was still enough for him to see the thin clouds lingering around, and he could also see the dense spiritual food, just like a fairyland. Big Brother actually has quite a background to be able to be arranged here. It's much better than me over there. Bai Xiaochun took a breath of spiritual energy, feeling a bit envious. After a while, he finally found the house of Big Boss Zhang. Looking at the backyard full of weeds that looked like they hadn't been mowed for a long time, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt a little guilty and knocked on the door. But for half a day there was no response. Could it be that we found the wrong one? While Bai Xiaochun was still in shock, the main door of the house creaked open. A skinny figure holding a sword in his hand. His left hand still had a silver light that was gradually fading. His face was full of fatigue as he walked out, at the same time letting out a lazy voice. "Who is it?" As he spoke, the skinny figure's entire body suddenly shook when he saw Bai Xiaochun standing in the small yard. This figure's face was also filled with joy as if he had just met a relative as he quickly rushed over, pulling open the main door while laughing heartily at Bai Xiaochun. "Junior brother knight, who are you?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he took a few steps back. "The guy in front of me looks quite unfamiliar, but for some reason, I still have a feeling of familiarity." The person before him had an extremely ordinary appearance, a thin, emaciated body, not quite skin and bones, but not far from it either. Although his eyes were full of spirit, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, and he exuded the aura of a cultivator who had reached the 4th stage of the Cha condensation realm, nearing perfection. "Nine Pan, I'm a big fat person." Seeing Bai Xiaochun's demeanor, the thin young man almost burst into tears, hastily explaining. His face was filled with intense indignation. "Nine Pan, you don't know how much suffering I've endured this past year, and how harsh my master has been to me. When I first came to the mountain, she said she didn't like fat people and starved me for half a year. Half a year, Nine Pan. You don't know what I've become in those 6 months. The appearance you see now is the result of a long period of recuperation." This thin, frail young man was Zhang Daopan, and as he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Bai Zikun carefully looked him over several times, and only after recognizing the voice did he dare confirm that the person before him was his senior brother. Bai Zikun took a deep breath, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the person before him. The image so vividly imprinted in his mind that they seemed like two completely different people. "Do you and our senior brother have a feud?" Bai Zikun asked sympathetically, looking at Zhang Daopan. "That old hag." Zhang Daopan gritted his teeth, but after only a few words, he shuddered and trembled, not daring to continue. He then dragged Bai Zikun into the small courtyard. "Ninth junior brother, I really miss the fire stove room. This place is absolutely not a place to live idly. Since I came here, I haven't had a single satisfying meal. There's not a single bit of fat. I'm so hungry." Zhang Daban, filled with resentment, dragged Bai Xiaochun along, simultaneously recounting all the hardships he had endured since arriving on the mountain. Hearing of his suffering, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt that his decision to steal the chickens was indeed a wise one. Seeing Zhang Daban's emaciated state, Bai Xiaochun sighed, then patted Zhang Daban's bony shoulder and said, "Senior brother is in trouble. Junior brother will certainly help. Wait here for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Without paying any attention to the stunned Zhang Daban, Bai Xiaochun turned and left the small courtyard. Earlier on the mountain, he had noticed several spirit chicken breeding locations on Purple Peak Mountain, and taking advantage of the darkness, he quickly disappeared. Zhang Daban, bewildered and unsure of Bai Xiaochun's intentions, could only wait for him at the gate. Less than a stick of incense had passed when Bai Xiaochun quietly returned, carrying Lingwei chickens in his hands. Seeing the Lingwei chicken, Big Fatty Zhang's eyes widened, and without waiting for him to say anything, Bai Xiaochun quickly pulled him into the small courtyard. Then, without paying any attention to Big Fatty Zhang, Bai Xiaochun skillfully took out the pot, boiled water, plucked the feathers, washed them, and then threw them into the pot. After finishing, he potted his sleeves, and at the same time raised his chin to look at Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang's breathing suddenly became rapid. His eyes widened and his mouth agape as he pointed at the chicken in the pot, then pointed at Bai Xiaochun, his expression full of disbelief. You must be a crazy demon who stole the chicken from Xiangyun Mountain." Bai Xiaochun suddenly laughed, then skillfully used his right hand to press on the pot, and spiritual energy suddenly flowed out, causing the chicken to quickly become tender and cooked, and a fragrant aroma quickly spread out. Bai Xiaochun reached out and tore off a chicken leg and brought it in front of Big Fatty Zhang. "Eat!" Bai Xiaochun arrogantly opened his mouth, revealing the same expression as when he had just arrived at the Fire Apple Room, and Big Fat Zhang had also given him a piece of lingi. Big Fat Zhang swallowed his saliva several times, staring intently at the chicken leg in front of him, Then he grabbed it and ate it like a hungry tiger. Then he didn't need Bai Xiaojun to say anything more and quickly rushed towards the chicken pot, almost diving headfirst into the pot to eat. In the blink of an eye, he had finished the 2 chickens in one go, not even bothering to throw away the bones. He chewed them up and swallowed them, and finally, he quickly drank up the chicken broth. Only then did he pat his stomach and lie to one side, looking at Bai Xiaojun with a satisfied expression. The 2 brothers looked at each other, then burst out laughing. "You are still amazing, Japan." Back at the fire apple room, all of your ideas were not bad. I never thought that the famous chicken-stealing madman of the fragrant cloud mountain would be my brother. Big Pan Zhang revealed a proud expression. Cultivation is a matter against the heavens. All my life as a cultivator, I have always wanted to compete with the heavens, to compete with others, to make a living on my own. So what is that small matter of the Lingwei chicken? Bai Xiaojun waved his hand, not hiding his proud joy. After all, he had hidden this identity for a long time, and now he had someone to share it with. Seeing Big Pan Zhang's expression right now, Bai Xiaojun was truly very happy in his heart. It's just a pity that the Lingwei chicken on the fragrant cloud mountain were all eaten by me, leaving only the chicks, and the taste was not very good. Otherwise, if senior brother came to my place, I would treat you to a full meal every day, and you would definitely be able to become fat again, Bai Xiaojun sighed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daben's eyes lit up, and he quickly scrambled to his feet. Mount Purple Peak has them, the West Peak, the South Peak, and even the North Side. They're all guarded by disciples, patrolling twice a day, with a team of 7. Zhang Dapeng quickly explained, giving extremely detailed instructions. After saying this, he noticed Bai Xiaojun still staring at him in astonishment, so he quickly cleared his throat. After hearing rumors about the crazy chicken thief, I also intended to learn from him. But those chickens were too cunning. They started squawking loudly as soon as I got close, causing me to not only fail, but almost get caught myself, Zhang Dapeng said somewhat awkwardly. Bai Xiaojun immediately brightened up, approaching Zhang Dapeng, and the 2 whispered to each other. As time passed, when he saw Bai Xiaojun take out the cicada bamboo, Zhang Dapeng's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. After a while, both of their faces beamed, and they exchanged knowing smiles. It was late at night outside, and their laughter echoed from the courtyard, sounding particularly terrifying from today onwards. Bai Xiaojun would resolutely stay here with Zhang Dapan. As time passed, the spirit-tailed chickens on Purple Peak Mountain began to disappear every night. The 2 super chicken thieves would start their activities, one stealing and the other guarding. As time went on, the disciples of Purple Peak Mountain all exclaimed, excitedly discussing. "Did you hear? The crazy chicken thieves of Xiangyun Mountain are eyeing our Purple Peak Mountain. I saw it with my own eyes. That crazy chicken thieves aren't just 1 person, but 2. When this news spread to Xiangyun Mountain, all the outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain breathed a sigh of relief, then looked sympathetically towards Purple Peak Mountain. That crazy chicken thieves have finally learned what fairness is. Finally, they're not just targeting Xiangyun Mountain to steal from us anymore. A month later, the incident spread widely, even reaching Sumik Xiong, the head of the Purple Peak Mountain. So Bai Xiaojun and Zhang Dapen could no longer continue stealing chickens there. After some discussion, the 2 decided to go see He Sanu. They went to Qingfeng Mountain. He Sanu was thinner than before, though not very noticeably, but her figure was more graceful, causing Bai Xiaojun and Zhang Dapen to be momentarily stunned. Her once dark face had also changed, revealing beautiful features that were captivating. It was safe to say that if she regained her normal weight, she would definitely be a beauty. After hearing to tell the story of the spirit-tailed chicken, Hai Sanu's eyes lit up. From then on, the spirit-tailed chicken on Qingfeng Mountain began to disappear by this time. The reputation of the chicken-stealing madman had shaken the 4 corners of the world. No outer disciple was unaware of it, and no servant disciple was uninformed. Fortunately, this didn't last too long. By the time the elders began to pay attention, this new chicken-stealing madman had suddenly vanished. However, the 3 of them, He Sanu, Zhang Dapan, and Bai Xiaojun, all looked fatter. Although they hadn't regained their former imposing presence, they had all changed significantly. Now, Bai Xiaojun had finally completed 81 cycles of the immortal longevity technique, and the feeling of hunger and thirst was no longer as intense as before. These 81 cycles of the immortal longevity technique weren't performed continuously, but the effects were quite similar each time. Today, Bai Xiaochun was standing in the courtyard, his face solemn. His entire body was emitting an iron color accompanied by a shimmering black light. A powerful aura radiated from his skin. The 81 days of pain and the time of suffering from hunger and thirst had all gathered together in Bai Xiaochun's body, now erupting with terrifying power. Each time it erupted, countless yuanxia would fuse into his skin, causing the iron color to become even darker, and the black light to appear dazzlingly. The hardness of his skin had also doubled. Bai Xiaochun stood there. If anyone saw him, they would think he was a man of color, not an ordinary person made of flesh and blood. There was a continuous explosion in his head. The power that had erupted in his body had been nearly 20 times, but it showed no signs of stopping, and the speed of the impact was even faster. Bai Xiaochun still didn't move. His breathing had also stopped. If one looked closely, one could see that his hair was also vibrating as if he was breathing. The power of heaven and earth was condensing around him. After 81 eruptions, I will reach the small success of immortal skin. Officially entering the realm of bronze skin, the words of the immortal longevity technique appeared in Bai Xiaochun's mind. His expression was resolute. He had been working hard all year, whether it was enduring pain or hunger, all for this day. Boom! In his body, the vitality continued to surge. His skin became more and more shiny. The vitality continuously permeated his skin, undergoing tempering. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun looked like a sharp, sturdy weapon. 20 times, 30 times, 48 times, 3 days passed. Bai Xiaochun still stood there. Not a sound came from outside. Only he himself could hear the changes happening in his body. From the 49th time the yuanxia erupted in his body, the impact force suddenly doubled each time. His body trembled. Even with the naked eye, one could see many cracks appearing on his skin, feeling as if it was about to be broken. These cracks appearing again made Bai Xiaochun's mood sink. Sure enough, there are signs of stopping. He frowned. The state he was experiencing had been introduced before. This phenomenon would occur when reaching the small success of immortal skin, but the effectiveness would depend on the cultivator's will and ability to endure and persevere. If a cultivator couldn't persevere for long, he could still reach the small success of immortal skin. But who wouldn't want to achieve the highest efficiency? If he could endure 81 bursts of primal energy, the results would be truly perfect and complete. Bai Xiaochun's gaze was extremely determined. He closed his eyes, and the explosions in his body continued to ring out. 50 times, 60 times, 70 times Bai Xiaochun was still enduring. His skin had already cracked, and the cracks spread all over his body, then connected together like a tortoise pattern, appearing as if his skin would burst at any moment. Just 7 more. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with blood vessels, and his breathing was rapid. He gritted his teeth, and his madness erupted once more. 74th time, 77th. 79th time, Bai Xiaochun raised his head and roared loudly, which then turned into groans. His body trembled violently. He had finally endured the 81st burst of primal energy. The vital energy quickly permeated his skin, making his already cracked skin as hard as iron, a sight that wouldn't startle anyone. Just this one last time, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to give up. With this last burst of yuanxia, he forcefully punched the ground, creating a deep hole. This burst of yuanxia finally ended, and the concentrated yuanxia poured into his skin at a speed that ordinary people could see. The cracks on his body quickly disappeared, returning his smooth, shiny appearance. The surrounding black light also quickly dissipated, returning to its previous pure white state. No one could tell that this seemingly normal skin had reached a level of toughness that was enough to make others terrified. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and when he raised his head, he saw a large hole under his feet. He looked at his skin again, and his spirits were lifted. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Then Bai Xiaochun waved his right hand, and a wooden sword flew out, transforming into a dark light and stabbing straight into his hand. The sound of metal and iron colliding rang out, and the wooden sword was repelled, and the skin on his hand only felt like it had been bitten by a mosquito before, without leaving any damage. Immortal skin! Bai Xiaochun couldn't contain his joy. The wooden sword just now wasn't an ordinary magic treasure. It had been spirit refined twice, even though the materials it was made of weren't very high quality. Its power was definitely not small. Bai Xiaochun unleashed all his strength from his body. The surrounding space resounded with a series of rumbling sounds. Then his body appeared 10 meters away from where he had just stood. This speed was more than a few times faster than before. Looking at the hole in the ground, he sighed in his heart. Having reached immortal skin, if it wasn't worthy of being considered a rebirth, then it wasn't really that bad. This protective force is the necessary protection on my path to immortality. Bai Xiaochun was proud. He observed his body, proudly realizing that his cultivation had reached the perfect fourth level of qi condensation, and it wasn't the normal perfect fourth level. The quality of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of other ordinary cultivators. He was very satisfied, running back and forth in the yard. After a while, his body suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He raised his right hand, his thumb and index finger forming a pair of pincers, and he squeezed forward hard. A black light appeared on his two fingers. There was clearly nothing in front of him, just a void. But after he squeezed hard, the void suddenly made a creaking sound. Bai Xiaochun's eyes contracted. He turned around and quickly walked towards a nearby rock. The black light on his two fingers appeared again. He squeezed hard, and the hard rock was easily crushed like squeezing a piece of tofu. His body flashed again and appeared next to a few lingdong bamboo trees. The bamboo trees here were already more than 3 meters tall. He chose the hardest bamboo branch and squeezed hard. The bamboo branch shattered. The effect he achieved surprised him. He took a deep breath before relaxing his body and lowered his head to look at his two fingers. The black light on them was slowly fading away. Is this the shattered monkey lock? Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. This was a type of secret technique that existed alongside the immortal longevity technique and could only be used when the immortal skin was at a small level. It was said that it could unleash twice the normal strength and was extremely powerful. Just now, Bai Xiaochun had only used 50% of his strength, and he couldn't imagine what the effect would be if he used his full strength. In his eyes, this type of secret technique was a type of secret technique used to kill people. He suddenly fell into silence. After a while, even though he felt it was a bit cruel, he still decided to seriously practice it. In his small courtyard, Bai Xiaochun's body continuously flickered, the black light on his two fingers appeared and sparkled, accompanied by terrifying creaking sounds. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Bai Xiaochun had not stepped out of the courtyard. He had spent all his time cultivating, so he did not know that early this morning, Li Qingou had returned to the sect and returned to the summit of the fragrant cloud mountain. Before he could rest, two red rods suddenly appeared from the peaks of the Purple Peak Mountain and the Azure Wine Mountain, flying towards where he was. One was an old man whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, and a kind of pressure like a sharp sword appeared from his body. In the second red rod was a woman with a beautiful body. This person had a beautiful appearance, but her expression at the moment was a bit strange, as if she was between laughing and crying. The two of them flew towards the summit of the fragrant cloud mountain. One of them was the abbot of the Azure Wine Mountain, and the other was the abbot of the Purple Peak Mountain. After a while of whispering to Li Qingou, they left one after another. On the summit of the fragrant cloud mountain, Li Qingou was sitting there, rubbing his brow. His divine sense swept across the 3 spirit-tailed chicken breeding grounds on the 3 mountains, and upon discovering that only chicks remained, he frowned. A mixture of amusement and frustration on his face. Then, sighing, he flicked his sleeve and stood up, leaving the main hall. The place he went to was the small courtyard in front of Bai Xiaochun's small house.